Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Everyone from across the globe, welcome to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. I'm one of your casters today, Espira, and I'm joined by the fantastic Human. How you doing today?
Good to be here. I'm excited to be here, and I'm sure you are too. I'm excited to see the game we're about to watch, the games we're gonna watch, and it's a new format.
Yeah, I mean, that's like it's such a nice change of pace when we're like right in the middle of things and ban list wavering because obviously there are certain reasons of why things may change or not. But I think the fact that we're in what the community has called the EBO 1.5 format is gonna make things a bit of a shakeup, a lot of excitement, right? How can people innovate on the fact that the card pool is different, the matchups that they've known have shifted? Because at the end of the day, understanding what's at the top of the meta is shaping what people are playing, what they're choosing to take, and that's going to make a lot of differences in as far as what people opt into tech and how they're trying to solve certain matchups. And with that, there's so much on the line here for these players.
Like, absolutely. It's right now it is the new format, like we said. We have Sakazuki being banned, we have Great Russian being banned, we have Reject being banned. So players will have to solve a new meta and look into what tech they will play, whether a new deck will be played or not. Because Sakazuki gate kept a lot of decks that could have been played, but now the doors are wide open.
100%. So, to explain to all you viewers out there, the format and everything that we're going to be going through today, very simple. It is a best of one Swiss with a 30-minute match time and a 5-minute extra time. Something to be noted is that we have over 1,500 players, which means that this will be a 2-day event. First day Swiss, 2-day top 64, which I think is the first time, honestly, in One Piece history.
I know this is the second actually. We had a top 64 recently as well, but it's amazing though having
Hmm.
that many number of players. I think it was 1536 cap, and then like you said, top 64. That means you still need to win another round for your invite. It's top 32 for your invite.
Yeah, so ever stressful to make it all the way to that day two, knowing that you still need to fight off one more to be able to get there. All right. And then from there, of course, players are playing for some fantastic prizing here. Naturally, there is the participation prizing of the event pack cards.
Yes,
Um,
right here we have our 6-7 Luffy, where you do need two dons in order for it to have rush. It's the original promo Luffy from when the game first launched. Same with the promo Kid from that back then. And here we do have our block of law. I believe it was from the starter deck, and our 10 drop vanilla gear 5 Luffy.
Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, we're a massive event, which means pricing breaks all the way down to top 512. That'll be things like the Dawn card, the event pack cards as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So you got the Monosuke there, you got the Law, you got the Gear 5, which I absolutely love, Dawn there. And then, of course, the Jinbei and the Sabo.
Yeah, I love the Dawn. Like it's amazing. The artwork's amazing, and it's a representation of One Piece itself.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the variability in the way that you can express yourself, especially with these dons, and especially the ones that you get at these competitive events, have been absolutely fantastic. And the fact that you can just get more and more of them as you keep on going through. For
Yeah.
top 256, you get yourself the Monkey D. Luffy sleeves, which is very nice for the all 10% of people who'll be able to break into that.
Hey, being a top 10% within what the number of players we have, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is legitimately like obviously we can say whatever we can say about top this, top that, but it is legitimately when you take it down to percentages and realize how many other people that you have bested in this tournament structure, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, like you can have people that look down for, oh, you only did 7 and 3 or X3 or X4, but you still made that percentage. You have
Yeah.
to be anyway. That percentage is out of a ridiculously large number.
Yeah, man, that's so good. Like it's just fantastic placement. So honestly, well earned if you get to that point. And then if you break into the top 64, then you're looking into the top 64 Charlotte pudding, as well as some additional event packs. Absolutely fantastic there. And then if you break into the top 32, get a finalist card set, and then top 16 will get you that Katakuri.
That's a nice category there. We have a nice category within motion, in action, ready to give you a nice punch right there.
Yeah, I mean, I love the regional frames. I love the foilings. Every time I get to look at them or help out with events or anything like that, they're absolutely gorgeous and they absolutely pop off
Oh
on
yeah,
the frame. So I am big fan.
they did an extremely good job with the prize cards through and through, all the way from top 64, top 16, and of course we have our top 8.
Yeah, these
Top
are
8 right here.
this is when you know, right? Like this is when we get to this point is the point where we're starting to see people put them on their Twitter bios, right? This is where the serial check happens, where you know not only do you get the gorgeous Charlotte Linling, but also you get that serial Shanks, and this is really where the cream of the crop as far as our players go in terms of talking about their accolades, and everything's a fantastic accolade when you get into those ranks of the top 64, top 32 over and over. But the serial count is where it really comes together as far as your cred checks in the community. So absolutely gorgeous prizing here for the top 8 players.
Oh, absolutely. I'm excited. We have the Zero Shanks here. Like, I'm excited to see what numbers these players will be getting. These 8 players tomorrow, not today, tomorrow. What numbers these new Shanks will be surfacing will be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's a treasure hunt in its own right, which is very thematic to the whole pirate thematics of One Piece. Just notion of like, hey, not only do you get to play an event, but there's also an additional chase within that event, right? Being able to hit a top means that you get to open your pack to get to see what's inside, and then being able to expand even further beyond what your expectations were in the first place. If you end up hitting something like a single digit
Yeah.
or any number of numbers in between the serial count that can really get people excited.
Yeah, special numbers do hold special places. But of course, it's not just top 8. We have additional. It's second place Matt. We have Rosinante there and Law.
Mhm. Yeah, so love the full art mats, the ones that represent everything, especially with those flashy second place logo. Dude, like how must you feel having someone to put that down against you and you just know that like, oh, that guy got second at a regional.
Yeah, the intimidation factors do get in there. Intimidation factor does get in the nerve. Some people do get nervous, and then they can or may even make a hard misplay and costing the game. They could be in the lead, but then because of that intimidation factor, they could mess up.
Mhm. Yeah, that's the champion difference, right? Like just the notion of the pressure, and that's why Top Cut is so much different for players than Swiss because you get that additional pressure, especially when you're in a position to fight for either the second place mat or the championship mat as well. So this is obviously got our 3 favorite late. Oh, one for me. I'm a big fan of Vivi. Vivi is probably my favorite, one of my favorite characters from One Piece. But obviously, absolutely gorgeous mat. And dude, if you play with this mat, like you're flexing on people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And never know. We may even see a VV leader today. Who knows?
Mm. Yeah, I would love to see that. And that's actually where a lot of the flexibility about this format really comes together. We're in this in between format. Sakazuki is not overbearing. But on top of that, it means that there's a lot of room for techs. I don't know that the meta changes on an incredible level because, Sakazuki aside, we still had an incredible amount of powerful leaders and strategies that were still here regardless, right? RP Law is still doing his thing, Moria still doing his thing as the other premier black leader.
Mhm.
And then going into it, we got like Uta and we got Black Yellow Luffy. So there's still a bunch of strategies that are still there. But now there's that room to, well, now that we don't have to beat against Sakazuki, what cards do we bring in? What cards do we play? And it's kind of like this prediction of understanding what everyone else is going to play and where your techs can come in. And in that same realm, there's the openings for strategies, like you were saying, the offside strategies that we weren't seeing much. Like maybe we do end up seeing AVV, and I think that'd be really exciting.
Oh yeah, I'll be extremely excited if we see Vivi. Hey, we might even see the Rebecca come back. It is the
Mm,
original blue black leader.
this is true. This is true.
Yeah, but it's crazy though if you think about it. You have, like you said, your strategy that you're think about when you're building a deck. You will have to go to the deck that you want to beat. In this case, you're gonna expect to see a lot of Morias. You're gonna expect to see a lot of RP Law. Those two, in my opinion, are the go-to decks that you need to beat. If you're not gonna be able to beat those two decks, it's very difficult to make it far because you're not gonna you will 100% see multiples of those two decks in a 10 round run, 11 round, whatever number of runs in the tournament.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's I think teching in for those two matchups can provide a bit of a puzzle for a lot of decks because obviously you have Red Purple Law that can play that really low aggressive game, put a lot of pressure. And then if you decide to just give them more gas, that allows them to give them more ability to be able to make 2 or 3 drops a turn, remove stuff off your board and apply the pressure. Whereas alternatively, if you try to play a bit of a slower game against Gecko Moria, well, then he's going to Absalon your stuff away. You're going to give him enough time to be able to get into multiple Gecko Morias to be able to expand the board and go big. So it's trying to find that middle ground solution between how can we combat the board flooding and removal from Law while still being able to apply enough tempo to really put Moria in an uncomfortable position.
Yes, yes, yes. And that's where, in my opinion, Uta is actually very good in this meta because Uta
Mm,
is able to flood the board very, very easily. We have cards like Mihawk that can play out Brook and to play another body, or cards just like Brook itself, 2 bodies. Because Law can only remove 1 body per turn.
hmm,
It's
hmm,
only 1 per turn, unless it's rested, then you can attack over it. But it's only 1 body per turn. And of course, you have your 7-cost Luffy that can play multiple bodies as well. And going back, we're gonna head towards the Moria side now. Yes, Moria's gonna be difficult as well because they just KO 1 body, maybe 2 bodies if they're playing Lucci. And of course, Ice Age is still a card. Even though Great Eruption's gone, Ice Age is still a card. It very easily removes a Luffy if they have Ice Age and Absalon. And but your favorite card in that matchup will always be 8-cost Kid.
hmm, hmm. Yeah, that card is. I know that I've seen some people kind of flex around between playing Kid or maybe instead playing the big Zoro, right? But I do think that like we're in a position now where I think it's a tech that I've seen many of the other premier players talk about, where Kid really kind of solidifies the game plan in making it really tough to be able to deal with. It's a big chunky body; it's hard to remove off the board, and then on top of that, serves you that extra protection while you're deploying your 2, 3, 4, different bodies off of the board, and naturally having a fantastic closer. Besides that, in the form of Hody Jones, which can prevent you from being able to extend into those defensive plays. So now if you're facing a Utah, you have to understand that if you're holding up your Dawn or if you're holding up, a blocker or whatever, and hoping that that can get you there, you probably need to back that up with a strong amount of combo power in your hand, because otherwise you're probably going to get knocked out from the big, powerful rush beat that presents.
Oh yeah, and you can't forget, Uta does have the multi attack. If they have invincible, it can hit you what 12k 2 times, 9k 3 times. That's a lot. That's a big number.
Yeah, the fact that they're like, yo, that Kid ability from that starter deck is really cool. How about we just do it a lot?
Yeah, yes, yes. But enough about Uta. What other decks are you looking at?
I mean, Black Yellow Luffy is honestly such a good strategy, right? Like it does what it does. But at the end of the day, if what it does is really good, does it really matter if it's going to do the same thing every single game? So the fact that we can lean on just getting our life flow, getting it down to 0, setting up our life with our aces and then sabos after that, and then being able to take the game away from there. And I do love the evolution of the deck, how earlier on you were seeing people trying to play a little bit more, trying to figure out what kind of ratios they want to play with, trying to play a little bit more fair, but then realizing, hey, that Gecko Moria card that all the black decks are playing, turns out that's pretty good here as well. So just being able to extend into those plays, establish those boards, and I think you really the matchup can obviously reward a lot of players who can play around it, right? Ooh, how about I just keep them at 1 life? Or how about I start building out a board to then punish and going in for a lot of wide attacks to not really give them the time to breathe to be able to go into those big Sabo and Ace play. So I think it's a strategy that is one note in style, but
Yes.
it's still something that you need to understand how to play into the matchup and explicitly how to attack into it.
Yeah, you have to know when you should put your when you step on the gas. Like when you
Mhm,
step on the gas and go for life. It's not always just pass, pass, pass. It's
mhm.
I'm setting up, I'm ready, I'm eating cards from your hand one way or another.
Hmm. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think when we're looking at, those are probably like the 4 pillars of the format, and then breaking away into that, NL. Is it good? Is it not good?
Oh
Is he there? Has he right? Like I do think that NL is a strategy that, and we'll be talking about that later on in the stream, really expands with OPO 7, but nevertheless is a strategy that is very popular in North America. And in general, these yellow decks, that katakuri, how do we feel about the life check deck?
Oh man, oh, being able to check your life every single turn when you attack, it's amazing. And Katakuri, in my opinion, like has struggled because primarily because of Sakazuki and being able to recycle that Sabo consistently, and you're unable to go over game because of that Sabo. Uh, well, yes, they're losing reject, both Katakuri and Anel, they're both losing
Hmm.
reject, but that is not enough to really deter them away from playing the deck. Because originally, even without reject, both decks were amazing. Both decks were super strong, and they still have cards like Amaru that can deal with 4 cost blockers. So Rebecca doesn't really do much in that case.
Yeah, and they still got powerful cards like Rygo and all these other removal tools now that allow them to actually extend the game more than they used to be able to before EBO1. So I think the yellow decks really gain. There's something you still need to account for, right?
Mm.
As much as you still have to think about your Gekamorias and your Laws and your Utas, I think it's still fair to respect the yellow decks because some matchups are just going to lend themselves to you being on the back foot if a couple of checks go not your way.
Yo, yeah, absolutely. And just a simple first check cracker. Oh,
Mm.
yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Please, no, have mercy.
Mm. So taking that, shifting it over a little bit, something like Nami,
Yeah.
right? I think is very interesting when we're in unknown meta territory because it is something that is an alternative win con. It kind of plays its own game. And if you're focusing too hard on how to beat the other strategies, you may not account for the ones that have that amazing defense and kind of don't care about what you're doing. So
Mhm.
in that way, I personally, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm an alt win con stan. I love winning the game by playing a different game than you were intending to play. But in that world, I do really think that when we're in these in between metas, the ones where people aren't too sure what to play and they have a few very specific targets on their back, is where decks like those can really shine.
Oh, absolutely. Because Nami, there are so many different ways you can play Nami. Like, we've been seeing people playing Nami with the original OP1 Crocodile, 7 cost Crocodile to reduce the cost of your events. It makes a big difference if the cost of your events are reduced. You're just gonna play every single card from your hand because you're able to. You have the resource to do it now.
Hmm.
Before, where you're very limited to, all right, I can only play this number of cards. I can stop this number of attacks. I'm taking one hit because you now have 3 bodies with a 9K because you play Moria 2 times, 3 times, however number of times before attacking.
Hmm. Hmm.
But going along that route, we're just talking about blue. Let's talk about another blue deck, Blue Dofi.
Ooh, yeah. Blue Dofi gets very interesting. Definitely. Anytime we get more warlord support is something that's going to really add on to its strategy, and I think that's something that we're really going to be able to see in OP07. But nevertheless, it is crazy to think that even this set one leader, even up to this day, has scaled so incredibly well because of the notion of, you're essentially Don cheating out your bodies. You're
Oh yeah.
able to establish cards from hand, top of the deck. And I've always said, when it comes to decks like Blue Dofi, those decks are way too big brain for me because by the time you're, 5, 6 turns deep, you really, really good blue players probably have their entire deck mapped out. I
Oh
am
yeah.
not one of those players, but kudos to any of the players who are like, oh yes, I am like, 40 cards deep into my deck now. I am drawing this precise card, and they can do that for every card from that matchup forward. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, being able to memorize your entire deck, wherever you bottom deck, especially cards with searchers, like going back to Sakazuki, even though it's not here, with Tashiki, if you're able to memorize cards that go to the bottom of your deck, if you play multiple of them, at some point you will know the order of every single card.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so that makes a big difference. So, there are so many different strategies, and that's not even talking about the ones that we haven't talked about, whether that's Newgate or whether that's Ivankov. There's so many different things that I'm looking forward to, and you are all looking forward to as well. And with that, the rounds should be starting very soon. We're going to hit a quick break, and then we'll be right back with round one. So you won't want to go anywhere. I'm Espira with my amazing co-cast human. We'll be right back.
We'll be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. We're just about to jump into the first round. I'm Espira, of course, with my co-cast Human. And Human, we got an exciting game for our first round.
Yes, we have Moria and our fan favorite RP Law. This
Hey,
is the matchup you're going to be seeing a lot this format. So why don't we just go into it as of round one actually and see what it's going to look at like for potentially the rest of the day or in the future or even next week. Like this these 2 weeks, right, will decide on how what the format will look like. This event will shape the format right here.
yeah, this definitely sets the stage to understand what people are going to be playing against, understand, and contextualizing the entire format, right? So, very much there to help people understand kind of where their expectations should be placed in terms of tech cards, in terms of matchup, and then how that all plays out together. For the uninitiated, of course, RP Law is a leader that has the ability that has an activate main once per turn, -3 Dawn. Return one of your opponent's characters. With 3,000 power or less to the bottom of their deck, then you get to play a 4 cost or lower character from your hand, thus allowing you to really extend your plays. It has some removal built in to being able to establish additional bodies. And so we're going to be seeing a lot of one drops being able to lower the power of our opponent's cards to be able to get them in that 3,000 threshold.
Yes, and that's where cards like Gordon, Raisebacks, they really are the key for Red Purple Law here. And of course, we have Moria, where instead of removing a character, where actually they can remove characters with
Mm.
Absalon, they're able to attack you with 3 dons actually total, because you need one attach on Moria and 2 to rest in order to discard a card and play a Bark character from your trash. In this case,
Yeah.
it could be like Perona to discard a card from your opponent's hand. You have cards like Absalon to remove a body, a 2 cost body or less to be exact. And of
Hmm.
course, you have cards like Hogback that can fetch a card back from your trash. Cards that you take back are generally 2K counters, Sindri or Perona, or even Moria for your 8 cost play.
Yeah, so you're very much using your trash as almost a toolbox at that point, really allowing you to be able to extend your plays. And of course, the matchups do change a little bit because we have the lack of Sakazuki, but also we don't have Eruption either. Or and as far as we're looking at Red Purple Law, that does actually open up your 3 drops to have a little bit more sustain, right? Like you can more reliably potentially sit on your Shureyas, and maybe potentially play into things like Zoro Juro and stuff like that. So having that open up really should be able to allow us to extend the versatility of cards that Red Purple Luck can play into something like the Black matchup.
Yes. But we are getting ready to start, and we never know. This Moria could be one of those that's not playing Lucci. We have been seeing builds that stop playing Lucci as well. Is this one or is this not?
Yeah, so we'll have to see what they play into here. So we've got Soren to our left here with the RP Law, and then Myra here with the Black Moria. Kind of standard chill start here. And of course, Law being able to go second, which is pretty solid here because obviously you can chain into 4 drop into 4 drop depending on what Moria plays here, and that can be a really solid tempo gain. You could potentially go into something like Bon Clay, which also re-enables you to be up on Dawn again, just so you're not losing out on being able to play additional turns after that.
All right. Here we go. Moria with a 6K swing, tap in 2 Don, discarding Absalon. No Perona, so you can get Absalon back again for more pressure, or a Sindri to start finding cards.
And
Goes
I,
opts for Sindri to mill 5 more. Sindri should be upright and not rested. Because this
I
is
do,
not Dofi. Dofi comes out rested.
I do like the choice of Sindri though because you are opening up Epsilon from just being removed off the board. And I do like that you want to set that board up, get as much value as you can from it, as opposed to it getting like bottom decked and then you just kind of lose it out for a while. So I do. The choice makes sense there. Also, you're setting up your trash now to have that toolbox available to potentially be able to dig out the Perona and stuff like that. So I like the choice here. Very chill play, and then we'll see how Law responds here, dropping 4 into
There's the Ein,
the Ein.
and So here's the thing, like it maybe playing the 5k body is better in this case because it requires your opponent to have the power reduction. If they
Mhm.
have the power reduction, they're not playing another body. They won't have two 5k body unless they have the toy law. If you don't understand where it is, toy law is the promo law from the film where it's on play minus 2000 power instead. But in this case, because they play just 5k and pass. All right, I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm playing our
that's
body. Sinju can stay.
it's pretty coast and chilling. I do think you need to force them to have it for sure. Um, but options never hurt either. And Ein has been interesting because I do know that some people, opt into Ein, some people opt into other choices. But I think just the guaranteed Dawn in these kinds of scenarios where you don't feel like it's necessary to be able to use your law ability, I think allows you to really push into those later game strats of, being able to establish your kids and then kind of going from there.
Yeah, and here we can see that Soren does understand that Sindri is not a threat. It can stay on the board. I don't need to reduce my Dawn, and I now have 7 Dawn to work with the following turn instead. Like 7 Dawn's a lot. If you think about it.
Yeah, especially for this deck that really hovers around like 5, right? Like it's just constantly battling between having like 5 to 6 Dawn and going in and out from there. So whoa, ho, all right, we're stonking it up.
Uh, I know I said Sindri was not a
A
threat,
threat.
but it looks like a threat to me now.
All right, so big swings here, and I think Law is now down to 1,
2
I
life.
believe.
2 life.
Yeah,
It looks like he countered
2.
one of them.
Oh, okay.
Where is it? Yeah, he countered one of them. There's a card in the trash, so he definitely
Hmm,
countered one of
hmm.
them. Yeah.
Hey, there he is. There's the
There
boy.
is the 5-drop kid, everyone's favorite. There's the Dawn minus. You're down to 4, so that means it's not Isachi Penguin. It's Bunkley. Ramp
Hey, we love the
1,
Bon
kid ramp
Clay.
another. Ooh, that's big.
Yeah, and then big swings here. So for the uninitiated, 5-drop kid has a once per turn where when a Dawn is sent from the field to the Dawn deck, you get to add 1 Dawn back up as active, thus being a free replacement. And then playing into the Bon Clay also gives you an additional ramp of Dawn, and then becomes a beefy attacker in the late game, right? Like the best thing your opponent plays is essentially what Bon Clay becomes on swing. So even though we've got the Nami Altart here, this is very much the Bon Clay.
Yes, that is definitely Bunkley. Don't be fooled. That is Bunkley. It's not on me. But there's the Hina. Hina does reduce the kid down to 1 cost. You're now able to remove the kid with the Absalom in the trash.
Hmm. Yeah, and I love these simple plays. Play a body, that body removes another body. And it's not a straight 2-for-1, but you are essentially establishing a card on board while removing something else from your opponent's board, and your opponent will need to play a card to be able to then deal with your own card in that way very often. So love what we see here. So 2 mills, and then presumably going into that Absalon.
Yes, there's the Absalom removing. And we see Rebecca being trashed and trashing a Moria and Lucci from the top of the deck. It looks like it's a 7k swing. I'm not sure if it's going at the Ein or leader. It's going at the Ein.
Hmm, hmm. And then calling it there. So Bonkley is still on board. Now that Bonkley being able to swing for potentially 5K.
Yes. However, here with Law being at 2 life, you are on the lower side. Let's see. Is that another kid? No, it's a
Ooh.
queen.
All right, so I'm going to fix our hand here. Got a couple of draws.
Yep.
So here, presumably, you're just looking for, either stuff that allows you to establish on board, but also just kind of fix your hand on the counter power side.
Yes. There's the Shiraya being discarded. 1 for raise max. Thinking about it, does Hina have more value as Absalom? Here's the thing. It looks like there are 2 other Absaloms in the trash. At that point, to me, I think Hina has more value to be bottom decked.
Hmm.
I don't see another one. Yep.
Yep. And it looks like Soren here agrees with that statement, especially knowing that, now you're in a like pushing into late game scenarios where it can be very spooky for Moria here if we end up dropping, back to back 8 drops. And we kind of need to account for that.
7k lead. Well, There is going down to 2 life threshold. That is where Kid and Killer is now live.
Yeah, very spooky. And what a powerful card to just be like, hey, I'm already really well statted. And like, if you're in a position where my rush is even more powerful than it usually is, here's another 2K boost.
Yeah, yeah, like just being able to play it and then play another one because of your effect, your leader effects. It's absolutely insane. And of course, we have Bonclay here. If a Moria gets dropped here, your Bonclay is now 9K. You must remove it before playing the
Mhm.
Moria.
Yeah, especially in these late game scenarios where, Law can potentially go, like you're saying, kid killer. And if for whatever reason, the game extends past for another couple of turns, or we're just kind of chipping away back and forth, then potentially a threat of like a triple killer uh, could be very spooky. So,
Yes, yes, yes. But yeah, playing a Dawn. You still have playing a Dawn Warriors because that early game where you're able to get to your 7, you open up for a lot more plays.
mhm. All right, we're the tank here for our Moria player. Looks like we've split the stack. We got like a 5-5 scenario going on here.
Mhm.
You ever play the bait game by separating out your Dawn in any specific ways to make your opponent think you're considering like this one play? Like the bluff
Absolutely.
of being able to stack those kinds of things and like, well, I don't have it in my hand, but if my opponent thinks I have it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like being able to bluff cards, it's a mindset you should have in every kind of card game. Like, all right, I don't have this, but I'm gonna make it seem like I have this and go for a separate play,
Mhm.
so you may misplay instead.
Yeah. And then that's where that information game really comes in, and it's the skill set you get when you really get into the more competitive nature of these games, where you want to have as much information as possible to make your decisions, but also you want to give your opponent as little information as possible. So I always love things like this where we're attacking and trying to get, information out of our opponent, try to get cards out of our opponent's hand before then, implementing our game plan and making them be able to play accordingly.
Yep. We'll start with a 5K swing. Interesting. There looks like there is a Helmeppo in the trash and a Absalon. So and Lucci as well. So you can remove the Bon Clay if you play the Moria here.
Mm-hmm. All right, just a cheeky one chip away counter here.
Yep.
Donning up the boy.
There's the 6.
Are we paying the dosh?
Just the 6 without the leader effects, looks like.
Yeah. Oh,
Do you take
oh,
it or do you block in 1K? Block
block
and
in
1K.
1K. All right.
And there's the 8 for the Moria.
And there's
So,
the
like I said,
boy.
that Bon Clay is super scary. Oh, interesting. -3. Okay, does that mean there is a brook coming down?
Maybe. So we've got
Maybe.
the Helmeppo here giving something -3.
There is the brook. Yup.
Yeah. Okay.
That is another way to remove it. You are able to establish a blocker. If brook is on the board.
Yep.
Brook
So
is a menace.
yeah, it's pretty good. So for players out there, we've got the A drop Moria that allows you to choose up to one character with a cost of 4 or less, and one character with a cost of 2 or less from the trash. The first one's played in active, and the second one's played in rested. Then from there, we went ahead and played the Helmeppo. On play, give it to one of your opponent's characters -3 cost during the turn, which then was followed by a Rebecca. Uh, Blocker on play, add up to one black character card with a cost of 3 or 7 other than Rebecca from your trash your hand. Then play up to one black character with a cost of 3 your hand from your hand, which then played the Brook, which has an on play and when attacking, get to give up to one of your opponent's characters -1, and then a 0 gets to be popped. So with
Yes.
that combination, got the Bond Clay down to 0, which then allowed it to be popped. So a lot of sequencing there. Very powerful combination here from our Moria player.
Yeah. That right there was a 17 Dawn play. 8 for Moria, 2 for Helmet Bolt, 4 for Rebecca, and then 3 for
Yeah, we
Brook.
love cheating Dawn plays here.
Yeah, that's a $17. That's a lot. Like absolutely insane.
Okay, so now we're back here on our
So
red
rage you
purple
draw.
lost
There's
side,
another Gordon.
targeting the Brook, looks like. Yeah,
It is targeting Brook.
makes sense. Don't want to get us when attacking off.
Sachi Penguin, get 2 rested on. You're now back to 5, swinging 6K.
All right, 2 life here for Moria. It does
Two
look like we're gonna.
1Ks. Oh,
Ooh,
that's scary.
with the
That's a big tell if anything.
yeah. So that's like what, a 4 card hand from the looks of it. But naturally, obviously, Moria having access to the entire trash or not the entire trash, but a good portion of the trash as well to be able to make plays. So at least there's that
Yes.
as well.
However, losing those 2 1Ks is telling me, all right, you don't have 2Ks in your hand. If I'm counting every card as a 1K and then maybe 1 2K because you drew one, there you have potential lethal next turn, maybe. If you have Kitten Killer, of course.
Of course, that one always being the context here. But maybe Queen helped up fixed our hand to be able to kind of position that in because we're at a point where eventually we're gonna start having trouble being able to deal with these threats. As much as the Bond Clay is powerful in becoming a 9K attacker potentially, as long as that Gecko Moria sticks on board, if we see ourselves having to face down another Gecko Moria, eventually those 9K beats are gonna get to us.
Oh yeah, but we're starting a 5K swing with Absalon. Law with 2 life. What will you do? You can't take these early hits here. Oh,
No, yeah, it's just clear the board.
5 at the Reiju is not going at life. It's going for board here. Hina. And then swinging.
Moria
Using leader effect.
into Absalon.
There is Absalon in trash. Oh, Lucci. That's 3 Luccis in trash now.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of don't need all those. Just put one back, right?
Yep. And then there's the Epsilon. Presumably getting rid of the queen. Yep, there we go.
Queen gets removed and going 6 at life. 2K counter.
And then I think that's 4 cards in hand here for our red purple law player. Potentially representing 8,000 in counter power right now.
Potentially. So we have 5 Dawn going to 7. Is 7 Dawn enough with 3 swings? There's the 9 that we will take for sure.
Yep.
That's a lot of cards to lose.
There's a lot of cards for something that my opponent got to do for free. Especially, since they can potentially line up additional swings after that. Because I think the Helm Epo here is good to swing also if you want to.
Yes, if you want to. But there is 4 Dawns active. The value of a blocker is immense right now if there is a blocker in hand. For Rebecca, yep. Grabbing a 1K because there is no
2Ks.
no Corona, only yeah, unfortunate. So we replace the 1K with 1K. However, you are able to have an extra blocker on board. It is big in this case. Here, does he have the double Kit Killer? That's the question now.
Let's see. Does the plays line up? Because if we're representing, was that 3 swings on board potentially at the moment? Obviously, the first Kid Killer can potentially be free depending on what we play. If we play Kid Killer, then that is 8 Dawn worth of plays for only 4, which is very nice.
Yes, and you'll be able to remove the Rebecca before attacking. There's 4. There's 1 Kid Killer.
All right, there's 1.
There's the leader effect, removing Rebecca, and there's the second.
Hey, never not have it.
Always have them.
Oh my god, and those are 7K swings, and like most
that 5K was questionable, but
yeah,
it is what it is because we know there's no 2K in their hand. So at that point, I think you have to swing 6.
Yeah, and that is what we do with that information. And of course, 7K swings being a really nice spot because they guarantee at least 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. And if they don't have that, then you get 3, which is very nice.
Yes. So I think that first swing should have been. But I discarded a Sabo. That means we know there's still another 1K in the hand. We know it's there. So at that point, you must swing with a 6, I believe.
Potentially. All right.
Okay. There's the one.
There's the one.
And we have one card in hand, I believe. There's a 7,
There's the take, and now
7. Oh,
we
there
found it.
is.
We found it.
Yeah, the one card left in hand. Yeah, the first two swings must be 6Ks. You take the 2K out of the hand, and then another 6K. Take another 2K. Take two 1Ks out of their hand. You have more dons to work with, and potentially even take the life earlier.
So what now?
Uh, go for board
Yeah, I
and
guess,
pray.
right? Just clean up and
But I do believe Moria takes it from here. We have one life left from Law with 4 cards in hand and 4 attackers, starting with 9,
yep. So we'll take the big one here. And
5,
then it
5,
does
and
look like we're just
15.
conceding here.
Yep.
Yep. So that's game for Moria over RP Law.
Yes. Yes. Right there. The end game is all about math right there. You
Mm,
must be able to, once you have knowledge of the hand, you must start swinging with a different style, especially when you know there were no 2Ks in the hand when the 6K
mm.
swing earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And it's in those positions where you don't get me wrong. Like I'm a
Yeah.
huge vibes gamer, but I do believe that these are the positions in which taking a seat back, recognizing, what has my opponent put back into their hand? What have they made on previous attacks? That is that additional information that allows you to understand how you should go out in your attack. But look, round one, round one jitters happens to everybody.
Oh yes.
On top of the fact that that stream pressure, just knowing hundreds of people are watching you, that all of that runs it. I am someone who has never won on stream. Yeah, and I'm used to watching hundreds of people watch me. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where that pressure really gets to you. But it did definitely feel close. Um, and I do think just a little bit of changing up how we go into that combat math
Yes.
allows maybe one or two of our attacks to be able to get there and be able to close out the game.
Yes. When you get to that end game state, take your time. Please take your time. Think about what you want to do. Don't take too long though. We do want to gain the progress. We don't want any slow play warning going on. But like, think about what you want to do. Yes, nerfs gets to you. You're on stream. We don't blame you. You're on stream.
Mhm.
That it's nerf wrecking, like you said. Like when the first time I was on stream, I was extremely nervous. I was just shaking all over the time, all over the place.
Yeah, it's one of those things that breaks through. The butterflies come through, but fantastic play from both players, and obviously, I think one of the big plays here, naturally going from the Gecko Moria into the Rebecca Helmeppo into the Brook, and funny to think that like very earlier on, people weren't really playing into the Brook, thinking that it didn't have room in the deck, but now we're really seeing decks like lean into it, playing four ofs, and
Yeah.
the deck puts in work, especially since if it doesn't get dealt with, then you just get that additional for free ability on and on and on. So it's just like it's something that you don't want to have to remove because the threat is like minimal in terms of what it's representing board presence wise, but it's still potentially, is a threat to your board to a point where it's just like, all right, we just gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, it's a mini Kuzan, it's a mini Lucci, and so just -1 cost. That one makes all the difference whether you're able to remove a body or not, whether the Absalom removes a body, whether the Brook itself removes a body. And with the number of Hinas you play in the deck now, that's 5 total, essentially -4 and -1. That's 5 total. Killing a 5 cost is big. And the biggest 5 card in the game right now, 5-drop Kid.
Heck yeah. That card's really, really solid in terms of being able to extend the plays that you're making, in terms of just being able to apply pressure, but at the same time making sure that you're able to hold off and keep up with the game state as we go on and on and on, which is really solid. I mean, both these strategies get a little bit of juice also with OP7, right? It's pre-release weekend. I hope everyone at home is enjoying their pre-releases. But if we look over on the Red Purple Law side, we gain cards like 6-drop Sanji, right? Which
Oh, yeah.
for our uninitiated, if If the number of Dawn cards on your field is at least two less than your opponent's, which, hey, we're constantly putting ourselves down in Dawn in this deck, you get to give this card -3, which then gives you a 6K blocker that you get to be able to play off of your law ability, which is very much welcome. And for some reason, it's a 2K counter.
Oh my, yeah. It's the fact that it's not just a 3 cost 6K blocker. It's
Mhm.
also a 2K counter. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, it's just like the card actually does everything is a great, additional tech, right? So in terms of when we're talking RP law, you have your reductions and you have your board removal, and then you have a couple of tech blockers here. So the more that we can establish into that toolbox nature, I mean, we already know this with how, strong red green law was for so long, necessarily because it had that same notion of built-in removal, built-in advantage, built-in tempo. And the more that we can build into the toolbox nature of that by having additional cards that are fantastic in hand, fantastic on board, really does allow you to extend your game plan, and probably is one of the big reasons as to why, among many things, why RP Law is positioned to be an extremely powerful deck over the next coming metas.
Yeah. I mean, on average, you only see about 40% of your deck, or a little less than 40% of your deck when you play RP Law. That's your total number of cards you see per game. Because
Hmm,
that's how
hmm.
fast those games are. That's
Yeah.
not, and that's not a lot of cards. That's around um anywhere between 16 to 20 cards.
Hmm, hmm, hmm. Yeah, so it really tightens up that play space, the game space options, and you need to really be able to make sure that every card is key in your strategy to be able to push through. Then on the Moria side, nothing crazy, but we do get things like we lost Eruption, but we gained Tempest Kick. So if you're playing the
I
If
don't
you're playing
think
the Lucci deck, if you're playing the Lucci deck, I mean
yeah.
specifically, but yeah. So which naturally that evolves into being the premier black deck. So we shift over from Moria. Moria still being able to do great and fantastic things, but now black has that new option in terms of being able to play on that side of things instead.
Oh yeah. But another thing, another important card you could run on Moria, Isho. It's
Hmm,
a
hmm,
very good
hmm.
tech card. You can start running Isho. You can start running Sakazuki, the original 6-drop Sakazuki,
Yes,
letting you
sir.
remove a 5 cost or less. If you couple it with Isho, that's 8 cost removal.
Yeah, so it's a bunch of additional strats there, and I love the additional card pool. I'm so excited for what OPO7 will bring in, and naturally we'll be able to deep dive more into that as we go into the further rounds. But for everybody at home, that was our round 1 RP Law versus Moria Gecko Moria taking it in the first round. Let us know in chat what you guys would like to see, and we'll see if we can line up some fun gameplay for you guys as we break into round 2 and the further rounds of the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite offline regional. I'm your host, Espira, joined by my fantastic co-cast Human. Human, how we feeling after that round one?
That was an exciting round one. Like both players were playing fantastically. They understood when they need to push and when not to. And now we're going to round two. We do have two new decks for this round as well. What do we
Yeah,
have?
I think as far as like the first round really set up, like, hey, big expectations for the meta. We got that red purple law into the Moria and kind of going that back and forth, something that we're probably likely to see quite a bit over the next few weeks into this AB 1.5 format. We're shifting the tone a little bit and changing it over. We got ourselves a blue Dofi versus yellow Enel. So some very interesting spice and interactions are bound to happen over through this matchup.
Yes, so we have Dofi that likes to play cards from their deck and constantly have pressure on the board, whereas Anel is just that guy that will not lose. They just don't lose because they will always get that one life back. If they're not, they just recover because they have
Mhm,
Yamato, they have um 7-drop Big Mom, we
mhm.
have and then they have Katakuri as well. Just have everything.
Yeah, and the fact that that last life is actually three life, just like and the fact that that's something that you have to fight through every single turn means that your opponent needs to be very knowledgeable about understanding when are the right times to go in, right? Establish the right boards that allow you to be able to pressure so that not because if you're not really pressuring in the right way, all you're effectively doing is giving your opponent free cycles into their hand to fix their hand. Right? Oh, I'm just going to draw this and get rid of this, draw this, get rid of this, and that happening over and over and over again. What you're really doing is you're fixing your opponent's hand. So you have to really line up your attacks in a certain way that forces your opponent to have to dump cards out of hand and then forces them into an uncomfortable position where they're actually losing cards out of hand so that you can then pressure to be able to close out the game.
Oh yeah, because when you go against Anel, that last life or whatever it is, 2 attacks not enough. 3 attacks might not be enough. You might need
Mm-hmm.
4. You might need 5. Like unless they're low on card counts in their hand, those attacks more likely than not will not go through. And don't forget, it's a yellow deck. There are
Mm-hmm.
triggers in there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lots of fantastic things that either play cards, fix cards in a hand, right? Just in the terms of consistency. Oh, did you hit a Shirahoshi? Well, great. Now, maybe you're fixing your opponent's hand to be able to get into additional cards that they need in hand. Otherwise, did you not sequence your opponent's attacks in a way to account for a Kingdom Come? Oh, no, I lost another attacker. What do I do now?
And don't forget, here's the one thing: even when they're at 0 cards in their hand, if that last life is the 0 cost event, that's a recovery. You
Mhm,
are
mhm.
able to recover with the 0 cost event because you recover first before discarding.
Mhm. Yeah, so you can line up those leader sequences, and then potentially go up to two life again, which is absolutely absurd. But Dofi has some interesting spice in that he's able to be able to deploy, have that, the things that we're seeing with some of the most powerful decks in the meta right now, the ability to be able to deploy multiple bodies. I do think the deck gets much more powerful when we look into OP07 and what that's going to mean in a few weeks. But nevertheless, we still have the plays to be able to go, into Gecko Moria that they can that into extend into additional plays.
Yes. And of course, like in a Dofi deck, one of your best card in this matchup is the 10 cost Kaido.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to draw for a big body, the only removal is Rago.
Yeah.
That's assuming you see it.
And the great thing about a big body like that sticking is that it allows you to be able to commit the additional swings. Put your Dawn on other things that can then potentially swing out. Right? It's not having to make that Dawn investment to be able to pressure your opponent into essentially guaranteeing taking life or having to dump their entire hand. Gives the deck a lot more flexibility in terms of how to close out the game. And then obviously Dofi being a blue deck likes enjoy having that additional one or two Dawn on its own end to be able to defend when necessary as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Because you never know. They could be running events. They may not be. They could be running Love of Mellow. They could be running one of the newer blue events. They could run almost anything.
Yeah, 100%. So that should definitely line up to be an exciting match. And of course, we are also doing a giveaway. So
Oh,
throughout the weekend, we'll be having OP07. The contents of the box will be cracking and then giving away those contents to all you on stream. So
yes.
viewers out there, let your friends know, your neighbors, your mama, your dada, to be able to jump into the stream, enjoy the stream, and we'll be sure to announce when that cracks open so that we can see the contents. And Human, anything in particular you'd be looking to hit out of this box?
I mean, everyone knows that we gotta get the Boa Hancock. Like
No,
that is
we
the
gotta get
go-to.
that
That's the change.
Magdaba.
However, putting the Boa aside, because that's the obvious choice. Minus the obvious choice, we have Bonnie and we have the regular Boa. But like,
Mhm.
if I were to say what the card I want to chase after is the SP Nami.
Yeah, the SP Nami is gorgeous. I mean, I love everything they do with the SP arts, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they do alternative foiling patterns for it. The fact that the art usually is showcasing absolutely gorgeous. I think the first time I actually opened an SP card ended up being a Kaido, I think. Honestly, the card's absolutely gorgeous, and Nami just kind of fits into that mold even as much as any others. And I'm a big Spike nerd. For me, I'd be looking for my playables. I'd be looking for my aces, my sabos. I don't know that I'm a yellow player, but if I pulled a Monkey D. Luffy, the yellow 5-drop, I don't think I would particularly mind either. A bunch of fantastic cards that really help elevate strategies going into OPO7.
Oh yeah, Rocket Luffy. It's great. I love it.
So that's going to be very exciting. So, like I said, guys, stay tuned, watch out the stream, and at some point we'll be jumping into that box, which should make for a great time. Players are getting lined up and ready. It's going to take a moment before we get in there. So while we do, how about we take a step back? Like I was saying, Gecko Moria does lend itself to getting a little bit, not Gecko Moria, Dofi lends itself to be getting much better also inset too, especially when you extend how much warlords are available, right?
Yeah.
So when we're looking at OPO7, 4-drop Crocodile, on play for 1, return up to 1 of your characters with a cost of 2 or less into its owner's hand. So there you, or your opponent, you could be any card. So then you're allowed to extend your own plays, get rid of your opponent's board. And then we also have the 4-drop Jinbei on play up to 1/7 warlords type card. With a cost of 4 or less other than Jinbei. So now we're getting that extra extension to be able
Yeah.
to play into more
Like
things.
if you can hit a Jinbei for your first attack, that's for 3 Dawn. 3 Dawn,
Mhm.
you can play a Jinbei from the top of your deck, and then play another card from your deck, from your hand. That's 2 bodies for the cost of 3 on
Mhm.
turn 2.
Yeah, so that extension is great and very much starts to give me kind of like Uta vibes, right? Where the film cards can play into film cards that can play into film cards.
One card
So the
after
fact,
another, one card after
yeah,
another.
yeah, yeah. So the fact that we can do that in blue now, apply fantastic pressure with a bunch of 5Ks. The fact that the Croc is like a 2K. What's with these cards having such fantastic counter numbers as well? So you
Yeah.
got the Jinbei is a 1K, which is all that we can really ask for from an SR, and then we've got the Croc, which is also a 2K.
Don't forget the law.
The law as well. So the
The
fact
law's
that
a
we can
2K, I
extend,
believe.
yeah. So the fact that we can extend those plays, and I love when sets introduce, they push their agenda with the strategies that they're going through right now. Obviously, there's the blue leader and the things that does, but the fact that that can also backpedal into back legacy support for older decks, and that we can see a rejuvenation in those strategies is
Oh
something
yeah.
that I am such a fan of.
Yeah. So we know like blue has issues closing out games a lot. And we do have a new event in the set that
Mhm.
allows your 7 warlords to be unblockable. But forget, we're not talking OP7 now. This tournament, this regional is one EBO 1.5. So
Mhm.
those cards will not be legal. And how will Dofi play this matchup into a no?
Yeah. So here, the question becomes how aggressive do we play? How much do we press? And, do you find yourself playing more aggressively against yellow strats just to be able to force them in a uncomfortable position? Or, is the recursion ability something where it's just we establish board and then we make a couple of big uncomfortable turns for the opponents?
It's hard to say. It's very dependent on your hand and like whether you have removal for the big bodies or not. Because being blue, being able to play Dolphy, you have cards like Red Rock to remove the giant bodies, of course, if they come
Hmm.
down.
Hmm.
You have cards like Gravity Blade if they have multiple bodies. So if you hit into an Okiku, it plays an Okiku, that's 2 bodies you can remove off of Gravity Blade, which is great, honestly, because they will not be able to get the recovery off of it.
Hmm. 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 Yeah. So here it'll just depend on how we're lined up to be able to extend our board. Are we able to get a solid amount of Morias here, play into extend our board? Are we able to get the early Perona to be able to start setting our deck? Because like I was saying before, blue is those big brain decks. What's on top of my deck? What's on the bottom of my deck? And eventually, a very skilled Dofi player here will be able to extend that to essentially knowing the entirety contents of their deck and what's how that is. So if we can line up that accordingly, like you said, have the 10 drop Kaido as well. So if we can curve out into that, then the opponent's just kind of stuck staring at it. Then we'll be potentially in a good situation to do some damage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, but as you said, I don't know whether I want to be the aggressive, like how aggressive I want to be early game, because a lot of times the old gameplay, especially if you're playing Sakazuki, I've been playing that for way too long now. It's wait, just wait until you want to swing. Like
Mhm.
sometimes you want to pressure, sometimes you don't. Also, you want to be careful on putting them on 2 life. Sometimes,
Right.
if the second you put them on 2 life, that ace, that rush ace, is live.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that's going to be very spooky come OPO7 for sure.
Yes. Um, but
All
we
right.
do
So
have our players setting up. They are ready. And here we go. Ano is first. Dofi is second.
all right, looks like we're gonna get our 2. We're gonna choose our 2 and
Is
then
it
right into
Duval, or shall I say Sanji 2.0?
it. Yeah, so here we've got a blocker, cheeky 1K blocker, with the on play look at 3 cards top of your deck, and then place them at the top or bottom of the deck in any order. And already with the first turn, we're starting with the stacking to see if we can benefit. And you have to be careful because you have to account for, okay, I'm going to draw a card this turn. And that gets even more complicated when you account for the fact that later in the game you're going to have cards that draw cards, that play cards. So you have to sequence in a way to account for every single draw you're going to have by the time you use your Dofi trigger to make sure that you have the card on top of the deck that you want.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because if you don't factor into it, like you have to factor into whether I'm going to use the effect this turn or not as well. Because maybe you don't want to use the effect because you have another play in your hand, so you're going to put the card further down. That is
Mm-hmm.
another option. Well, first attack, and it's a block. 8K is a block. So here we go. For Don, we do have the ability to play the card off the top of the deck if it was stacked there how he wants it to.
Which is very interesting how we're dealing with like 2 different styles of stacking. It's either stacking the deck or stacking the life.
Yeah. Because another thing about Anel is cards like Gadatsu. You can
Mhm,
defend early, but if you defend early, it means Gadatsu is so much stronger.
Yeah, so it's kind of that lose if you do, lose if you don't kind of situation where you just kind of need to hedge on what they may have and make the best out of what they play after that and make the situation make sense for you.
Right? And to start deck Mihawk.
All right, gotta love a solid little Mihawk here.
Yep. And especially being all your warlords that you get played off of your effect or off forecast, Gadatsu will be live for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. Defending the board isn't too terrible here, depending on what the opponent commits. So it does look like we're going 5-5 here,
5 to
and
5 and leaving 5 dons up. If that's, I don't know if that's a tell, but what do you think? I think that's a tell to me.
I mean, maybe we're looking to play something. Who knows? But like we were talking about those bluffs, right? Nah, no bluffs here. We're just gonna go outright and do it.
Just
So
ripping
Gadatsu
the
here.
Mihawk apart.
5 drop 6K on play K up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost equal to or less than the number of your opponent's life cards. And that's what you're saying, right? Just you got to be careful with how you're managing life, just because you're putting yourself vulnerable to these kinds of positions.
And there's the 3 cost Dofi. Like Duval did not see enough. They only saw 3 cards. Now Dofi, you get to see 5 cards.
And then got a cheeky
It's
little
set up for
4K blocker.
2, potentially 3 turns, however you want it to be. What I want to
Yeah.
draw, what I want to play off for an effect.
And then potentially be able to do that again the turn after. 5 is just deep enough where you can actually account for, like you were saying, 2 turns worth, depending if you're seeing the right cards here.
Yes. And we do have 3 dons remaining.
Oh,
Just
2 on the
enough for
dove.
7K swing, leader effect, and it's Weevil. So on play, draw a card. Simple. 4
Just
cost,
mhm,
6K, on play, draw a card.
just
Nice and simple, right?
easy. Yeah, I mean, look, you're establishing board. It's a good number. It's a good rate, and on top of that, you're getting a card. So
Mm-hmm.
never hurts there to just keep on adding into hand and being able to extend your board. And then 6K is
Yes.
just like now my opponent needs to commit something to be able to get rid of this. It's not just free. Oftentimes.
Well, we do have 7 Dawns available. We start with a 6K swing. Looks like it's going at life.
No,
Oh
yeah,
no,
it was,
going at the
I was about
Weevil.
to say
Okay.
that like the leader is right on top of the Weevil, but I assumed we were going 6 for 6 here.
I wasn't sure for a moment because he was reaching at life.
He definitely was. Well, that's why I was the point to clarify. Like, hey, hold up.
Trying to take cards from the hand. You gotta take as many cards from the hand as possible before playing cards that you rather not. On
With the block, with the
with the counter.
and
5 at lead, leaving 7 up. That looks like it's gonna be a 7 mom. Yep, 7 mom.
yep, here it is. Here's the Charlotte Lin. 7 drop.
And do you burn or do you do you give? You burn.
Looks like we're burning one
Oh,
here.
that's a Mihawk. That's a 2K counter.
And already looked like our opponent had dumped 2 cards on that previous swing, so
Yes.
potentially might be struggling in hand here for some counter power.
Oh, he dumped 1 card. It's discarded for one of the counter and then took another. There is the 9 drop Mihawk, the answer to the 7 drop.
So
It's a
very
great answer.
clean. Yeah, 100%. Very clean backup here. Especially since we were talking about how these big drops are really how Blue Dofi is going to be able to hopefully be able to swing the game on their favor, because now you're dropping 9 drops, you're dropping 10 drops potentially if you get into the Kaido over the next turn. And while there are answers in the deck, right, like we could position ourselves where NL ends up Katakuriing and being able to get rid of 1 or 2 of them, you're still in a position where you're very limited in the amount of times you're going to be able to do that. And if Dofi is going to be able to slam big threat over big threat over big threat here, turn over turn, I think you're in a pretty decent spot.
Oh wait, he doesn't have enough Dawn.
Oh,
He only
wait,
has
did he
8.
only have 8?
He has
Oh,
8.
no.
So you
Oh,
so you
no.
cannot make that play. Keep that Dofi in hand. Not Dofi. Mihawk. Apologies. Mihawk goes to hand and
Yeah, I believe there's just a rewind here. We
yeah,
know.
it
I don't think.
is a reversible game state.
Yeah. Of course, being on stream is never easy, and sometimes these things do just happen. Thankfully, we've got our judges here to be able to catch that, and
Yes.
we're gonna give a quick rewind. No information has been changed. It should just be a quick. I ain't no judge, but I'm assuming it's just a hey, players, let's not do that again, and then kind of rewind the game state to something that was known. So then rewinding that and knowing that we have 8 instead of 9, potentially maybe line up maybe a Borsalino or potentially go into some removal.
Right. I guess your favorite move in this case would be the Red Rock.
Yep, Gum Red Rock. Place out the 1 character at the bottom of the owner's deck because you kind of do just have to get rid of the Big Mom here, right? Like
that's gonna be putting a lot of pressure. You can't get rid of Big Mom. That Gidatsu must be removed too, because those 6K women will stack up like one after another, after another, after another.
Yep,
you
especially
got to
since
eat cards from the hand one way or another, right?
Yep. And then if we're in a position where we see that the opponent doesn't have 2Ks, then you're actually forcing 2 cards out of hand for free, and that's just like a really great spot. Okay, we're in the tank now.
Yep, the think tank. Let's go. 8 Dawns. What can you do with 8 Dawns? You need 3 for your leader effect. Give me you a 5.
All right, did we remember what's on top of the deck?
Start with 7, using 1. Where are you going at it? There's the Moria grabbing a 2K. Where are you going with that swing? Life.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
And looks like we're considering a trigger here.
Konami?
Ooh.
Oh, right. Oh, there is 4 total.
Whoa.
It's the total. The trigger is KO 1 your opponent's character based on the total life between you and your opponent. And there's 4.
That's tough. That's tough. All right, here we got another blocker, something to hold us up. And hey, we got to stack the top of our deck now. We got to line things up.
Yeah. Yes.
And potentially, from the looks of it, Dagodatsu is just kind of gonna be there once more.
Oh yeah. Those two blockers. I don't think those blockers are enough. Like, yes, you're stopping 2 hits, but then what do you do after?
Yeah, I mean, you're essentially sequencing yourself for the next coming turns, but you know, now you have to consider not a turn of applying pressure, but one where you're likely gonna have to defend yourself because Anel's in a position where, like we said, he's got 1 life, but he's actually at like 3. So
Yeah.
if not more, depending on how the triggers line up. So the fact that that's that, and already now your opponent just gets to kind of free run with Mom and with Gadatsu and potentially anything they place here, Anel is not in a position to feel stressed because his board presence isn't strong enough to feel stressed. And then we're on the back of our big Yamato here.
Ooh. Being at 1 life, you have the total of 4 still. KOing the Moria, because Moria is the pressure card. It is the 5k pressure card being able to hit. But blockers are blockers. Blockers will always be turned sideways to block one way or another.
Mhm. Yeah, but and it looks like we're just gonna take and chill here, and that's gonna be a pass. But now it's just like the thing that we were, lining out to say that Dofi would put themselves in a good position if they were able to line up these big beat sticks. Now has actually been done on Anel's side, and now the onus is on Dofi to think like, okay, do I need to try and close out the game? But with Anel, I can't just close out the game with a few bodies. I need to get there with a ton. So it looks like we're just gonna do the Mihawk play.
Here's the legal Mihawk play, and starting with 6. Yeah, are you going to life or are you going to Gidatsu?
You got to clean up board here, I think. I don't know that you're in a position
Yeah,
still because, you are facing another 9K Yamato after that. Can you afford to manage? And you do have the blockers, you're not wrong, but like, can you afford to manage that while also managing the 6K swing plus whatever and now plays a turn after?
Mm-hmm. Let's find out. So what he does here will determine what the attack was. I have
Mhm.
no idea. It was a 2k counter, but it could be a 2k counter to anything.
Yeah, that could have been no difference on what he swung in. So looks like chilling on board here for Nell, and we're now up to our 10. Let's see what the subsequent play is, and looks like we're just going to start with a cheeky 6K. Got countered out here from our Dofi player staying at 2 life. Looks like we're going for a 7 now. This is going to be a take here, and we're sustaining our blockers. Loving their utility for the bigger swings. Does look like we get the trigger here in bottom deck goes the Gadatsu. So took a minute, but hey, you got triggers, I got triggers too. And it looks like we're going to get that off the board.
Yes, just triggering one thing after another. Like, hey, it's only fair. If you hit one, I hit one, right?
Mm-hmm. And then here comes the swing, here comes the block. 1 card better than potentially 3 to 4 cards. And now let's see what the follow-up is.
Kikudojo? You have 4 more. Second Kikuno. Double Kikunojo.
Pretty decent. 4 cost, 6K on KO if your opponent has 3 or less life. Add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life. So just having that body that if your opponent deals with, you just get that additional sustain after that. Back over to Adobe. So nothing too crazy. This is a potentially manageable board. But now you're in this annoying position where the more you're managing board, the more you're in a position where you have to consider things. Hey, you know what? Never mind. How about we hit him up with that gravity blade for 7, place up to 2 characters, cost us 6 or less at the bottom of the owner's deck. And obviously, bottom decking does not count for KO. So we will not get that life
we-
gain. So that's a very smooth play here.
We just talked about at the very beginning that gravity blade hitting 2 Kikunojo. That play was exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. It was
And
in
we
the
swing
script.
big. So it's a 12k swing at the Yamato.
Yeah, that Yamato's got to go. And honestly, if this goes through, Dofi is at least back in the game, back in a position where we can start constructing a game plan to hopefully be able to build the board required to take out a Nell.
It's definitely still plausible. As long if a node doesn't have those big bodies, doesn't have the counter, then it gets difficult. Starting with zero cost event, followed by a 1K. So 3 cards to get out of this.
Mm-hmm. So
And you have a
just a clean
he
5K.
does go for the 5K swing. That's
I don't
very
know.
risky. You put him at 1. If you're at 1, that's a Maru range.
That is an interesting choice. I mean, I understand the notion that like, hey, we need to close out the game at this point, but you're not in a position to threaten game next turn. So now we're just kind of putting our opponent on an additional card in hand, an additional potential trigger, putting them down to 1 life, which gives them additional options in terms of their cards. And now it's like, whoa, my board isn't good enough to be able to close out the game after that. So now it's like I'm putting my opponent on a 2-turn clock in a range that they really want to be at. And here it definitely feels like we're potentially advantaging our opponent more so than disadvantaging them with the swing.
Yes. Because here you could, if you don't have the Maru, there's always another Yamato play to recover.
Mm-hmm.
But that turn was until we do not have any 2Ks in the Nell player's hand at this moment.
All right. Spreading things out. Like we're rocking 5, 6. Ooh, all right, just big swings.
That looks like an 8K swing.
Lead.
Yes. 8K swing the lead.
Oh.
Oh, taking this is scary.
Yeah. Do we have a
Is
way to
this
get rid of
a Maru? No, there is not.
Nope. Looks like this is probably just, yeah, I mean, you just have to.
You just block, yeah, because that's a lot of cards in the hand. Hiyori to fix the last life. Like I know what my last life is now. The Enel special
Pretty good. Can you
and the
get through
Shiroshi
this?
blocker.
Yes, very nice here. And then when it's KO'd by your opponent's effects, you get to add up 1 card from the top of your deck to your life. So no matter what, you can either block something big, or if your opponent ends up getting rid of it, then potentially has something great. But thankfully, blue obviously has the bottom deck, and that can kind of get around that.
Yes, so blue just full of bottom decking. They do not have the KO effect.
Mm-hmm. Or in the tank.
Think tank. So at this point, you need blockers? You must have blockers in your hand. Question is, does
Yeah,
he have them?
because we just have no ways to close out this game, right?
No. You need minimum 3 swings, and that
And we know
Shiroshi
that,
being a blocker just doesn't make it possible.
and we also know that our opponent stacked the top of our deck, or the top of his life. So how do we answer? Yeah, it just. But the thing is that also, if you're defending, you're not winning, and I feel like this is a very precarious position for Dofi, where unfortunately, you can strive for survival, but I don't know that that puts you in a winning position.
We start with, I can't tell how many. That looks like 3 Dons for a 7K. No, for a 12K swing.
Yep, and that's just an easy protection there.
2Ks.
One card in hand here for our NL player.
Yep.
In the tank.
This is quite difficult situation to be in right now. Being with only 7 Dons, and a blocker must be played. If a blocker isn't played, it's not. It's just straight not possible.
Because like if he doesn't have the blocker, then what? You try to go for the Yamato, but if it feels like something NL can't get through, then you can just play the blocker. You can use block. Looks like we're just gonna hard play the Moria here.
Oh, hard play more. Get the blocker. Play the blocker.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I
This is
don't hate it because
fine.
now you have an extra body, you have the blocker, but do you have enough counters in your hand?
Yeah, because like sure you can block the Yamato and then you're not stuck taking that, but then after that it's like, can you defend like 15?
Yeah. So if you split the attack, it's what move 3 downs, 12, 12. Can you defend 12?
All right, how much information are we giving our opponent before we go into it?
Do you defend 12? Do you go 12, 12 here, or do you go? Let's see, 12, 12. Yeah, that's just a math right there because you can't split the other attacks otherwise. Uh,
All right, yeah,
12
there's the
block
block.
and 12. Nope,
And
that
that's
is
it. Yeah.
game. And no takes the match.
Yep. Jay, pilot of the NL deck over at Dofi with Andy here. And, I think the couple of positions here that really swung the game over to Jay's side, I think, being um, we were actually just talking before this game started about that patience, right? About sitting back, waiting, about not giving Anel the advantage necessary. And I think that's really where the difference struck, right? Giving Anel that additional card that potentially gave him the cards necessary to be able to play out the block or play out the ability to stack his life. And I think that sit back, play big body, control board, put us in a position where, maybe I'm able to attack you with like the Mihawk plus something else and be in a more comfortable position as opposed to effectively trying to play this race game where your opponent's always going to have 3 life if you try to race against them
Yes.
and putting you actually further back than ahead the more and more you're actually pressing the lead.
Yeah, because at that point, if you chose to pressure Gidatsu there, you'll be able to take cards from the hand. That's number one. If you're able to remove cards from the hand, if they attack with that Seven, they attack with that Yamato later, you're more likely to remove them. You're more likely to attack over them as they have less cards in their hand. And you could tell at some point he went with the zero cost event
Mhm.
and followed by a 1K counter. So whereas he could have just done two 2Ks and saved cards from his hand. That's 3 cards versus 2 cards. So there was a lot of tells going on.
Yeah, and you know, Enel was running low on cards, but unfortunately his board is just so powerful that it kind of doesn't matter, especially when you can
Yes.
account for the stacking of the life and stuff like that. So it's a very tough position here. And Enel is definitely one of those strategies where you get the benefit that oftentimes player will play themselves in the matchup because of how Enel innately works, right? Like just sitting back as a player, as an Enel player, like if I was an Enel player, I can understand that the sequencing that my opponent tries to play into can actually play into my strategy even more so without really having to do additional much, right? So we
Mhm.
talked about how if you apply pressure into the 1 life without the intent to actually close out the game, all you're doing is really cycling your opponent's hand, allowing them to set up life the way that they want to and stuff like that. So the fact that players can play into themselves and punish misplays like that while Enel can just kind of chill. And we saw it for the most part, Enel was just able to pull it, right? He was
Yeah.
able to sit back, play the Gidatsu, kind of do a thing there. Oh, then I'm going to line up a Yamato after that and just have that apply pressure. I'm going to play my Charlotte Linling, just have Big Mom apply pressure there, right? So the fact that Enel was able to chill while Dofi was trying to play around how to beat Enel kind of definitely gave that leg up, especially when you count for the fact that he's just like chipping at life and giving him those additional views into life.
Yes. Playing that race game was definitely something that it's all the race game does is putting a nail in a spot where they can take that advantage, take that disadvantage actually, and turn it into an advantage instead.
Mm,
Whereas that race game is good into majority of the other decks, though. In my opinion, I think that race game is fine into a lot of other decks, but into an L where that disadvantage is actually an advantage is extremely scary. It's a lot, like you said, players will play into that a lot more often than not. And of course, like you said, Yamato. Yes, I'm at 1 life. Now I'm at 2. That 2 is actually 4.
mhm. Yeah, and potentially even more if you end up getting really lucky and
Yeah,
being able to line up something like um, you're the one who should disappear, and then the way that sequencing happens, you can actually line up your leader ability before the one who disappeared to be able to gain life the ways that you do. So the fact that those sequence the way that they do can be really nasty. And then that's just currently EB1, which NL has been a contender ever since we saw him even perform all the way in NA Nats.
oh
So
yeah.
So the fact that he's just constantly lingering around and gets even stronger, you were hinting at it as you were jumping into the match with things like 10 drop ace that is coming with OPO7. That's the one that has an on play. You get to add one card from top of your deck to top of your life. And then if you have two or less life, he's just a 10K rush. So the fact that the deck now gains that big, massive beat stick where, hey, I can just close out the game from anywhere. And like you were saying, if I'm at 2 life, I'm actually at 4 life, which means I feel very comfortable. And
Yeah,
being able to do that turn over turn is absolutely nasty.
it's so nasty. A lot of times where you play against a no, you do two big attacks to set their life to zero. So, all right, if you don't have that recovery now, I win next turn. Ace
Mhm,
recovers. Yamato recovers. You have 8 cards in that deck that can just recover that last life because you can.
mhm. Yeah, so it just gives you a unbearable amount of sustain, and I think is going to allow Yellow to really be able to extend its legs going into OP's O7.
Mhm, mhm. But I'm excited. Like so far, 4 different decks. And now taking round 2. We have Moria taking round 1. I'm excited to see the rest.
Yeah, same. I think it should lead for some exciting gameplay. And chat, you guys should let us know what you guys want to see played. Very exciting matchups here as we try to line up our feature table as we go into the mid stages of the tournament. Of course, long tournament today. First day Swiss second day top 64 cut. So lots of rounds here for our players. Don't forget that we also have a giveaway. We're going to be giving away the contents of the box that we'll be cracking here on stream of OP07. So you guys are definitely going to want to get all your friends, families, all you got into this stream for when we do that. That has been round 2. We saw Enel versus Dofi. Enel taking it down. And with that, we'll be coming right back soon with round 3 of the One Piece card game offline Mesquite Regional.
All right, see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game, Mesquite Offline Regional. We've got over 1,500 players registered with, I believe, 1,200 players plus waitlist, however many ended up getting in there. Today, I am your caster Espira, joined by my amazing co-casting human. How are we feeling going into round three?
I'm excited to see more. I've been told we got some exciting matches coming up, especially this round. I personally was not expecting to see what this is gonna be.
Yeah, we've actually got the Black Mirror match lined up. Very interesting here. And as we line up to get ready into that match, I do want to remind everybody that we do have the giveaway going out throughout the day. And the way that you're actually going to be able to jump into that is throughout the day, we'll be dropping keywords. And every time you're able to catch for those keywords and say them in chat, you're going to be able to get yourself one entry to the entirety contents. The one winner will get an entire box that will be cracking on stream. And I think we may or may not have a keyword available to us in this round.
I do believe we do, but do you know what it is? Because I'm not too sure.
All right, I believe that for this round we've got Pirate King, all in one word. That's going to be going. You guys want to say that in the chat, and that'll get you guys in that one entry for when we break into that OP07 box. And we'll be doing keywords throughout the entirety of the stream. So you guys are going to want to hang around for whenever we're able to drop another new keyword to get you guys into that additional entry.
Yes. So that Pirate King is one ticket for your box. If you have another keyword later on, that's a second ticket. The more keywords you have, the more chances you have at potentially winning the box in the raffle.
And you know what? If you get your mom, your sister, your brother all in on this and get them to toss in that keyword, maybe they'll be kind enough if they win to toss you the box after that.
I don't know. If you have siblings, chances are you may not even touch the box.
Maybe you never see it. All right. So with that all squared out, of course, we have the two decks, and actually, we've got some fantastic players. We've got the Black Mirror here. We've got Rebecca versus Moria, which would be very interesting. And I believe the Rebecca pilot is actually Cross. So very notable player here in the community. I'm very excited to see what Spicy is brewed up for this tournament.
I'm very excited to see what he got. Like he is still undefeated, so that means he did play 2 rounds and won 2 rounds with Rebecca.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for the uninitiated, Rebecca obviously being one of the more OG black leaders that we got all the way back in OP04, the leader cannot attack and has an activate main once per turn for 1. If you have 6 or less cards in your hand, look at 2 cards from the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 Dressrosa top card, and add it to your hand. Then trash the rest. So, I mean, kind of like Sakazuki, getting ourselves more cards in hand. It's not as free, but we're able to line ourselves up to getting a little bit of advantage. And obviously, it's all the cards surrounding Rebecca that make it a pretty sturdy deck to be able to pilot.
Yeah, I mean the deck has been around. Like there hasn't been too many changes throughout ever since release. And of course, released in OP4 and then OP5 with a little bit of support, OP6 with a little bit of support, and of course EBO1 you get Scarlet as well, even a little bit more support. It hasn't been like super dominant. Of course, you do have the deck Sakazuki gatekeeping the deck out as well.
Yeah, 100%. So that's why we're talking about how the fact that, with the removal of Sakazuki in the format, it opens things up for people to experiment and try. And even within the realm of just black decks themselves, because your default now isn't just going into the Sakazuki, but it's, being able to play out and extend past just Sakazuki slash, number of players who are playing Moria. So, when we're looking at Rebecca and we're looking at the black and black mirror, how do you feel we should approach the mirror? Because obviously, when you're Rebecca going into Moria, you have to deal with the airdrop Moria. Whereas alternatively, you're playing a bit more of a mid-rangey game going in here with Rebecca, and I don't know how well that lines up with that kind of like recursion play that Moria's got on his body.
So here's the thing, like with the black on black mirror, it's usually who has the better board control, who can stick Moria on board multiple times, or uh, like I said, keep control of the board. It's not just that; it's also hand advantage, where you keep your hand size relatively clean with a large hand size. Stay healthy. That would be good too. But if you're able to stay healthy and keep a Mori on board, that's the biggest advantage. But here's the thing about Rebecca though, because Rebecca is unable to attack, it gets difficult of putting pressure. You're not unable to put that early game pressure like most other decks do, so they're able to keep a good hand size. But Rebecca, on the other hand, does have access to blue that Moria does not.
Hmm. Yeah, so it opens up in terms of the different options that we can potentially see within the deck. And it depends on how it lines up, right? I mean, Rebecca's going to be able to lean into the aspects of blue that can potentially allow it to extend its hand, being able to open up things in terms of the draw power of the deck. But at the same time, Moria never really needs to touch his hand to be able to extend his board, which means that
Mhm.
Moria can be a little bit greedier about the ways that he wants to utilize his hand because he can just drop the Absalons and drop all those other things that are able to extend and apply pressure, remove stuff off the board. But of course, if we line up with the Coliseum, maybe we can start getting rid of Moria's board before he gets access to be able to play it. And I really feel like the big things that Rebecca's gonna have to deal with is just the bigger bodies that can make it be a struggle to get off the board for
Yeah,
the like you're saying, that board control aspect of it.
yeah. Well, one of the biggest thing for the deck is obviously Sam cost Luffy. That
Hmm.
Luffy and King Kong gun, that is your killer move. That is what's gonna win you the game. Being
Hmm.
able to hit 2 checks into life and then go into life again because you can just restand yourself. Especially if you're able to get two of them on the board, that's 4 attacks right there, and they're 7k each with extra dawn, so much more.
Mhm. Yeah, so you have that ability to be able to press, apply pressure, be big. So it really just is a question of who gets on board and who's able to stick on board. I think it'll be a little bit like the way I foresee this gameplay matchup. It'll very much lean into the more mid-ranger components of the decks more so than their unfair aspects. It feels in the way that the decks are going to be attacking to each other, going into each other. Um,
Yes.
and obviously we still have the great cards like the Lucci and stuff like that that get added in.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, one of the best card for this matchup, just this matchup in general, is Moria. Um, Centers around KOing, so
Mhm.
Absalon, Lucci. However, Rebecca has access to Kiros, which is one of the best card, if not the best card in the deck. That is what applies pressure. Kiros being able to attack 5k, sure, 5k body, it removes a body on play, um, and it has the ability to protect itself by resting the Coliseum or resting your leader.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, so it's that versatility, it's that back and forth that you got a number of cards that are able to get you there. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a hot minute since we've seen Rebecca. So the fact that we're able to lean into that is gonna be a ton of fun. And if we're even looking past EBO1, where does OPO7 provide any additional things here? And I think that's just like it's tough to say, right? Because of so much of the support leaning in on the CP cards, maybe eventually we just see the shift over to Lucci and we call it a day there, and maybe that's where that slot is. But because Rebecca is so unique in the way that she be able to mitigate the board, being able to apply pressure and things like that, maybe we can find like still a little niche for her within the format.
Yeah, but we are getting ready. The players getting set up. I'm excited to see this match. I like
Same.
this is probably the most excited match I expected to see for between the three so far, and we got more to come.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm a big fan, and like they're the same color, so it often almost feels like a mirror, but it's not really because of how diverse the decks are between each other. But just showcasing the different aspects of what Black can do from one to the other and how one really leans into trash recycling, being able to manipulate some of the aspects of play versus leaning on Coliseum for Rebecca and using her abilities to be able to mitigate the board through combat, through attack. I think is going to lean into a lot of fun because it feels when you're facing off color versus color, then it really rewards your knowledge of the color itself, of the matchups, and really being able to pull out your strength. So as much as a lot of people aren't super fan of like color mirrors or anything like that, I always think they're a fun expression of skill because it's really where you see we're playing with similar card pools, we're playing with similar cards, who can eke out the most advantage for card per card, on the page of using essentially stuff of the same card quality.
Yeah, I personally love the color mirror as well. It's like you said, extremely skill expressive. It's not just about knowing your cards, knowing your opponent's cards. It's how you take advantage of that. How do you take advantage of what you know about their deck and what you know about your deck? What is your advantageous spot and what is their advantageous spot?
Hmm. 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 Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to seeing how that matchup lines up, and I don't know that it really matters all that much who goes first and second in a matchup. I think obviously having access to Greater Dawn is going to make a big difference. But I think in terms of player advantage, it's not something as scathing as say red purple law that would really prefer going second because then you get those powerful 4-drop into 4-drop plays. I think this is going to be a much more balanced curve out between both decks.
Yeah, because you have Rebecca Leader's effect, and Moria's favorite turn 2 play is attack, play Corona. But in Rebecca's case, yes, I lose a card, but that also means I can use my leader effect to get it back.
Absolutely. Yeah, so here we've pivoted over to the players table here. I've got crossover, and then we've got Mookie here as his opponent on Moria. Of course, these being 2 5-life leaders, so very excited to see how these will square off with Rebecca actually being a dual color 5-life is also a nice little nod there. Obviously, a little bit of a kickback for the fact that the leader can't swing, but you do get the added versatility of potentially being a 2-color deck, um, while still having that extra life buffer, which is nice.
Yeah, yes. Especially in this meta where there's a lot of laws around, the number 5, it's a very nice thing. It feels very nice that you don't have to worry about taking 2 hits and then wait, killing killer's live. In this case, I'm
Yeah.
okay. I can take 2 hits. I don't have to. But that third hit, that's a no.
Mhm. And obviously playing on those gorgeous one-piece playmats with the zones. There you go. Love to see it.
Oh yes, for sure. Players are setting up, but let us know what you think. Like, whether Moria will take it, whether Rebecca will take it.
Yeah, let us know, chat. Are you guys Koros gamers? Are you guys Mookie gamers? Where's your Allegiance stride? Does your Allegiance stride with Rebecca? Does your Allegiance stride with Gecko Moria? And while our players are shuffling up here, what's your stance on pile shuffling?
Uh, I don't mind it. Like, as
Mm,
long as you riffle as well, not just pile, I
yeah,
think it's fine. As long as you
yeah.
riffle and pile. However, if my opponent only piles and hands me a deck, I'm gonna pick it up and shuffle it myself.
I'm a shuffle it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a great way to be able to quickly count your deck for sure. I know some players do it when they share the same sleeve color as their opponent just to make sure, like, hey, are we both squared away? So.
Another huge thing about power shuffling, like you said about counting, is cards do get stuck behind your Dawn or your leader.
Mm,
It's a
mm.
good way of making sure you have that 50 before it starts, because that does result in a game loss.
Right. Yeah. Always make sure to take that time to get your game preparations in place. May as well make sure that you're all well and squared off here. So that does look like we got an 8 over here on Mookie side, and potentially it was either an 8 or a 7. So yep, looks like we've got 8th on both sides. Like we got a 7 here potentially, and it does look like
7 and then
Cross will get the
11. Cross
choice.
takes the dice roll. Let's see. Will he opt to go first or second? What do you think?
Probably second, just because you want to, like, not only just for the versatility of plays that you have access to yourself, but because you want to be able to also take away the advantage from Moria. So
Yeah, I
I've
can
always
get
been
behind that.
yeah, I've always been a proponent of, when it comes to decision factors of going first or second, not only how beneficial it is for me to be able to, have my optimum one, but how important is it to get my opponent uh off of their optimal curve. And if that means that I need to potentially play second in a position where I'd rather play first, then I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. The only thing is, Moria being that leader that's capable of playing either first or second is a huge factor.
Mhm. So players are now getting their stuff lined up. Looks like we've got a mulligan over here. So a quick reshuffle
And
there.
Cross does keep his hand.
In terms of a Rebecca opening hand, what are you looking for to keep here?
Uh, Definitely Searcher. Searcher
Hmm.
Rebecca is one of the best cards in the deck.
Yep.
Colosseum, of course, also something you want to keep, and of course you have the Kyros. I believe those cards would be the primary cards you want to keep in your hand.
So it does look like we actually did go first here for cross. So we are going to go ahead and use that ability and find ourselves a quick Treno Bastardo to get it started.
I not going to be able to pronounce that properly, so I'm going to leave it all to you.
I mean, I think you're supposed to roll your tongue with it. Treno das. I don't. You know what? Fair. Maybe
Oh
we leave
man,
it at Treno.
we tried our best. All right, we tried our best. We may not be the best in pronouncing things, but we try.
Yes, absolutely. Right here. So kicking it off with the Kairos here, and then a pass. So
Yep.
Kairos being on a play for leaders Rebecca, you get to KO up one of your opponent's characters, but then you also get to trash one card from the top of your deck.
Yes, and the big thing about the Kyros is it's not going to be able to get removed, not easily at least.
Mm-hmm.
So 7, discarding Perona. There is the Perona, your favorite turn to play as Moria.
Yep, just a free card. You'll love to see it. Ooh,
Drops Coliseum. So, all that tells me is there's probably another one, right?
probably has another one in his back pocket. One would assume. And then I'm trying to see here. So Prona does sit at a cute 5K.
Oh, I saw that flash of the Coliseum just now.
Yeah, you have to assume you get rid of one, you got the other one. Especially
Yep.
since I don't think there's any interaction from with the field card here once it comes down. So
So the Coliseum will allow him to use the leader effect and as well have extra Dawn available. I'm not
there.
gonna try. I've tried enough.
all
All you,
right,
all you.
all right. There's the Treno. Be able to so 4-cost main. Choose up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 4 or less and KO it. If you have 15 or more cards in your trash, choose up to one of your opponent's characters with 6 or less and KO it. So easy removal there. Lining that up with the Colosseum. Now, in the Colosseum, of course, being a stage card. If your leader has Drosa type, your Drosa type characters can attack characters on their turn that they are played. So it essentially is like a pseudo rush kind of thing that you're giving your characters that allow you to be able to control the board. And obviously, when you line that up with powerful cards such as Kairos that can't be KO'd unless you get the workaround between your leader and the Colosseum. Those are great backup support pieces there.
Yep. Okay, goes Tina. This going 6. I don't know where is he going at leader or is he going at the
I
Kyros? Because
have to
we
assume
do
this.
have both Rebecca and Coliseum to allow it to protect it twice.
Yeah, I have to assume that this is a leader swing here.
I assume it's leader as well.
And then we're playing the Absalon for tempo.
Looks like it. Looks like there's only 4 cards in hand, so not Rebecca, um, Perona doesn't really do much.
Yep.
Protect the
So
heroes. And I'm assuming a 2K counter is coming down because as Rebecca, you want to be as healthy as possible all the way through and keep your hand count at 6 or less so you can always use your leader effect.
mm-hmm. Yep. So do counter out of that one. Call it a day. Back over to Cross's turn here, getting ourselves to what is it now? 7.
I believe it's 7 Dawn now.
And look at all those fancy Gear 5 Luffy Dons.
Beautiful Dawn, in my opinion. If you are at 7, that is there's the Luffy. You can
There's the
start
boy.
removing board because of Coliseum right now.
Yep, 7 cost, a Monkey D Luffy, 7K. This character can also attack active characters. Activate main once per turn. You may return 7 cards from your trash to the bottom of your deck in any order. Set this card to active, then this character will not become active during your next refresh. So
They chose to
obviously,
pass here with the Kiro staying up. But he is at 8 Dawn now.
and so here, very much playing that hard control game at the moment.
Yes. As you can see, I do believe our opponent over here is not very familiar with Rebecca, as it is considered an older deck now. They have not
Amen.
seen it as much.
Amen, Mookie. It's cool. Me too, dog. Just that refresher, like what's that do again? What's that do again?
Yeah, no, these old decks coming back in and causing the wave. This is the format to do it in. This is it because it's the
Yep.
unknown territory.
Yep, we're in this discovery format that Japan even themselves has never had, right? This is very much unexplored territory of, hey, if we take out the power ceiling of the format. Where do we go from here? What opens up? And these are the tournaments to be able to make moves like being able to play Rebecca.
We start with 5.
All right, how defensive are we looking to be? Are we going to get the 1?
We do.
Yep, there
And then
goes
another
the
5. I'm pretty sure Moria's coming right down.
there's the first Leo counter. And then we're just going to chew this one. I mean, hey, you know what's coming.
You know that Moria is about to drop down.
And there's the hit.
Yep.
All right. Are we turning 8 sideways?
Yes, we are.
And there he is. 8 drop Gecko Moria on play. Being able to play a 4 drop and then a 2 drop. First of which will be in active mode. And then the second which will be in rest.
Here's our 2 brand new and Hogback. So opts for brand new first to top 3. There are options there. There's a Suru and a Sakazuki for options.
Yep, of course. Here, the Gecko Moria deck being a good combination of both his own people as well as the Navy brew. So the fact that we're mixing both of those in allow for a fun mix of plays available between the Trailer Bark Pirates as well as the Navy.
Yep. So he
So-
has grabbed Suru and then grabbing what's looking like a Prona for the 2K counter off of the Hogback.
Mhm. Yep.
There's a lot of pressure on board now.
All right, Rebecca ability here.
Grabbing a 2K. So we know he has 4K encounter in hand. Another Rebecca. Taking a Luffy. 2 Luchis go to trash. Now, there is enough cards in the trash for the Luffy to restand if needed.
Mm-hmm. Pay the 1.
Another
Another
Rebecca.
1. Another 1.
We don't need the Coliseum anymore. We have one already. So I guess I'm assuming this would be the Kiro's take.
Mm-hmm.
And he may be looking for the King Kong gun to give the extra 6,000 to guarantee attacking over the Moria.
Mm-hmm. We're in the tank here.
Yes.
Looks like we're
Take the Kiros.
All right, so there's 3 of our Dawn spent. Now, where are we moving from here?
Yes.
All right, we're taking out the abacus. All right, we're doing the math. Yep. All right, swing into the
Start with
epsilon here.
5. Okay, so all right. Take a card out of the hand or let it go. I can almost guarantee that Luffy is going to swing big at the Moria.
Yeah, letting it go also doesn't necessarily feel terrible because like you can always get it back.
Yep.
Yeah,
There's the big swing.
that ability to be able to attack actives incredibly powerful here. There's a chunky 14?
He did use 3 Dawns already.
Yeah.
1 down, so 6, 13. 13 at 9.
Hey, looks like
Let
it goes. So
go.
that's 1 Moria down.
That's big.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Not having to deal with that next turn,
Yeah.
Well, that's 1 Moria down, potentially 3 more to go. But, there's only so many of those in the deck. So we'll see how this Moria player is able to kind of push in. It might be one of the reasons why, Cross isn't so much aggressing life early on in the game because you're just like, well, I don't want to give him the cards to be able to find the outs. I'm going to establish the board. It's going to be really hard for him to deal with. And then from there, be able to start chipping away at his life.
That is a Rebecca special already since release. It's always, I have board control. You can't kill me.
Mhm.
Now I'm set up. I will kill you now.
Yeah, especially since you have the Luffy set up and the fact that you can hit actives. So like if you're not a deck that can establish a bunch of rush threats, now you're in a position where you're constantly, hey, I've got to get rid of this. I've got to get rid of this. Whatever I play is always susceptible to being getting rid of, which means I never have a board. And like you're saying, that can happen across the board, especially with Coliseum, with any of the Rebecca cards, the Dressrosa cards. So here we do see the one of play setup with the Ice Age.
Mm-hmm. That is what you want. That is the card to remove the Luffy. You need that Ice Age.
Mm-hmm. We know there's another one, but at the very least, we'll be able to get rid of one and not have to deal with two on board.
Yeah. So there's the Absalon.
The
Absalon
one that
does have the ability to KO the Luffy,
is that
but
the only Absalon in the trash?
it might be. Or
There.
is there another? I think there is another. There's one under
Okay.
the Moria.
Okay. I'm about to say if there wasn't, there's almost a reason to say that we just let that Absalon on the board so that the opponent won't be able to have access to it for a potential KO line afterwards. But
Mm-hmm. So it was 7 at life there. Tapping 4 for Perona. Say, I'm ripping a card from your hand because I can.
Yeah, it was kind of nice how you took that life for me. Now, anyways, how about you get rid of one?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. You're wondering what he has access to, what he no longer has access to. Doing a little deck compartmentalizing in the head here.
Yep. Here's a little think. I know a lot of players when they discard a card, most of the time is discard a non-counter. A lot of times. However, that's not always the correct case because sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need it for the extra aggression. He discards the Kyros. I know I just said non-counter, but like,
Well, but I
he-
know what you mean, right? Like
yeah,
it's not an automatic. Hey, this gets out of like I don't want to lose counter power in my hand because potentially the cards, it's the difference between, and this is where you really get strong at the top levels of TCG gameplay. It's the goal isn't necessarily just to live, right? Like you're not playing to not lose, you're playing to win. So you need to
yes,
optimize for the plays that get you to the win. And sometimes those will have a lower percentage of you surviving, but surviving does not matter if you don't get the dub.
yes.
So we need to align our plays to be able to push for that.
Yeah. And in this case, because he's at Tendon, very unlikely that he's gonna be able to play that Kyros anytime soon because he has the Luffy he would much rather play. That Luffy has a lot more value than the Kyros by far.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thought about it for a sec.
That's Scarlet.
Are we going to go to Scarlet? Yep. So let's see how Cross decides to maneuver here. All right, so Scarlet kicking off with the play. So activate main. You may trash this character, play up to one Dressrosa type character with a cost of 3 or less other than Scarlet from your hand rested. Then give up to one of your opponent's characters -2 cost during this turn.
All right. There's the leader effect. Only option King Kong gun.
Well, we have been wanting to find it, and we do have the Luffy in hand to get around to using it at some point. Board not crazy insurmountable here for the Rebecca
There's
deck,
the
and
Luffy.
there he is. Can attack into actives as well. Is a Dressrosa type card as well, which means we can kind of go in there and just get rid of the Perona.
Yes. Rona goes.
Now we're in the think tank.
But we are out of dawns to use. It looks like he's putting cards. Is he putting cards back in his deck to restand it? I don't hate it.
We're thinking about it. Of course, Luffy has that activate main. Your turn 7 is able to set active once more, but will not go back to active in the refresh phase.
Correct. Here, ordering does matter a lot. When it's as Rebecca, you do go through your deck super fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this does double duty, of course, of just preventing the mill out. But also, hey, did I see some gas that I wanted to get back in my deck, right? Did I Did I get rid of like Lucci's that I potentially want to draw into later in the game? Well, how about we put that back in? Yeah, yeah. Cross reading his own cards. He saw that Mookie tech at the beginning of the game of what does his cards do, and then Cross was like, yeah, actually, what do my cards do? So here's the restand, and then let's see what we attack into next. Presumably, we're just trying to clean up the board even more so here.
Yep, goes at the hog back. All right. So right now we know there are two 2Ks in his hand, in Moosie's hand. Is it Mookie and Moosie? What do you think?
Probably Moosie. If I had to put my life on the line for it.
I mean,
But I do enjoy saying Mookie.
I mean, C does sound like a K sometimes.
Depends on the intent of who put it down. So here we go into Moria's 10th Dawn turn. Let's see what he lines up. Are we going to see another 8-drop Moria? Is that even the play? I mean, it kind of has to be, right? Like it's the highest
value play for sure.
highest value play, yeah.
The only question is, if he plays it, can he remove the Luffy? That's the thing. If he can't remove the Luffy, it's still scary.
Mm-hmm. Which our only clean way of doing that is really with Ice Sage for the most part.
Yes. Looks like he's going at 7 first. I do not know if he's going at life or the Luffy. It looks like he's going at life. 2K, 1K.
All right. And of course, can't undermine these, the stressful situation of playing in front of hundreds of people. So, huge kudos to these players that are featuring this match. Not an easy thing to do.
Definitely not. And we got another 7. Resting 2. And this will play out.
All right, there's our Moria ability. There's a pitch, the mill 2, and then the follow-up play will be
Hogback, and Hogback will be able to get him a 2K counter back in his hand again.
pretty good recycling.
Yes. That looks like a Brook and yeah. Grabbing a 2K.
There we go.
Takes it. Crosses down to 1 life, whereas Moria is still at 5.
Yep, so very cozy position. Here is the Verona here. Let's yank a card out of your hand.
Yes.
And
take another card.
I mean, that's what, 3 times now this game? Just 3 free
That's a
cards.
lot.
Didn't
Like,
even have to commit attack. Like, and that's it's a good answer to what the Rebecca deck wants to do, because the hard part about this is that obviously you want to get as much value from the cards that you're able to play, because Rebecca has the
wait a
ability to clear
second.
out stuff
Luffy
for
cannot
bigger value.
restand.
This is true. This is true. So we'll make sure that our stream judges are on top of that one. Yeah, there you go. All right, so back into rest it is. But the finish that's where I thought, the Rebecca is really powerful because it enables you to get a card out of your opponent's hand, which is really tough to do when your opponent's clearing your board before you even get the chance to attack with things. So it almost serves that attacking like purpose, which, and the fact that it's recurable does mean that, leaning on it can force Rebecca into more uncomfortable positions on a more consistent basis.
Yes. So we have Scarlet's effect, letting
So there's the
gain
send back.
nothing off Scarlet, only doing the minus cost, it looks like. Yep. So it's 4 and 2. Lucci popping both.
Hey, pretty
Good old
good.
Lucci.
There's the boy. So we had what, bottom decked or shuffled back into our deck 2 of them, and now we found the third. Pretty decent. So good, solid board recovery turn, but of course we still need to put ourselves in a position to be able to close out the game. So we'll see. We'll see how Gekamori is able to respond here, but then secondarily, after this turn, potentially what position Cross can put himself to be able to close that game. I mean, he's got what, like 4 or 5 cards in hand at the moment. He's got 3, 2. So
looks
2.
like
He's got 2
cards in
So
Cross's hand.
so actually, I don't know. with the right amount of sequencing, at least we can maybe force him to be in a very uncomfortable position. And I don't know that we're in a position to. Well, you never know. He does. We do know that he's got the King Kong gun, right? So.
Oh, he did discard it earlier.
Oh, did he discard
He
it?
did
Okay.
discard it earlier.
Okay.
So
Okay.
here, one of the possible plays, because we know Suru is at hand, he could swing big at the Luffy, and by playing the Suru, he can remove the Rebecca and swing over the Luffy. That is one potential play. However, by doing that, all you're getting is one body on board, and then there is still a Lucci, Kiros, and Hina that could attack.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've got a judge call here. All right, so we've resumed play. Yeah, I mean, I think you can at least walk with the security of understanding that, like, you're probably not losing out next turn. And as long as you can keep applying pressure, that forces Rebecca to have to constantly deal with board as opposed to applying pressure to you. You can put yourself in a decent spot.
Yeah. It's going 7 somewhere.
Has to be face, right? Like, you just ignore the board at this point.
Discarding Suru. Interesting. And playing out Hogback.
Yeah, once again, let's get some cards back in hand.
And you discarded 2K, you can get a 2K back.
Pretty decent, just a free body.
Yeah.
All right, then get
Takes
ourselves the Perona back.
That Perona's been played consistently every single turn so far.
Yeah, man, it's a card from hand. It's not one currently, but either way, you're going to eat the block here. And we still got ourselves cheeky 6 down available to us. Another Hogback. Another card in hand.
That's another 2K. I do see this injury.
I definitely don't mind these value plays, but you are, like, this isn't the strongest board. You are putting yourself susceptible to your stuff getting cleared out, but Cross doesn't really have cards in hand.
Correct.
Let's see, Epsilon back in hand here.
Injury. Takes the Epsilon. Interesting. Just the body to play? Oh, he's not attacking 5 with the brand new.
I feel like you apply pressure here. Because, like, what is that brand new doing for you now he's on board? I guess, I mean, look, we're holding up 2. That gives us access to what? Like,
I mean, he could be playing events.
could be playing events, right? There are the options to go there.
He does have the option to go for events.
I do feel like you want to be the beatdown here, so we'll see.
Oh. And Cross is thinking about either Scarlet or what looks to be, I'm just gonna say patchwork. It's the second half of the name. It's
there
patchwork.
There you
go. But he takes Scarlet here. Start with a 5K. At lead, first hit. Another 5. Counters.
All right.
We have 9 Dawn available. 7. I mean, leaving 8 up, that might just be a Moria play if there is a Moria.
Potentially, yeah, Moria, or I mean, that's really weird. Well, we do know that he grabbed the Haute Couture in his hand as well, so it could potentially be a 7 into a 1.
There's the 7 with the leader, Luffy.
3
4 for Rebecca.
4.
Grabbing Lucci and playing out Scarlet. So Scarlet's effect, it does -2 cost and play a body. Oh, the toy soldier does -3, and then Lucci does
gross.
So
1 leg toy soldier, activate main, you may trash this character, give it to one of your opponent's character cards -3. So now we've given a card minus cost from the Scarlet. We've gotten a card minus cost from the Toy Soldier, and then obviously Lucci there for the 2-for-1. Very clean board cleanup here.
Very, very clean for sure.
Uh,
And now there's a blocker on board.
Yeah. So again, now we're down to 3 life. So now we're in a bit more susceptible position depending on what happens. Obviously, we still have access to Luffy being able to set himself as active in the next turn, which means potentially, we're facing quite a lot of attacks here. So, pivoting from the beatdown deck to try and establish a board, which is obviously really hard to do against Rebecca. I think leaning into, hey, attack with our leader, attack with our 2-drop here, apply pressure, potentially get a card out of hand, potentially put our opponent to 0 so that we can put ourselves in a position to win, is where we need to be. Not in a position to not lose, not to survive, but to just be able to close out the game.
Here's the thing. The biggest swing you can do right now from Moria is first one Dawn for Suru, and then put 2 Dawns on to swing 7, popping the Rebecca for 7k swing. That's 5 Dawns total, leaving 5 up. You can go 7-8 to try and close out the game, assuming there's no 2k and 1k in Cross's hand.
All right, we're in the tank here, doing some math.
This is an extremely clean play coming from Cross right now.
Yep, very much understood the board presence, understood the initiative. All right, kicking off here. So we've got ourselves the Tsuru.
It looks to be a 7-8 gameplay right now. So Suru for the -2. There's the Absalom to remove the Rebecca. And 2 cards at the bottom of the deck.
Get that
KO
pop.
Rebecca.
Now we got a clean way through. And you just have to be the beatdown here, right?
Here's the thing, right? If you counter this, he attacks into Luffy.
But if you don't, now you're just going for it, right? Like force cards out of hand. Yeah. There's
So
the swing.
Is there enough?
That's it.
2k, 2k, 9.
Hey.
There is enough. So now
All right, we're
Cross has to
live.
go through 3 life now.
And against Moria, do we know what Moria's hand size is? It looks like he's shuffling around. Looks like he got 3 to 4 cards in hand. This could be tight, but could potentially close out. We've got the swing with the Lucci here. Going in at 4-7.
We know there's multiple 2Ks. There's 7k of Lucci takes. 7k of another Lucci.
7 swing. But we do have the double swing.
2.
We do have the double swing from the Luffy available as well.
Looks like a 9k swing.
Swing here. We got the first
11,
swing.
11.
We got the first swing.
There's
and
the
then
11.
we have the second swing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bottom of the deck here. Let's restand this Luffy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. One too many.
One too many. 7. And swing again.
Is that enough?
That's enough.
Cross with the dub, with the Rebecca, controlling the board, applying the pressure. 1 minute left on the clock. Absolutely fantastic here. And I think this was definitely a push here from Cross, from understanding the initiative, understanding his position on the board, and understanding that when, like you were saying, to step on the gas, when the board control shifts over to being able to play the game. And I think this is where Moria probably was a step behind in terms of evaluating when I need to apply pressure, when do I need to force cards out of hand. If we were in a position to be able to put him to 0 the turn before, very much better reality to be able to line up Absalom, pop blocker plays, do what you need to do to be able to get in that final attack here. So it's just one of those things that comes with evaluating your board states in the end game. And here we can definitely see that experience play from Cross shine in being able to line up the W here.
Yeah, right there. Like if the turn before, if he says, all right, I don't need 2 bodies. I just want 1 body and apply the pressure, hit that life, make it go to 0. That's fine. As soon as if you're able to do that, you can do it again that following turn because we know there is a Suru in that hand.
Yeah, so I think there's some value in understanding that, like, hey, my opponent milled, like, He discarded 2 Lucci's very early on, shuffled them back into the deck. Maybe he's not going to see them. Maybe I'm not putting myself in a position to be 2 for 1. But hey, draws out work out the way that they do, and then Cross being able to draw into that to prevent the board from being what it could have been. Absolutely fantastic management of the board with so few cards, right? Like he was going into that turn with like 3 cards in hand. So
Yeah, I gotta say the MVP card of that deck of that game right now, Scarlet, being able to do a -2 cost and then play a 3 cost or less. In this case, one-legged toy soldier to do another -3, allowing you to play the Lucci, removing 2 4 cost bodies. Phenomenal.
yeah, absolutely clean setup, and definitely gave the breathing room necessary to be able to make the closeout finish, which was coming, right? Like as Moria, it's coming because okay, he hasn't used his Luffy. It's coming in swinging at me twice, and like you were saying, if he counters out of the attack, and I think that's why very smartly he probably took the attack knowing that he could defend out of it because he knows he's protecting his Luffy because he's now forcing his opponent in a position where he has to attack for game here. And it's just like it's a no bar situation and a really well managed situation by Cross.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Whew. But that was round 3.
Yep.
Or yep,
Round
that was round 3. Oh
3.
my goodness, that
Yes, absolutely.
that was quite
That was powerful.
extended and exciting.
Hey, Rebecca Games gonna do what Rebecca Games do, right? But very exciting, very nice back and forth, very fun stuff. Of course, for everybody listening in over on the stream, we're doing a giveaway throughout the stream, so you guys are definitely going to jump in to catch our keywords, which will give you a entry to be getting the entire contents of one OP07 box. So you guys are definitely going to want to jump in and out for that. Of course, this is the One Piece card game offline regional. We've just finished round 3, jumping into round 4 very shortly. Let us know in the chat what you guys would like to see played, and maybe we can line that up for you guys. And we'll be back shortly for the next round.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. 1,500 players signed up for this tournament. Very exciting. We've just wrapped up round 3, going into round 4 soon. I'm Espira with my amazing co-cast, Human, how we feeling?
That was one of the most amazing games I've seen in a while. Especially seeing it was Rebecca playing into Moria. That's what makes it even better for the
Hmm.
high level gameplay we just saw. But we do have another amazing game coming up for you, and it's two new decks we have yet to see today.
Yeah, I think it's exciting. Like you're saying, we have the proliferation of the opening of the format now. It's the perfect time to get in there, and actually something that you guys are going to enjoy quite a bit, I think. We've got black, yellow Luffy. So, one of the tiered decks, people know what it does, know what it plays, facing off against red ace, which is very exciting in terms of what we're seeing over here in the top tables.
Yeah, it's red ace. This is not yellow blue ace. This is red ace we're talking about. What's great about the ultimate deck that came out with that starter deck is every single leader, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, all three leaders are very good. All three leaders can be played, and they have shots at winning.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. They're a lot of fun within their strategies. The black yellow Luffy really finding its stride in terms of what the deck comes together, and then Ace here having to lean on the powerful red cards that have wreaked havoc for months over format, right? And just kind of really bringing that back. And the fact that this Ace player has gotten here is very fantastic. So just to give a rundown to the players, of course, black yellow Luffy being one of the, it was a starter deck, right? The one that came
Yes,
with the three brothers.
yes, yes, yes.
Hmm. Yeah, so 5K leader, for life, of course, for the dual color, and has an additional rule. Your face-up life cards are placed at the bottom of your deck instead of being added to your hand according to the rule. So that does modify the rules of how the deck kind of plays out, which kind of lines up really well with his other ability for 2 Dawn attached to him. Activate main once return. You may trash 1 card from your hand. If you have 0 life cards, which is very important, you get to add 2 characters from cost 5 from your hand or trash to your life base up.
Yes. So this is where you put your actual, like the adult versions of the three brothers to your
Mm,
life, will set them up accordingly, and then play them out via the younger versions effects. This also gives a permanent 2k power to your leader until the end of your opponent's turn. So in this case, if you use it twice, that means your leader is now 9k. It stays 9k throughout your opponent's turn. Your you essentially have a double wipe your leader, a double wipe your buff on you, which is
mhm,
insane. It's extremely offensive in the sense where you can swing with that leader. It's a 9k swing plus the 2 dons that you have on it, making an 11k swing for that turn, and very defensive in a way as well, where your opponent must commit don in order to do damage.
mhm. Yeah, it's extremely powerful, especially when you tie into Gecko Moria, which has been an incredible card that we've seen throughout the tournament
Oh
thus
man.
far. And then looking on the other side of that, we've got Ace, his brother, who has the ability, very clean, the ability to, on attack or being attacked, being able to essentially counter cards in hand to buff up his attack.
Yes,
Um,
using events.
Using events, yeah. So very clean effect, but does allow him to be able to run a breadth of powerful event style abilities while still having the benefit to be able to counter out in a tight pinch.
Yes, even if you're out of dawn, those events they're still useful for one way or another. And the best thing about red right now, of course, is the access to 9-drop white beer. Just
Mm,
adding extra 2,000 to your leader and having a big chunky attacker coming at you, come at your face. And another thing that's great about it is you now have a 7k leader. That 7k leader is able to discard events if you need to. It's not easy to get through. And those smaller attacks that Luffy has, so 5-6 Sabos have to
mhm,
stay there. You can't really attack with it. Really, only Ace or your Luffy, your 5-6 Luffy. It's actually not 5-6. That's a 5-8 Luffy to be exact.
mm,
You can attack with that. Those are the key cards for that matchup. And the best thing about the Luffy right now, 5-6, is you can trash your life to draw 1 card. When you trash a face-up life, they don't go to the bottom of the deck. The you only though that life only goes to the bottom of the deck if it's being attempted to add to your hand.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, so that versatility really opens up in terms of what the players are going to be able to make and how they're going to go. So, in the fight between brothers, obviously, we have the black yellow deck that is very much tiered, very much in position, a lot of expectations on it being one of the meta contenders that could potentially take down tournaments. We've got Ace, a little bit more of an untiered strategy, but one that can still be powerful as well. What deck, what does Ace here need to do to get one over his brother?
I would say you need to get to that late game and chain those 9 drops, or if you're playing 10 drop, play the 10 drops. If you're playing Shanks, you play the Shanks. You gotta do what you can. Uh, looks like the player is being required to change his sleeve.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna get a quick resleeve here. Obviously, we want to be as consistent as possible. So while this is happening, of course, like you're saying, getting into that late game, having to apply the pressure, having to put on bodies that can be a little bit tough, specifically for green black, yellow Luffy to be able to make some damage here. And a big part of that is because of how the removal lines up and the tools lined up. Because Luffy needs to commit so much of the deck to the combo, right?
Yes.
It's the lining up of having the kid versions of all the brothers that then go into the big versions of the brothers, and then also some smart play here from Ace's side. Hey, I'm not in a rush to get you down to 0 to be able to take your ability. And if you can force Luffy to have to commit Don to get himself over into that 0 threshold to then have to make the plays that he makes to, gives you a little bit more breathing room in that regard.
Yeah. So the general consensus on how you should play that matchup is play safe, play back, uh, block those or guard counter out of those early smaller hits. So they're swinging 5, swing 6, counter out of those. You don't
Mhm,
need
mhm,
to take those
mhm,
hits. Those It's unnecessary to take those hits because later on they're gonna be swinging 9, 10, 11, whatever big number possible. Those cards will like those hits will almost guarantee go through unless you have a blocker.
mhm. Yeah, so it's one thing to account for, though you are safe for sure if you put Luffy down to 1, because obviously they have access to the Hiyori. So, you're not required to add the card back to the top of your deck. So if ever in position, you might be squaring off against a Hiyori, which then allows you to use your leader ability, which then potentially you're going into a Gecko Moria, which then allows you to be able to sequence your plays in some pretty nasty ways there. So need to be careful about that in as far as, while you can play smart around your opponent will have tools to be able to enable his strategy. And how do we deal with that if the opponent goes into those kinds of
Yeah,
plays?
it's just the biggest card that allows it is the new edition of the EBO1 Charlotte Flambe.
Hmm.
Being able to take a card from your life and draw a card. So one, it replaces itself already by drawing a card, and you get the extra life. So, that you not get the extra, but you lose that life. As you lose that life, you're closer to that 0 life, that lower life count where you want to be. So you're able to use your leader effect. The sooner you use the leader effect, the stronger it is in a way. But once you get to that late game, that is the prime time to use it, where it's a big hit and it's a big body that you can never take damage from because your opponent's just not strong enough to hit through it.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so it's having to mitigate those, but thankfully this isn't your typical yellow deck in where we're jamming a bunch of strats in there. So the fact that we don't have to worry about triggers as much or anything like that definitely enables the strategy a little bit more to breathe, as opposed to like a Nell where you're constantly worried about having to punch in, get triggers, this that. The only thing you really need to deal with here are the three brothers. Maybe you end up having to deal with an Amaru that gets hit, but that's not really that big of a deal.
Yes. Sometimes you want them to have that extra life. All right, and you can't use your leader effect now. I'm okay with that. But the only way that really stops it, or that's fine, it's you gotta keep that 5 drop Luffy on board. So that way you can just trash that life, draw a card. Now it's an AK, and you get to use a leader effect.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so on that side, great there. And then obviously, I mean, Ace has just got so much utility in the ability to be able to use event card over event card, right? So we've got Seaquake, we've got the Whitebeard Pirates naturally there in access to. You have things like staples like the Radical Beams,
Oh
um,
yeah.
right? And just there's a big bunch of utility where like you never really know, depending on how much Dawn Ace has up, where he's really going to lean that flexibility on, whether it's going to be on the defensive side or the tech side or the offensive side, if he's not just jamming Whitebeard, jamming potentially Shanks if we're running it, or potentially 7 cost Ace or anything like that. So.
Yeah. One of the big thing is, like I said, that five going back to the 5/6 Luffy again, right? If the Luffy does not use the effect and stays 6K, is now vulnerable to the jet pistol play as well to
Mhm.
remove it. Because once it's removed, it's not exactly easy. And even if it goes up to 8K, cards like Flame Emperor just rips it apart because it KOs at 8K power or less, and giving double attack with 3,000 power. You don't really want that double attack really, because that double attack means you're putting them closer to zero. But at least that having that 8,000 extra power can allow you to attack over a character if you need to.
Yeah, it's that having that versatility, and then at the end of the day, hey, if the event card doesn't line up properly, then it's a counter power that we can just go there out there and then have a little bit more breathing room from there. And then on the defensive side, of course, you got the Marcos for that extended defense that can kind of chill, come back. So there's that longevity. Now, how does that line up against what the black yellow decks are trying to do? We're gonna have to wait and see. But the amount of it's interesting how we're kind of facing off two different thoughts here where it's like one is the notion of a deck that's very tightly constructed and wants to do a thing, right? We got black yellow Luffy that does its thing, does its thing extremely well and tries to consistently just operate on that game plan, versus Ace where we have our solid game plan cards in the top end like the Whitebeards and what have you, the Marco to get to our late game, but we have so much flexibility. So it's almost like the toolbox mid-range versus the straightforward combo aggressive strategy. So in how those two line up are going to be very interesting.
Yep. Then we have our players to finish shuffling up real quick, and then we are ready to start. But let us know what you think. Is it going to be Black Yellow Luffy, or is it going to be Ace? Uh, uh, Ace having that ability to attack, extremely offensive, remove the board. The thing is with Black Yellow Luffy has the ability to play Sabo. Sabo is one of the strongest card possible against any red deck, preventing KO, preventing the and having that blocker. Your opponent is unable to attack your life if you're low at life, and you be able to protect your bodies, because even if you protect your bodies is in the trash, you're now able to use your leader's effect to bring it back and put it in your life and play that Sabo again, fix your hand, and it's a cycling process. It goes over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right, they are deciding first or second. I cannot see the dice roll, unfortunately. I would love to tell you who's first or second if I can.
I'm about to find out in a second here, but as the black
Okay.
yellow Luffy deck, are you trying to go first? Or you trying to go second?
I would say second. I love going second
Mm-hmm.
as Black Yellow Luffy.
Yeah, I think being able to hit that Moria on curve if necessary, if your opponent aggroes into you in a way that enables it. Otherwise, just being able to press out with your two costs, a turn earlier to try to start get things going in a good spot. Maybe potentially play two Flampes just to get that running. So, or maybe you just kick it off with three brothers plus a Flampe. So that flexibility in being able to play those early drops to set up into your mid to late game is really saucy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and still shuffling. But what do you think? Like, even though you can play Moria on curve on the 8, right? The thing is, if you're not at 0, it doesn't really do anything. If you
Mm-hmm,
are
mm-hmm.
at 0, you can't play it on 8. You're not allowed to, because you need the 2 extra Dawn in
True,
order
true,
to
true.
use your leader's effect.
Mm.
All right, they're deciding to mulligan or not. Trying to figure out placement. I believe they're trying to figure out placement of their deck, or
Oh, I,
I
I, I think they're trying to figure out zones. Yeah.
yeah, because the zones aren't really shown. Well, they're there, but like they're not labeled.
Mm-hmm.
So Ace does keep their hand. Black Yellow Luffy decides to mulligan.
And naturally here for Black Yellow Luffy, our keepable hands are just early drops, right? Our early cantrips, the things that allow us to draw cards, the things our searchers that find us our brothers, so that we can start setting up our trash, setting up our hand. Obviously the early Flampes, like you were saying, so that we can start getting ourselves into that 0 life threshold. Just anything that really gets our game plan started. Don't really want to have our hand clunk up with a bunch of the big brothers, while the older versions of the brothers, while we try and set everything up.
So we're gonna go by big brothers and little brothers at this point. So big brothers will be the 5 cost, and the little brothers are
Yeah.
the 2 costs.
There we go. There we go. That's how we're gonna line it up.
Or we
So
can go baby or adult, same thing.
so we got the one Don here, pass, and then we'll kick it off with Ace here.
We have Ezo. Ace does play numerous searchers. We have cards like Ezo, cards like a Buggy that allow you to search for your pieces, search for cards that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Be able to hit that top 5. And then we grabbed, what was that? Was that an ace or?
I missed them. I
Yeah, it
actually
looked
missed
very
it.
it looked very fiery. I'm gonna say an ace was grabbed.
You see, fire it might just be that ace.
All right, kicking it off here with the Garp. Unsurprisingly, look at the top 5. Find ourselves a Sabo, Ace,
Oh.
or Monkey D. Luffy.
Yep, any of the 3, you can get either the young baby or the adult. And there is that Sabo is exactly the card I was talking about. That Sabo is what will win or lose you the game because you need to see multiples of those. That
Mm-hmm.
card right there is what prevents you from taking too many hits.
Yep, big saucy 6K blocker with non-play. None of your characters can be KO'd by effects until the start of your next turn. And then you get to draw 2 trash 2. So effectively, if you can chain your Sabos while having a board, it effectively puts Ace in a very tough position, especially since Ace has to lean on so many event cards and utilizes such, much of those removal of those cards to be able to actually establish a game plan here. So the fact that those are nullified by Sabo can put Ace in a very tough spot.
Yep, and there's the blocker Marco there. The blocker Marco only lets you revive itself only if you have 2 life or less. So right now, being at 4 life, it doesn't get that on KO effect. So, but it is a blocker. You can eat those bigger hits away if you really need to.
And then we got another Garp here. Try to set up here and got the little Sabo. Sabo into Sabo, pretty decent.
That's pretty good. If you have the Hiyori, you can put it right on top.
Looks like we're paying 3 now. Oh, think about it.
2,
2, 3, 2, attach.
1.
Thoughts? All
Starting
right.
with 6. He's taking that 6 like that was so fast. Snap take, and then a
Mhm.
5.
Okay, so well now
Straight to
Marco's
2
live.
life so early.
Yep.
Interesting. So you want that Marco to be active sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. Looks here we're probably gonna go for that Garp. There it goes.
Garp goes. There is the Buggy.
Can't be KO'd by slash attribute characters.
Mm-hmm.
And also I guess a look at the top 5.
There's the Rad Beam here. Best red event, Rad Beam.
It's pretty good.
Oh,
And then let's see what the follow up is.
another Buggy.
Another one. Another one.
Buggy number 2 gets him another Rad Beam.
Pretty good.
Very defensive there.
Yeah, first radical being a 1-drop counter. Up to 1 of your leader character cards gains 2k power during this battle, and then if you have 2 or less life, which is what we're at now, you also get that additional 2k. So maybe just putting himself in a position where all of his triggers are live. All those conditionals, and now we can play at full advantage while we're setting up and establishing the board.
4 Dawns remaining.
Which might look like a brick. It might look like a brick to some decks, but when you understand that you're playing against a deck where the majority of their stuff are a bunch of events, a lot of different counters that they might be using, you know that you might be putting yourself in a position to have to deal with some annoying interaction as you're going out your turn.
And of course, we have the fact that it is Luffy. You don't want to put him to 0 too quickly without any backup play. Like if you're able to put him to 0, that's great. But after putting 0, you must be able to attack at least 1, maybe 2 more times for a big number, so you can take as many cards as possible from their hand.
It's a very similar Enel effect where it's like getting down to 0 without the plan to actually dealing the damage that gets them down beyond that is where you really are playing into their game plan more so than hurting them.
Yep. There's the block and discarding the ace to bring it back.
Yeah, those are some old cards. Who plays red decks anymore? What does that do? And so clean block here. How are you with your Dawn? Are you a one Dawn theme purist, or do you mix and match?
It depends on
Mm.
how I feel. It's
Oh yeah,
very, very dependent.
what
And
day?
there,
What?
play Sabo to KO. Interesting.
Yep. So we can still
So
hard cast these boys. So 5-drop Sabo 6K on play. You may trash one card from the top or bottom of your life. KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less.
discarded a Sequake to keep the Marco alive. So now we're going to 9 Dawn, I believe. No, it's not 9. It's
It's 8. Yeah.
no, it's 10. It's all his Dawn right there. Right? Oh no, it's
No, it's
Dawn's on the other side. I see it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
8
yeah.
Dawn. Yeah. 8 Dawn. We're back to searching. All right, can we get a 9 beard? Now?
Now it'd
Later?
be
Now? Well, let's
maybe.
see if already has it.
No,
Marco.
there's the 5-drop Marco.
5-drop Marco. I don't hate that because that is removal for the Garp. You want to remove the Garp. It is one of the older cards, so if you're a newer player, you may not know what the cards do. We start with a 5K swing. Interesting. Well, so
So
this will be the first hit if he wants to take it.
I assume you just take this.
You
Yeah.
do, so you're down to 2 life. There's Ace.
Hey. So on to play 7K, give it to 2 of your opponent's characters minus 3K during this turn. If your leader type includes Wipe Your Pirates, it gets a rush. However, we're opting to not attack and we're just setting up a big beefy attacker, which is smart, right? You don't want to get your opponent into the range, especially since 1 life can effectively be 0 life depending on the 1-drops that Black Yellow Luffy has access to. So the fact that we're instead just chilling, building our board, and then going for a turn that's going to apply pressure that we can hopefully get cards out of our opponent's hand is what we're lining up here. So I do like these plays.
Yes. Because that ace play right here, it's telling me, okay, chances are it's a White Bear play next turn. Because he could have easily played Marco instead to remove a body and save the ace for when that Sabo is turned sideways. 7K takes that 7. Huh.
He's just like, I've got more defense than you can deal with. So here's the swing. We got the block, probably going to protect it.
Yep, discarding the known marker from hand. He's like, all right, you already know what this is in my hand, so I'll just discard it.
Yep, get rid of, get some additional value there.
And then the Sabo protecting the board. Discarding Rush Ace. And another 5-drop Sabo, yellow Sabo. We don't really need those anymore.
Mm-hmm. And part of the reason why we might be taking life so quickly here is just because understanding that we just need to beat the beatdown deck when it comes turn to needing up the gas. So here's the 9, turning it sideways for the Dawn. And here is Edward Newgate, Senior Whitebeard, Mr. Terrorizer of the formats. 9-drop 10K on play. Up to 1 your leader gains 2K power until the start of your next turn. Then you cannot add life cards to your hand using your own effects. Dawn to when attacking K up to 1 of your opponent's characters with 3K power or less. So definitely establishing this big nasty board and hoping to be able to take that into a closing position moving on to the next turn.
Yes. There's a 7K swing at the Sabo. He lets it go. He's like, all right, I'd rather have those 2Ks in my hand to defend my life instead. He
Okay,
attacks?
we're gonna go to
He just
1.
wants to
All right,
push them to
but then we
1.
chill, right? We chill, right? Yeah, and then you got the 1 gives you up for things like Radical Beam, which will give a juicy 4K, which is very saucy. Obviously, we have things like potentially the point guard also available if we want things like that. So a lot of options here defensively. We're probably in a chill position, especially knowing that the opponent still does need to commit Dawn to get rid of the life, to put to 0, to then potentially make some brother plays.
Yes. So will there be a Flampe? There is a Flampe. Flampe comes down.
We do also have that blocker there in case things get a little too nasty.
Yes. The problem with now, he does need another one of those Sabo in order to protect it from being KO'd again, pretty much. Because if he doesn't protect it from being KO'd, that Whitebeard could potentially remove the Sabo by removing lowering the power of it with said ace. There is an ace on board. He might have another.
Yep. So now
Never
we're in the tank.
put it down. Never put your opponent on not having a card. Always put them on having a card, and if you don't have it, then better, because then that
Hmm,
means they have a
hmm.
suboptimal play instead.
Yep. So there's the pitch. Stacking our life.
Yep. We
What are
got.
the
It's a little far on. I see the rush ace on top. I can't tell the bottom card. It looks to be the blocker Sabo to me.
yeah. I think there's enough red there for that to be the blocker Sabo.
Yep, that is the blocker Sabo. Yep.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
So we got the ace first.
And then ace being a 5-drop on play. If you have 2 or less life, this character gains rush, which in this strategy means he's always have rush. So juicy 7k rusher here to potentially apply some pressure. Obviously, we can go ace on ace here if we're trying to control our opponent's board. Our opponent is a 7k lead. So applying pressure to the leader here could be very tough. So odds are our efforts are more valiant in terms of trying to mitigate this board. That is naturally going to try and get us on the crackback.
Yep, and there is the counter. We got 2 for Sabo. All right,
Sabo get
Sabo
into the
comes in
Sabo.
play. Draw 2, discard 2. He does have 3 extra dons available. So this is what makes me wonder, wouldn't it have been better to commit extra dawn on the ace swing? Because you're not attacking anything else, right? I don't think you're attacking the Sabo, are you?
I don't think so, right? Because you need the blockers because your opponent's presenting like a really strong aggressive turn going into the next turn. And
Yes.
I mean, sometimes, hey, you play out a sequence in your turn, you think you're going to do something, and instead you end up doing something else. But yeah, because here there's not a ton of options really that I think's going on here. I mean, if we really want to, we could attach the Dawn into our leader to potentially go in, but
We do have the 11k swing. Oh, he didn't tap
paying
the 2 dons. So he had 1 don remaining.
the 2 Dawn for the Sabo. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
the block, discard the card to keep it alive. We have 1 don remaining. What do you do with this 1 don?
I mean, you could bait. Otherwise, you can still potentially play a cantrip. Obviously, we still have the 3 brothers bond available if we're trying to dig into something in our deck. Obviously that would be subbing in 1 Dawn for potentially like a 1k counter or something of the sort. But no, we're just gonna leave it up. So you never know. Now you're playing mind games with your opponent. What am I running? What am I not running? What do I play? And now the onus here will definitely be on ace to try and potentially close out this game.
He goes ace to ace because leader's 9k.
Mm-hmm. Pretty beefy hand here for our black yellow Luffy player. Looks about, I want to say 6 or 7 cards in hand.
That's pretty substantial size for sure. There's the counter.
There's the 1.
It's tapping
Another
9.
1.
New gate number 2.
It's real. Here comes numerial dose back to back. Tell me if you guys have seen this before. This is the hallmark plays of a red player back in formats 3, 2, 3, 4. And now once again here over in EB 1.5 format, which to be fair, with the substitution and bans of Sakazuki does open up the format for red to do some saucy things.
Yes. But seeing this chain and Newgate is, like you said, clean the crop. That is your go-to. That is what you want to do, your goal of the game, especially as a red player. It just says, you're never killing me, and all I'm doing is set up bigger and bigger and bigger bodies that you cannot answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so super saucy there. And then, we are dealing with some very interesting board states though, where the leaders are constantly buffing each other up to a position where well, I'm too big to be worth attacking into. Well, I'm too big to be worth attacking into. So we're just seeing this battle cruiser style gameplay where we're both just establishing these boards and just waiting for the right time to be able to go in. But of course, black yellow Luffy having the in that sense having a little bit of advantage in that every time it goes down to 0, you're able to gain back those 2 life. And so you're kind of playing this weird in-between game, and how we're going to be able to control board over the next turns until someone is unable to present the defenses to defend on the turn will be a big deciding factor.
We see a 7, and then using the leader to discard the event. It's like, I don't need to use it. I'll just discard it for the
Yeah.
1K.
Did you not know that event cards can counter for 1? Come on now.
Yeah. Don't you know event cards actually have that counter plus 1K next to it on the side if you can't see it?
Yeah,
I
it's
know
that,
it's invisible ink and all, but
yeah, it's that secret text.
it's a legal text. This is one of those moments where you may not see it often, but it is legal.
All right, hold up. What's your leader do? You know, just now that it's actually relevant to the matchup because I'm not doing my own thing anymore. Let's just clarify and see what we're doing here.
Yep. Gotta think about what you do, because here, I mean, he can play the Moria. He can play 2 more young baby Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. Well, he does put the 2 on the leader, so that we should expect 2 more life to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because the moment that leader stays at 5K, it's over.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the defining factors for sure. And here we go, slamming those back into the life here. We're grabbing all 8, and here comes what we can only assume is the Gecko
Go
Moria.
Moria.
Let's get rid of our 1-drops. They've kind of done their duty here. Let's get some kids out on the board.
No.
Let's child on child violence. Let's go.
Wait a second. Pause. All right, ace for the ace, giving 2K to your leader. And then, of course, we have Sabo for Sabo, protecting your board. They cannot be KO'd by your opponent's card effects.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to think about what you discard though, because do you need the counter powered, or do you rather see the Sabo, like the another Moria in your hand for next turn in case you survive the extra turn? But starting with the ace,
I'm
he's
just gonna.
still going. He's going at life. He's going at life. And then, and of course, we do have our favorite Marco blocker. It is available for use. Simply
Mhm.
discard 1 card.
Yep, and it's just a menace because it can sustain on board for so long using its on KO ability
Oh,
of
he
just like
doesn't.
being able to stick around.
He
Yeah,
goes Rad Beam and counter.
right, fair enough. Stay in the board.
Okay, 9K leader, 2 blockers. I'm not sure how many cards are in the Black Yellow Luffy's hand though.
Sustainable amount. I mean, it's looking like 4 or 5 cards at least. So there's a decent amount of interaction
Definitely a
here.
decent number.
All right,
11 lead.
10 or 11. Yeah. Gotta get those
So it's
numbers up.
2 cards from hand or a blocker.
That's 2 cards, sir.
2 cards.
It's
So
2
we're down.
cards,
It
sir.
looks like 3 cards left in hand. So
Mm-hmm. We're gonna
we
do
go
it
for
again,
another 11, right?
unless we drop another 9.
I don't think so. I don't. Another 9 might be sketchy now.
Well, we're counting. We got 8 in hand. All right, now we got 7 in hand, or 6 in hand. Oh, 8. All right.
Here's the 11.
Not wanting to sacrifice Sabos here. There's a double pitch. Once again, 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand. Just keeping those Sabos.
I think the Sabos were worth the. Well, probably, right? Because you're determining that you can go in next turn and go for the game.
Mm-hmm. He has option here to go for the aces instead. Because he did take out so many cards from hand already.
Because you have 4 attacks potentially. You need to get through 2 blockers. And nope, looks like we're just going to go into the 7-drop ace. 7K on play, give up to 2. Your opponent's character is minus 3K. And then if you're at, if your leader includes wipe your pirates, then it gets rush as well.
Yep, he's going at the aces now. Keeping 1 Dawn up. What?
or in the
I
tank.
do believe it's 5 and 6, so it lives. Yeah, I got confused for a moment because he put it in trash. But anyway,
Mm. Yeah, so here's just gonna be
ace.
cleanup duty.
Yep, ace on ace, cleanup duty, and then ace on ace again. Does he protect it? He does.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You're essentially trading, a 6K to protect your 7K. That's an additional Don you don't have to worry about going into the attack into this turn because I mean, Ace has got 2 cards in hand. He's got 1 blocker.
Ooh, 2 cards in hand, 1 blocker, 1 dawn up. This might be it. Amaru.
Bleh. Cost event card up to 1 year leader character cards against 3K power for this turn. Then if you have 1 or less life cards up to rest up to 1 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 4 or less here. So getting rid of that Marco, and now we're going to be able to apply that closing pressure. One would presume for game, and yeah, that's just going to be a scoop up here from the Ace player.
Yes. Though Sabo's definitely putting in work, not allowing him to get that white beer effect to really go off.
Yep. So I mean, tough position, of course, and like we were saying, we were putting ourselves in a position where which leader was not going to be able to hold themselves at that sustained higher power, right? Like, oh, Whitebeard into Sabo, Whitebeard, Sabo. Can you do it again? Because I'm about to go in, right? So it's that tough position where they're both kind of playing the same game, but in a very different way to go about it. But like you're saying, that Sabo is so powerful because it just negates so much of the removal that's available for Ace that would help him be able to mitigate this board and put him in a position to be able to maybe close things out.
Yeah, and that was a moment where maybe if he protected the um Marco and just go block Marco, discard the ace. You might. I don't think he needed an ace. He could just discard the ace, keep it alive. All right, and I now have an extra 2K and a extra rabbit in my hand. I can just swing big at those aces later. I don't have to worry too much about playing the ace of the hand. I just swing big at the aces. Sure, you can block them with the two blockers, but at least you have more counters in your hand for the plays.
Mhm.
Could
Yeah.
be wrong
So
too.
could be. It's a tough position, honestly. And I mean, the onus was on Ace swinging up because in terms of card quality, in terms of just the way of the natural power scaling of the game, Black Yellow Luffy is sitting on just really strong advantage engines that it was up to Ace to overcome. Not to dissuade the power of going new gate into whatever other big pieces you might have. So those are incredibly powerful as well. But the utility of the removal protection of things like Sabo and the other things that the deck has available to itself makes it really tough for it to be able to turn around and come back.
Yeah, especially the thing about Sabo having that protection, drawing those 2 cards, that is what allows you to draw into more Moria. It's like, all right, you have your first Moria, you can get a second Moria, or you might not even have the first Moria. You can play the Sabo and look, now I drew into the Moria that I wanted because you have no way of searching for Moria in that deck. That is your way of cycling into your deck to find the pieces you want.
Yeah. So, and maybe there were some lines there. We're not entirely sure what the players' hands were, but there was an opportunity there where Ace had pushed Black Yellow Luffy down to 1 life. Maybe had we kept him down to 2 for 1 more turn, that gives us that 1 more turn where they're not able to establish, a turn of Sabos and Aces, and then maybe that actually gives us the breath we need to be able to push that closing. So when it comes to those kinds of decisions, it's just a game of inches. And unfortunately, you have to make a call on what your opponent doesn't have,
Yes.
and sometimes it lines up, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's you can choose.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, so lots of powerful plays there, but exciting. Like Ace undefeated tables now X1, but hey, tournament run is still live, which is very exciting. So maybe we'll be able to see this player through the later rounds of the tournament, maybe break into top 64, and maybe see them again in day 2, which would be very exciting.
Yeah, but I'm ready. I'm ready to see more. This is exciting. Like seeing these kind of decks be able to make these plays, seeing these kind decks come in and say, "It's my time to shine." Like I understand Ace may have lost, but I think Ace was shining. Rebecca won. Rebecca definitely shown.
Mm, yeah, I think the opening up of the format has been extremely exciting, and I think it's such a breath of fresh air for the next couple of weeks as we sunset EB1 format, what some people are calling EB 1.5 format, and then we escalate into OP07. Which, on the topic of OP07, don't forget, guys, that we have giveaways. You guys are going to want to stick around the entirety of the stream. We're going to be dropping keywords here and there, and if you're able to say the keyword in the chat, you'll get an additional entry at a OP07 booster box. We'll be cracking on it on stream. You get all of those contents all for yourself. So make sure to get your brother, mother, sister, anybody here in the stream, and maybe they'll fancy themselves feeling kind enough if they win to give you a couple of cards.
Don't think about it. But on the other hand, like I said, if you're a sibling, you may not see it ever again.
Absolutely. So, you guys are definitely going to want to stick around as we drop those keywords. And with that, we are actually exiting the round. We're going to have a little bit of a period in between the next this round and the next one. So, you guys are definitely going to want to stick around for when we jump into the fifth round,
Fifth
right?
round, yeah.
Yeah,
This
fifth
was round
round.
4. We'll be going into round 5.
All right, absolutely. And with that, we're very excited to come back with the fifth round. So let us know what you guys want to see. We have a lot of opportunity here to line up the feature table.
Yep.
So with that said, we're going into a longer break between the rounds. So you guys are definitely going to want to keep your eyes for when we return. Make sure you catch our socials. We'll let you guys know when we come back. With that said, we'll catch you guys shortly with the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional.
All right, be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. 1,500 players fighting it out for the top spot, or at least to make it alive into day two, where we'll have a top 64 cut out of this day one Swiss. I'm Espira. Joined to me is the amazing Human. Human, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited to see a lot more after these last 4 rounds. We're going to fifth round, having so many different decks, and again, we got another new deck for you that's still undefeated. And to
Mhm.
me, this is a blast from the past.
Yeah, this is a huge kickback. So, fighting off against red purple law, we've got red green law, old versus new, green versus purple, red in the middle. Who's going to take it down? And this is going to be a fantastic game of value, I suspect. I think we're going to see a lot of fun back and forth between both these players.
Yes, 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 yes. We have both decks are extremely aggressive with their rush cards. Like their rush cards are their key offensive cards, being able to get their opponent's life down and getting that extra hit in. While where red purple law means playing an extra body and then attacking with it because that's their ability. They get to remove a body and play a body. Red green law has restand law. I get to attack with a body, restand it, attack again with that body.
Whereas, and here the dichotomy really comes together. Where with the purple, you get the cheating of Dawn plays and getting additional value from there, and obviously being able to kind of it's a lot more in terms of the cheating of Dawn. Alternatively, you get the tech from the green of being able to rest down your opponent's cards or get the extra utility from your 5-drop law, which is a blocker that also gets to extend your plays. So how they play into each other is going to create, I think, a really fun back and forth to see which one will shine on top of this matchup.
Yes, and one of the cards that Red Green Law got that's ex- extremely good that they made it possible to play the deck again is Gavindish. On
Mhm,
play or when attacking, if your leader has Supernova type, and if you have no other Cavendish characters, set up to 2 of your Don's card as active. So instead of it being a 5/6, it's essentially a 3 cost 6k attacker,
mhm, mhm.
Supernova, and just play another card right after. Or you can start shambling using your leader ability because that was your 5th character.
Yep, it is such a great lineup. The sequencing is great, and then it's just the fact that you're also getting that value turn over turn with being able to, if that Cavendish survives, then being able to get those additional two, and that two lines up perfectly with your leader ability that costs two. So this back and forth is going to be fantastic, and I'm so excited to see it down. It looks like Red Green Law will kick it off by going first, and I don't think the deck particularly minds too well, obviously, because you get to obviously double one drop, and the way that we can establish our whiteboards quicker is obviously where we want to be. But nevertheless, hey, maybe we drop ourselves a Nami, maybe we drop ourselves a Bonnie to kick it off on turn one, and then go from there.
Yes, yes. You have options of playing a card, passing turn, playing a card, passing turn. Like it's great to take red purple off of the out curve also because if they're on the out curve, then on their 3, there's a chance that they don't play a card anyway. That's fine. They swing. And then on their 5, kid comes down, removes a body, play another body, get a dawn back. That kid will get enormous value over time. Just
Hmm.
card after card after card after card.
All right, so very courteous, gentlemanly play at the moment. First turn pass on both sides. Kind of rough here, not seeing a turn one play from our law player, but we still do get into the turn two to Dawn, which is
The
able to
dawn
allow us to
will
extend.
get the Nami, and I'm assuming it's coming back down, right? Yeah, it comes
Yeah,
right back
yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I have to assume right now, as law, we're really trying to dig for our one drops, to be able to get into our board and go wide. As far as red purple law goes, nothing too crazy in terms of not having a turn one play, but again, able to go second, able to drop a 4-drop into a 4-drop play sequence, which could be very nasty.
Yep. There's the chopper off of the Nami. You're now down to that's now another card. Here's the thing. Law can now play a body, remove one, and if there's a Sashi penguin, you're golden.
Yeah, so we'll see what the setup is looking like here,
You
and
have the Ein.
that's a good kickstart. He's gonna guess that Dawn.
Does he have another way of ramping one more after using the effect? Because that will allow him to play Kid the following turn.
Hmm. Bond clay is such a liability. It is not that difficult for a lot to be able to find a way to get rid of that thing.
No, definitely not at all. And it doesn't cost much. It's sure is 1K. I got everything in my deck can tack over 1K.
Mm. All right, looks like we're chilling here. We played the Ain, went up to 5, and then
Pass.
chilled out, which means our next turn will be going up to 7, which definitely opens up for Kid plus additional plays after that.
All right, we have 5 Dawns. So he is able to play 3 1-drops and start using your leader effect. Does he have 3 1-drops?
Well, we know he's got the chopper, but didn't play one before. Swing into the lead.
I mean, he did take 1 life and drew a couple cards since.
We're in the tank. I have to imagine Law is playing with a not curvable hand at the moment and just trying to figure out what the best line is, because it's probably lining up to be a really gross play from Red Purple Law here, but you need to start establishing something on your board to either get your leader ability off or at the very least put in something that can threaten your opponent and not let them reign and do whatever they want. So we do see the 1-drop chopper.
Yep. Oh. We see the Robin. So if he's just playing Robin just to play, I assume he does have another 1-drop.
Yep, because Robin here, just a 1-drop on play KO to one of your opponent's characters with 1k power or less.
Yep. And in this case, your only target is the Bonclay, but there's no Bonclay on board.
Okay.
Followed by Bonnie. All right, he does use the leader effect. That Bonnie better not stay because.
Getting the Nami,
Oh,
getting into Law,
he
Law
says, you know what? Bonnie
bounce.
can go.
There's the Dodon.
This makes me
Okay.
think he has another Bonnie in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So Law is now at 7 Dawn. He does have the 5-drop Law Kid in his hand. We saw earlier that got flashed.
Mm-hmm. So we're up to
There is a
7.
raise back to remove the Law if he wants to, but if he removes the Law, that Bonnie stays. You don't want that either. You gotta pick and choose now. What do you value
Ah,
more? The removal of the Bonnie or removal of the 5-drop Law?
I mean, it probably has to be the Bonnie, because the Bonnie can, find another Law or find another thing. So it's just a value engine that you want to be able to take away from your opponent's options.
Yes. But at the same time, you would think, if my opponent played that Bonnie, do you think he has another one in his hand?
Mm. Yeah. Well, what's the worst that Bonnie can get? There's not that many good Warlord cards, right? Or supernovas, I mean.
But there is the kid, as expected.
Yep. 5-drop Kid has the ability to replace a Don once per turn that's been sent back to the Don deck.
Raise max on the Law says, all right, I need to get rid of pressure instead. That's more, to me, that is more dangerous than the Bonnie being able to cycle.
Mm-hmm. And this is really where the um the differences spark in terms of how the two laws go about things, where laws got the removal built into the leader, whereas the leader for red green law is an enablement for the removal of the cards that you can play in hand. So that back and forth leads for some interesting plays. And now I think that's a little bit dangerous, though. Going for, I get that we get the ramp here naturally. You get the Bond Clay adds Dawn, and obviously you get the Dawn replacement from the Kid. But there's a very good chance. I mean, we see the Robin there, and there's a world in which potentially that Bond Clay does not survive to see another day. But maybe it's justified by just being able to get a ramp and put us back into a position of going for a bigger turn afterwards.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not just the ramp, because here, in order to get rid of that Bonclay, you need to just play the Robin again. Yes, you can bounce to your hand and play it, but like,
It's
what's the
like so low
value in that? There's
tempo.
just not
Yeah,
value. There's nothing you can get out of it. There's no advantage. And Bonclay really only has advantage if your opponent has any big attackers. There's nothing big on the board right now.
true, true, true.
For now.
This chopper is so incredibly strong. So this has been an inclusion since EB01. and just adds to the consistency of red purple law here. It's a 4K blocker for 3, has a Dawn 2 when attacking, give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 2K power. This just enables, right? Just chills there, is a block. If it's not a block, then it can position itself to put your opponent's cards into range to then be bottom deck by law.
Yes, yes. Another thing, like you said, when you're attacking, you can always attack at a body that's already rested. That's a way for you to remove one, and then use your law effect on a different body to remove another. That's 2 bodies we remove for just 2 Dawn.
All right, so here we see the Bonnie hit ourselves a law once again.
It's like it never went away.
Mm-hmm.
So we do believe we're at 7 Dawn. You used 1, you're down to 6. 6 to work with. 6 to work with. You have 4 bodies. So you need at least 1 more body. So you have 4 to use before you can shamble. What to do?
We're in the tank.
Let's see. I do believe there is a Nami in hand, so we know for sure he has at least 1 play. But that is a very scary chopper there, if I do say so myself. I mean the 3-cost chopper, not the 1.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. I mean, there's always potential for turning on the gas here. You know, maybe Regular Law's playing. Maybe we're lining up a Kid Killer line. Maybe we're lining up just kind of go into the boy again. But does look like we're going to start off with a 6K.
6 at the Ein. However,
Uh,
Red Purple Law has yet to play any draw cards, so
mm-hmm.
he's hungry for cards for sure.
Hurting the hand and pulled out the abacus here, the table abacus. Did some math. I forgot what he can afford to get rid of. Looks like we're dealing with a 5-card hand from the looks of it.
Mm-hmm. Guys, you need to see that Ragio Queen soon. So, yep, there's the block plus 1K.
Yep, there we go.
First card used. Tapping
Oh,
3.
hey, there's
Oh,
the
it's tapping
one.
5 for
Yeah, yeah.
Cavendish and then getting 2 back. There it is. I said it earlier.
Mm-hmm. Being your 5th card, very solid lineup. And then we're able to open up the 2 for the Shambles, going into the Law, pop out, go into the Robin, pop the card off the board.
Amazing. So now there's 2 6K bodies on board. Chopper is able to, using Chopper, you're able to remove 1 if you want to, but what's 1 going to do? You just have a second one.
Mm-hmm. All right, does look like big beefy hand from Law here, and that's the thing with like red green Law is just the fact that every card replaces itself, and you're constantly bouncing cards back into your hand to be able to reuse those abilities. So your hand size just becomes to a number where the world's your oyster, and at that point, it's just really trying to figure out what cards are the most important in the matchup to be able to potentially close out a game.
Yes.
It was a big brain deck back then, and that doesn't change today. Still a big brain deck today.
To me, I think it's harder to play now because of all the utilities
Mm-hmm.
there are in all the other decks. Like especially black being able to remove low cost cards very, very easily. And now even blue, they have more removal, multiple bottom deck removal. And of course, red purple law removal every single turn if you choose to do so.
All right.
So start with 5K swing. That's interesting. I would have thought that he would swing the chopper first, but the 5K swing could bait out the chopper block or a card from hand first, which I don't dislike.
Mm-hmm. Looks like 4 cards in hand or 5. Not
There's the
many.
block. He said, all right, I'm just going to free block. Yes, you can chopper swing into it, but then I still have another body.
I think the idea is just, hey, I might as well get the block, whereas I might just like lose the body anyways. Although I do think that Cavendish is a more dangerous threat in terms of what it enables Law to do if we're looking for what to remove. So
Yes.
this block might be a bit of a bait to say like, hey, actually, yeah, go for my Law, and then at least I'm protecting my Cavendish for the turn.
Oh,
Well, there's the raise max.
raise max. So set the law to 3K. He doesn't have to use the leader effect yet. He can just attack over it,
Yeah,
which is
he attack over it. He could attack with Chopper and then next something else if he wants to. Attacking in with the Ein here, so lining up a 5K,
3.
hitting those magic numbers as we all know,
Yep.
forcing at least 2 cards out of hand. That's it. Law number
Goes.
2.
We know one's at the bottom, one just got KO'd.
Mm-hmm. All right. See what Joe over here is lining up.
If you have a lot of Dawn, having a lot of Dawn as red purple law is not often, and when you do, you have so many open plays that you could do. Oh, I do see that queen on the side.
All right, so we are attaching to the Chopper, swinging, giving that -3 to the Cavendish. This is what we're expecting. Gets it in range for the Law now, and of course, RP Law is able to -3 Dawn off of anywhere on the board. So now that we got that usage of at least 3 Dawn, it's essentially a free play now.
Mm-hmm. There's the queen.
Pop the 1 there, and then will allow us to be able to draw 2 cards and then trash.
Draw 2, trash 1. You do still have the kid effect to get 1 back. He can swing 7. Leader effect, swing 7 again if he has to Kid Killer. Which is scary. That's
It is
very
spooky.
scary.
The fact that you can make all these plays and then still be able to swing with a Kid Killer after that card's so good.
Oh, he just swings 6. He does not go 7. He goes 6.
Hmm. 1 up could represent a few things. Obviously, defensively be holding up something like potentially a Radical Beam. Otherwise, potentially just makes a Kid Killer swing into an 8K if necessary.
That's a significant hand, though. That's a pretty large size hand.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. But
Hasn't countered much.
that late game Law where it's just like now you gotta fight through the chonk.
Yeah. Thing is, a lot of that hand is they're all just little weenie bodies with like 1 or 2K counter here and there. And not really putting pressure unless you hit that restand law or blocker
Mm-hmm.
law or Cavendish. You need those big attackers. You need your Rush Zoro.
Yeah. So we're in the tank here trying to figure it out. It's to give a 2K.
Does he give the 2K? Or will he take it?
Or go to 0?
Or will he just block?
True.
The fact that he's taking so long, to me, it's telling me there is no 2K in hand. He needs to pitch 2 1Ks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he also needs to consider his board position, right? His Cavendish is obviously going to go after this, so then his remaining board is going to be just the Chopper, the Robin, and the Don, which are effectively non-cards aside from just being stand-ins. Well, I mean, the Chopper's obviously a blocker, but the rest are just stand-ins there to be able to establish board presence. So it's just like, okay, so I'm going to lose my Cavendish here. What cards am I going to play out the next turn to be able to get there? So it does look like
There
we're
is
giving him a Bonnie and
Nami.
Nami.
They're both known cards in hand already. But like I said, discarding 2 1Ks, there's no 2Ks in hand.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there goes the 3. I'm going to bottom deck the Cavendish. I knew that was coming. And then the play here from a red purple Law. You got 4 cards in hand. Does look like he's thinking about the killer. He's thinking about Kid Killer.
I like the Kid Killer here. I like the pressure.
Mm-hmm. You got to force cards out of hands. Your opponent's not really in a position to crack back. You don't have a ton of cards in hand, but you should still be okay, especially with your blocker there.
Mm-hmm.
Next turn, we'll have what? 5 Dawn available to him?
9. Yeah, 9 Dawns available.
All right. Looks like we're going with the Kid Killer. We are attaching the 1 Dawn, swing for 8. And that's going to be a take here. Law goes to 0 past turn.
Mm. –
All right, so Red Green Law needs to make it happen. I mean, don't get me wrong, Red Green Law is obviously a very effective deck in terms of getting protective bodies on board. So it's not for naught, but nevertheless, is
It's not
this
impossible for sure.
yeah, but it's definitely an uphill battle now, especially since you need to do something about controlling this board. You know, you've got the kid there, you've got the kid killer, you've got Queen, which is a blocker, but like if not necessary, can also be an attacker. So
Yeah, that's 5 bodies you have to deal with. No life. Whew.
tough position here for Bernie. Let's see what they're going to line up play wise.
He needs another blocker law for sure. That is definitely one of the cards he needs. I will hope that he has another searcher. He
All right,
definitely
so
needs
paying
searchers
one.
to play out more cards, that search more cards, replenish that hand, and being able to do something. Oh, starting with Otama.
Yeah. Otama swing Robin into the chopper.
I think so.
I have to presume you just let this chopper go.
I don't know how you feel about defending a 2K chopper. He defends it.
Okay.
And now 3 at the chopper.
No,
Defends it
wait.
again. It's like
What? What?
I
Okay.
I don't hate it. I actually
All
don't
right.
hate it. I
I
like this a lot.
value the board. I mean, the chopper is going to enable you to potentially open up removal in case we do go for like a double blocker situation. We are down to 2 cards in hand now.
Down to 1 card left. But like, here's the thing. He's not losing to he can't lose here. I don't think he can lose here because even if he has Rush Zoro, right? Rush Zoro for 3. He's down to
Mm.
$5 remaining. He needs to connect 2 hits and then connect 1 more hit.
Yep, and then
Which
opponent
is
showing that he's got 4 Don left in the deck, which means he'll be going into 8 in his next turn.
so the most he can do is 6, 7, 7 if he has the restand and the Zoro.
All right, so kick
Oh,
it off with the Bonnie.
Search.
Presumably, give it a quick little peek.
There's
Zoro.
Zoro, but
Mm-hmm.
he used 2 Dawn for that.
Got 6 left available.
Six at the choppers. All right, give me that chopper. I had enough of you.
Right. And now presumably we're gonna Shams.
Does he have it? Does he have the block a law again?
The third one. Let's see it.
Oh,
Nope,
it's
just
just Zoro.
hard into Zoro. Then
And
we're
7.
going 7 into 5.
7 to Kid Killer. That is your best target. In this case, if you don't have the 2K in your hand, you just block with
Just
the Queen
block.
and let it go,
Yeah.
right? This
You're
Kid Killer
trading
is
a
your primary source of damage.
yeah,
In
I
this
mean
case,
you're trading your 6K for a 7K. So
yeah,
obviously there in terms of like math and numbers just makes more sense. But I guess the question here just depends on whether you think you can close out Law this next turn. And if not, then maybe the blocker's more valuable.
correct. Because that chopper blocker, the very first hit he does is just gonna block. Because otherwise the board's gonna get removed. But if he doesn't block with it, is he okay? Is also the other question. Is because of Dawn stack, I actually not sure how many Dawn red purple law is going to. Because he did play Queen that turn, and he did use the effect. So that's -1. Kid Killer gets it back, same thing. And Law effect -3. So he did -3 total there.
Yep. Looks like we are going to eat the block. And then on our red green law here side, we're just going to play another blocker chopper and pass it along.
All right. So 2 blockers. That doesn't feel as bad. 2 blockers, he can only use your effect on one of them.
All right. Opponent working with 2 cards in hand here. And like you're saying, it's really coming to bite him in the butt now where just not seeing those draw cards, those replacements cards were really starred for options now. And
Hmm.
this if this is a low impact turn, potentially very much in a position that red green law wants to be in.
Yes. Real question is, can he lethal in this case? Because that's a lot of cards in the regular
Yeah,
law
it looks
player's hand.
looks looks like we're fighting against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hands. I think I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's a little tough to tell. I'm trying to see.
It's about 6 or 7. It's one or the other. So
One, two, three. All right, I'm counting slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. You're all right.
yeah, yeah.
There's
So
6 cards in hand. We start with a 7K swing. A red purple law has 7 Dawn to work with.
yep, there's the chopper
Chopper
block for
goes.
that first one.
Yep, as expected.
All right, we're trying to be math gamers here.
So here's the thing. I don't think you were supposed to attack with the killer first. I think you're supposed to attach Dawn to attack first, force a block, and then use those Dawn that you attached with your leader effect.
Just to get the other body off, yeah.
Yes.
Because now essentially he's going to be able to block for free again.
Yes. That blocker is essentially taking away 3 Dawn. But there's the 7. Another thing is, even if he blocks here, right, at the same time, he's also able to, how to say, go for board clear instead and make it impossible for a regular law to win
That is also true.
unless they
Yeah.
have the attacks necessary.
Which obviously is harder to do when you don't have an established board.
He
Okay, looks
goes
like we're
to
going to combo
counter.
out of it. Wow, counter out of it. So that does mean we potentially have the option here to be able to get rid of this chopper now.
Does he have enough counter in his hand? Is that why? Or is he trying to bait?
Yeah, there's the max.
Raise max. Say, okay,
Uh,
I'm just gonna be Dawn efficient and
yep.
play the card from my hand, then remove it, get a Dawn back.
All right, and now he's presuming, do you have enough? There's the kid ability, get it back. Now we've got 5 Dawn available. Slap all 5. All 4? All right, so we're doing some math here.
Wait,
Yeah,
I
so
7, 6, 2 card. This is lethal because I believe there's only
yep, and then dump and then swing, and then that's the closeout, and that's it. Red purple law taking the game over red green law. The math plays out and is able to take the
and
win.
that is it. Yeah. I mean, the only other play he could have done that turn, because we saw at the end, there was a 8-cost kid in hand. However, we have Race Max, and then we have Chopper that he had to deal with. There was no way he was going to play it unless they get removed from the game
Mhm.
somehow, especially the Chopper.
Yeah, I think that line where you were saying, "Oh, he just lost 3 Dawn because he attacked first without attaching the Dawn," so you're effectively like losing that play. The fact that Red Green Law didn't capitalize on that and decide to block with the chopper on the second swing and instead counter out of it means that obviously you get the free removal of the body off of the board, and then you're just forced taking the swings there. So unfortunately, kind of those last minute decisions where you know first swing wasn't optimal, then the blocks weren't optimal, and then put us in a position, put Red Green Law in a position, unfortunately, to have to lose to the math out of what his hand faces versus the board.
Yeah, however, even if he did block, we saw there was not enough counter in hand. We saw there were
Mm,
a 1 dead card and 3 1K. He could only stop a 7K swing at most.
mhm. Yeah, but maybe you push him to fight over the board or something like that. You never know. It could have played out differently, but nevertheless, having to get rid of a block really powerful, and that's the difference where Red Green Law can accrue a bunch of value, will accrue a massive hand, and has a lot of toolboxy options to be able to make the plays that he wants, but needs to string together the cards in hand to make it all work.
Yes.
Whereas the leader up front with red purple law has the removal built in, and then it puts less onus on his hand to specifically be a removal card, or like a instead of red green where he's looking for blocker law all the time to be able to start to get momentum plays. You can really just lean on good quality one cards like Kid and Killer, anything like that in red purple to really bring the plays together. So it's that difference of you can accrue much more value and you're a lot more toolboxy with red green, but you're not requiring multi-string card combos to utilize red, yellow, purple to a good level. And if you can, by having things like Kid on board and stuff like that, then it really levels up
Yes.
its gameplay to a really
Yeah.
powerful spot.
Yeah. Your key cards right there, obviously, 5 cost Kid. It's how you're getting all your Dawn back. Your 3 cost Chopper, reducing the power of your opponent's cards. And now it's like, I don't need this Gordon and Race Max. I have Chopper. Once it's sideways, you deal with this Chopper. You're not hitting me. You're dealing with this Chopper first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the fact that it got protected as long as it did blows my mind. But clearly, it was the right lineup to try and commit Red Green Law into just having to deal with something. And unfortunately, wasn't able to break through. So, with that said, though, very exciting gameplay from both players, and I am looking to how these decks can improve. And of course, we do have OP7 around the corner with some potential upgrades for these decks, looking very exciting.
But speaking of OP7, I believe it's time for our next keyword.
All right. So, of course, you guys are going to want to punch in Devil Fruit in the chat. Every single time we get a keyword, you guys in chat are definitely going to want to put that in because it gives you an additional entry for when we box, break, and give away the entire contents of that box over to a lucky winner today.
Yes. We have a winner today and we have a winner tomorrow. We have 2 boxes to give away.
So it's very exciting, guys. Make sure to input what you see on screen. No spaces, no nothing. Devil fruit in this case is one word. If you put in 2 words, you're outing yourself of an entry. So just make sure to input it properly. And of course, that'll be in for that. Some very exciting pulls. Of course, the box contain potentially, we don't know, but there's a shot at potentially a manga rare. Who knows? And
I mean, not everyone wants the manga ready. You could be chasing after something else. If you have a card that you want to chase after, let us know what you're chasing after.
yeah, let us know in chat exactly what you guys would want to pull for in that box. Of course, now we're leaning into almost the second half of the tournament, right? We're pushing through from round 5 over to round 6 plus, and this is really where things start to centralize, right? The top tables start to buckle down. Some of the top strategies start to buckle down. How would you say you take your like? How do you have a certain thought switch when switching over from like the earlier rounds going into round 6, 7, 8, potentially being undefeated? Like, take us through that journey that you take on as a player.
As a player, like I wouldn't say there's like a thought switch. I think in the beginning, starting from round 1, you should always be focused. You should never just be laid back. You want to make that correct play at every single moment, even during when like play testing. Yes, you can be silly and be like, all right, I'm gonna go 10 dawns on Otama and swing for 10. Yes, it's a silly play and you win you the game, but like it's not all like, you want to be correct with it. You want to be consistent with your play. And so you can just go, all right, I'm gonna do swing 7 here, swing whatever there. You never know. What if they're just baiting you into that making that bad play and then just all right, I now have to win. Because we've seen that happen before because people weren't too knowledgeable about cards. And we have Okama Way. It's a purple card that allows you to redirect an attack to another target. So you can just switch attack to like an Okiku, and now instead of taking damage, I recover.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that game of inches that you can never just let go, right? You're just constantly gonna have to pressure and make sure that you keep up on your play. And that's the thing. I think there's this like I think I am my least nervous from rounds 2 to like 5, 6, right? Because that's just like we're doing rounds, it's just doing what I gotta do. The first round, there's always that first game jitters that I always end up getting. And then towards the last round, as I get the pressure of okay, I'm undefeated, this means I can go X amount of rounds. And then if I fight it off, and it's just being at that barrier of knowing like, hey, maybe there's only 3 rounds left and I only need to win 1 more to guarantee my spot into the top 64. It's those kinds of positions and pressure that start to well up. And it's frightening but exciting at the same time. And just that level of management is really the champion difference, right? It's what we talk about when we talk about top cut and understanding that even though technically there is nothing different from a top cut game to a Swiss game.
Mhm.
psychologically speaking, that pressure that builds up in you, knowing, understanding that this is like an elimination game, it takes a certain level of experience in those situations to be able to manage the psychological pressure that comes with playing in that. And how we're going to see players manage that over the next couple of rounds is going to be really exciting to see if they're able to overcome it and makes them extremely, which we've already seen, awesome plays to be able to either get them back into the game or to be able to close out the game.
Especially primarily closing out a game or making sure you have that defense possible, because you can do that math, like you do that mental math. Okay, if he has a Maru in his hand, I lose this blocker, am I still able to counter out? Can I attack with this blocker and not lose? Because blockers are not just blockers, you attack with those too. They are offensive cards. That kid can swing, that law can swing, like,
Mhm.
you don't just leave it standing there doing nothing all the time. Because if you're doing that, it just sits there. You're not getting any value out of the card. Because if your opponent doesn't attack you, it doesn't do anything. If your opponent attacks you over 5k, I'd rather just drop a 1k.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just lining up those 1-2 plays to really kind of bring it together. So very excited to see that. I'm excited to see if we're going to see any more decks, right? Like things like Ace being undefeated going to round 3, things like Red Green Law being undefeated going into the round 4. Like these are the types of positions that are super exciting. And I'm just wondering to see, like, is there going to be any more spice, right? Like, are we going to see maybe like a Perona or an Ivankov or anything like that come into play with this EB 1.5 format? And that's where it's exciting, right? Like this is where a lot of players, I hope, like myself, I hope, thrive, where we're able to look at, okay, there's no real data that we have, kind of an understanding of where the meta was before any of the changes were made with the bannings, but now moving into the meta post, how can I get my inches? How can I make my strategies work? How can I take advantage of the fact that people are going to compensate for the change in power gaps to play certain cards? And can I take advantage of people playing into those cards to make my strategy line up? Things like non-interactive gameplay in this form of things like Nami and stuff like that maybe can rise to shine in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, speaking of Nami, I would love to see a Nami if we can get one sooner or later. Because never know, every event
Hmm.
Nami,
Hmm.
there's at least one Nami that can do well. So will we find one in this event? Will we not? Will we find any more road decks in this format? Or I can't really say. Are there actually road decks besides the top two?
Are there? So it's going to be exciting to see. Naturally, I know that people have been asking for GARP. Appreciate you, believers in chat. We'll see if we can maybe line up something there. But hey, we saw Red Green Law, which already was lined up to being we don't know, and maybe that means that we also see a comeback of a few traditional decks. We saw Dofi as well. So who
Yes.
knows? Maybe this is a bit of a throwback to the earlier formats, and maybe we end up seeing Newgate or Zoro or Kid. Who knows, right? I
You,
think
you know what would be
at
nice? A Smoker. We did have Smoker
Smoker?
reveals not too long
Oh,
ago, so Smoker would be pretty
true.
nice.
True. That would be very nice and very thematic. Maybe we bring back a little bit of Yamato gameplay. Who knows? So very excited to see what that brings up. And while we get things lined up for an end of the round, what would you have played coming into this tournament?
Personally, I think either Red Green Law or Moria would be my go-to. However, as a deck that I think I would do well in. However, at the same time, I have less experience on those decks than I do if I were to play like Green Uta. So if I had to pick, I think my go-to would be Green Uta.
And I am interested to see if we're going to see any Green Utas on stream. I mean, obviously, it's a powerful deck. The film strategy is very explosive, can enable wide boards, and has been performing pretty well in community-led events in the last couple of weeks as people have been prepping for EB 1.5 format. So I'm interested to see if we're going to see a little bit of that. But obviously, the mainstay powerful decks that all utilize either A drop Moria or some of the more powerful red cards like Kid and Killer are definitely taking the forefront right now. And I know it's the boring answer, but I think I would be a red purple log gamer. It's just the way that deck works really scratches the part of my noggin that makes me feel like I'm having a good time. So I think
Eh,
I think I'd play into that strategy,
You,
knowing
you
myself.
were the kind of players that like to turn cards sideways.
I do like turning my cards. Look, like you're saying, always assume your opponent has it, and I don't disagree. But at the same time, you better have it. Like, here's
Yeah.
my card, take it, and then you figure things out. You be the big brain gamer. I'm gonna be the vibes gamer, and I'm just gonna do just play
Yeah.
my cards out. So I think that's a lot of fun. And if not that, maybe Nami. I mean, I love my alternate win cons. I love just kind of playing a game by myself that doesn't involve anybody else. So those kinds of strategies, they really tickle my fancy. So
Oh yes.
really
Yes.
exciting to see if we can see any more of that as we press on into the further rounds.
Yes, I am very excited as well. But like, is there another deck that that you want to see yourself that's undefeated right now,
That's
or hope
undefeated.
that's undefeated? Let's go with that. Let's.
Hope. I'm not gonna lie. I think a Prono would be super cool, right? I think anything that has, I mean, yes and no, because obviously we've been seeing a lot of black decks already as is. But I think anything in that green realm, red green law obviously kind of skirts that in terms of being more of like a it's doing its own thing in terms of what green wants to do, but seeing something, I think green would be a lot of fun in terms of changing up what we're seeing. Seeing stuff that's a little bit more traditional board control with resting down cards, I think would be a ton of fun. So if we could see something, some strategy lean in on that, I think that would be a ton of fun in terms of changing up what we've been seeing on stream. So it's very
Yeah,
exciting.
yeah. And for me, I would say green purple Dofi.
Nice.
The existence of Birdcage is very good. That's what's it's particularly good against decks like Red Purple Law and Moria, because Moria, you're played around all your forecasts. Only your
Hmm.
Moria is actually big that can get around the Birdcage. And if you're playing the Sakazuki, then sure you have Sakazuki and Moria, two cards to get around the Birdcage, but not every card is able to do it. And now you're just constantly turning cards sideways. I'm attacking, attacking, attacking.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
you have cards like 7-drop Kid if you're playing that to constantly keep that Birdcage active. Now you will never turn those cards up ever again. And same
Hmm.
thing with blockers, right? Swing 5K, you can block with your 6 if you want, 6K blocker, but you never turn it back up.
Yeah, exactly. So super exciting. I hope we see those strategies because I think they're going to lend themselves to a really exciting Swiss day, of which we've already had a very exciting Swiss day. So big kudos to the staff on the ground there for lining up those fantastic games. Of course, reminder everybody, devil fruit is the current keyword. You guys want to drop those keywords whenever we drop them throughout the stream so that
Yes.
you could be enabled an additional entry into the box that we're going to be cracking on stream and then shipping the contents of that to one lucky winner. And reminder that the giveaway has to be within the continental United States. I am very sorry to our international viewers here. But the shipping do be doing shipping things. So don't forget to get that keyword in. We're going to be dropping those throughout the day. So you're going to want to keep in, get your friends, get your neighbors, get your parents, get everyone in here so that you can have the best chance at taking home that box.
Yes. Get your siblings too, even though you may not see it, but still get them.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we're going to go on an extended break as we break into between what are we, round 5 going into round 6?
I
Ah,
believe round 5 going to round 6. You are correct.
yeah, absolutely blazing through. This has been the One Piece card game offline. Mesquite Regional will be back soon with the next round of the tournament. Y'all don't want to go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. We just took a quick break so everyone could get a little bit of luncheon, but now we're
Yep.
rearing back for round 6. And I am Espira, and with my co-cast is the fantastic Human. Human, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great. Just had a nice meal. I'm ready. I ate enough. I'm energized for the next round, and I'm extremely excited for what we're about to see. Like, I was not ready to see this. I did not expect to see this matchup at all,
Yeah,
especially during this time
100%.
today.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
you?
We've had no, not at all. Not even close. Not even one little bit. So just a quick recap. We've been seeing exciting games. We've seen both flavors of law. We've seen Moria. We've seen Rebecca. We've seen Anel. Like it's just been such a flavor bomb of different matchups, which has lent this to be such an exciting tournament. And that doesn't stop, which is so incredibly exciting as we jump into our sixth round because our sixth round will be facing a Moria. We kind of all know what that does.
We all know that one.
Yeah,
But the
yeah,
other one, you know what? We'll give you five, like a quick 5 seconds guess. You have 5 seconds to
yeah.
guess what deck it is. Like, all right, here we go. One, two,
We haven't seen it yet.
three, 4, 5. All right, we got our 5 seconds. Our other deck that's going up against Moria is Hannibal.
Heck yeah. Purple, blue, Hannibal. Currently undefeated or X1? What are we working with
Undefeated.
here?
He's undefeated, right? Hannibal is
Undefeated
undefeated at
Hannibal.
5-0.
Heck yeah. So for the uninitiated, this is a 5K lead for life, blue, purple. End of your turn, you may return one of your impel down type characters with a cost of 2 or more to its owner's hand. Then, if you do so, you get to add up one Dawn from your Dawn deck and set it as active, which is awesome. And I'm really interested to what you see in the what we're going to bring into the matchup, right? Just like how does the impel down package line up against the Moria package? And how does that
I'm
come together?
extremely excited. I'm not too sure how this matchup is. The impel down package, right? It's all about having your dons come out after they're KO'd. Like the impel downs
Mhm.
get KO'd, Don comes out. Great. But all Moria does is KO your guy. So, but and another thing is they ramp super fast. It's just ramp, 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 ramp.
Yeah, and then obviously, you have incredibly powerful things, and being in blue purple means that you get the benefit of running some amazing purple bombs, but on top of that, some amazing blue bombs. We had talked previously when we saw some of the blue decks previously that 10 drop Kaido is something. It's an incredibly powerful body. It is
Very.
really hard to remove at that 10 cost spot for black. You get to draw a bunch of cards, which means you're refilling your hand and getting ready for the gas needed to be able to defend or be able to apply additional pressure. So that fusion of having the blue sustainability with the purple to accelerate into your bigger blue plays, I think can line up for some really exciting positions.
It's not just that, like because you also have access to purple. That's a lot of potential removals you have. You have started at king for forecast or lower.
Mhm.
You could play poly. You want to play poly. You could be playing queen to recycle to get more cards in your hand. It's not just Kaido. Queen can get you to draw power, and of course you have Borsalino or Mihawk if you choose to play those cards. And
Mhm.
you don't forget about the events. Gravity Blade, Red Rock, it could three
Yeah.
3,000 worlds. It could be he could be running any one of those.
All powerful abilities. You got Digit Gatling, like you were saying, you got Gum Gum Rain. So just that suite of awesome cards. And then you got some great defensive cards early, like 3 drop Dofi allows you to fix up your draws in a little bit and be able to bottom top deck as you need to. And those that kind of added consistency to purple is very much welcome, especially since sometimes you see your rampers when you want to see your bombs. Sometimes you see your bombs when you want to see your rampers. So having that additional blue there to be able to bring together the cards that we need to see in appropriate order can be a ton of fun. So I mean, don't get me wrong, we're hyping up the deck a ton, and for what we know, maybe this is the dark horse of the entire tournament, right? This is the Cinderella story we want to see, but it was on nobody's radar, and there's a good reason for that, right? There's a certain level of card quality that we haven't seen that we see with decks like Morgan and stuff like that. But nevertheless, there are definitely tools that exist, especially as this player is undefeated going into the round, that we need to start accounting for. And this is where formats like these shine. And I am so excited to see this play out.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. This is why we love this. This is why we love this game. It's not always those top-notch players. You gotta have these players come out from the dark. I have a road deck. I've mastered this. I've played this since release. I know the ins and out, and I'm better than you at it because I know
Mhm.
my deck.
Yeah, there's very few things scarier than like here's the thing. If I have to start my round by asking my opponent, "Hey, can I read your leader?" Like already that's like a tough precarious situation to be in. And if you happen to be like one of those, I'm not calling you a one trick, but like you are a master of that rogue deck and you have lines and situations and you can overcome the card quality bump that inherently exists with taking something like a rogue leader. That's what's really scary because at that point, you know, your player's skill is accounting for so much more than just raw card quality, at which I'm leaning more so on when I'm playing a more tiered strategy like a Moria. So it can be very scuff, especially knowledge is power. And if you don't know what your opponent's trying to do, what they're potentially on, especially with the flexibility that purple bombs and blue bombs. So now it's like, oh, what is he on? Is he on Mihawk? Is he on Kaido? Is he on the other Kaido? Like, what
Yeah.
is he running and what do I have to account for? It can be very, very scary.
Like, just imagine he has a 10 cost Kaido on board. Next turn, 9 cost Kaido comes on board.
Right. Right? And then like you can just reaccelerate back into your dawn with all your powerful impel down ramp. So it can be some spooky stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. But naturally, Moria is a real deck. It's a real strategy. Very powerful. We've been seeing A drop Moria the entire day because of just the amount of momentum swing it can provide and the versatility by utilizing your trash as essentially your second hand. Super powerful. And naturally, it's that efficient card quality that's provided across essentially two hands that can position Moria to be in a very powerful position. And if you're not able to pressure enough in the early game to make him feel uncomfortable to be able to make the plays that he needs to, and you can just casually drop Absalons and a drop Morias and stuff like that to kind of be able to apply pressure, then it can be a tough position. So I do I'm not gonna act like I understand how this matchup plays out. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna see it live and try to understand because I think
Yes.
that's something that very few of us have practiced in. But it's just to say that this is probably still an uphill battle, and I'm very interested to see how you maneuver the matchup as the road deck going into the Moria matchup.
So, for any of you that do not know what Hannibal does, his effect is end of your turn. So it has to be at the end of your turn. You may return one of your impel down type character with a cost of 2 or more to the owner's hand. Add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and set it as active. So in this case, it combos extremely well with Little Sadie, where Little Sadie allows you to on play up to 1 Yellow Beast type character card from your hand. After you play the card, and the turn, you send the Sadie back to your hand. Your 2K counter essentially 3 cost 2K counter essentially lets you play a 4 cost card, and
Mhm.
you keep the 2K in your hand.
Yeah. So, and then in terms of options of things like Jailer Beast, you can do things like the Mino Koala, which is a blocker that has non KO. If your leader's an Impel Down type leader, you have to add one Dawn from your Dawn deck to rest. So, like, that's where that quick acceleration really comes together. You got one from your leader, and then you get one from your Mino Koala, and then that acceleration is really strong. And that's where those early blue plays of things like Doflamingo and the other blue cards really allow you to be able to set up your deck in a way to make sure that you can line up those very specific sequence of cards that enable you to get as much advantage as possible.
Yes, yes. You could be going first. You can be going second, either or. On your second, ideally going for a second is better since that means on your on your turn one, you can play a 2 cost card, send it back to your hand. You're now on 3. Following turn, you're on 5. Dawn. Once you're on 5, you can do the same thing again.
Hmm.
Back to your hand. Repeat. You're on 6. Go to 8. There you go. You're on 8 already. You could be playing Borsalino right then and there. You could be playing um King right then and there. And it's be okay because then you can ramp it back up to 8, and then you're on 10 the following turn.
Yeah. So, a ton of options there. Honestly, I'm very excited to see how this plays out. And of course, as a reminder for everyone, for what Moria does, if you're joining us and you're a little bit newer to the game, 5 cost, a black leader for 1 attached Dawn when attacking. You may pay 2, and then you may trash 1 card from your hand. You get to trash 2 cards from the top of your deck, play 1 Thriller Bark Pirates card from your trash with a cost of 4 or less. And oftentimes that will enable you to be able to play out 4 drops like Absalon, which has an on play, make KO card on the board, or things like Hogback, which allow you to be able to pull a card from your trash back to your hand. And those are, and they will also shuffle back cards back into the deck to make sure that you can keep the consistency going and keep the game going, making sure that you don't mill yourself out.
Yes. Moria allows make sure you do not deck out because all those card effects allow you to return them back to your deck.
Mhm,
And once you return them back to your deck, you because they're in a specific order, once you get to that late game point and you hit that one card, oh, I know my next card. I know my next like 10, 20 cards, whatever it could be, how many cards you put in the bottom of your deck.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, so extremely consistent, powerful strategy, and that really plays into the concept of having a second hand, right?
Yes.
It's almost like every time you mill yourself out, you're drawing more cards. Now, obviously, you don't get the counter power component of it, but you still get the aspect of having a bunch of brand new playable cards to pull from them. Oh, do I need removal this turn? It's not in my hand, but I can play it from my trash. Oh, do I need card draw to be able to get more counter power into my hand to be able to stave off my opponent's turn? Or do I need a blocker? Do I need to nick cards on my opponent board? So that flexibility of utilizing powerful, consistent toolboxy cards out of your trash to compensate for potentially a weaker hand or to enable a more powerful hand is extremely powerful. And that's why, I mean, you must know as someone who loves playing trash recursion strategies, the how like the moment the moment trash players like trash players, there's a very specific connotation I mean by that. Players who enjoy playing with their trash zone, once I start seeing you fanning it out, I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, the players are able to play their trash, they start fanning out. They know what cards in your deck. They know what cards in your hand. They look at the odds. All right, I'm looking for this card. I'm looking for this card. What are the odds of me seeing this card if I were to try to mill it? I haven't seen an Absalon yet. Can I use my effect even though I don't have an Absalon in my hand? And just all right, I'm gonna use my play my Hina, reduce your guy, use my Moria, attack Moria, use the effect, and I'm gonna say I will mill that Absalom because we've seen 20 cards already. We have yet to see a single one.
Mm.
It's more likely than not it will hit the Absalom. Yes, there will be chances where you will not, but there are odds. At that point, you're playing with odds. You're playing a game of percentages. Will I hit it or not with those last remaining cards that you have not seen yet?
Yeah, and there's a little psychological component to it when you're like, it's a revealed hand, right? Like, I know, yeah, obviously, you're going to hit a couple of cards out of your trash, but if it's just sitting there, I know you have an Epsilon there. I know that you have a hack or anything else to be able to get you certain cards. So it's almost like I'm playing into your strategy of like, well, dang, now I need to play around Epsilon and around certain plays, even though you were potentially never intending to go for that play. So then you start playing mind games with your opponent that like they're playing around things that you have, while that not even being options that are in your hand. So it just creates an even more, okay, well, now I have to play around these certain lines and I'm not even sure if it's the optimal line.
Yep. Because those Absaloms, right? Sure, you can remove something, but what if you don't have a Hina? What if you don't have the Ice Age? That's where it plays into. If they don't have that cost reduction, Absalom don't mean anything.
Yeah, so it's double playing it up that way. But hey, I get rid of it on board, it comes back. So there's that little recursion also that like, dang, unless I'm bottom decking, I'm never really getting rid of things. But thankfully, we are in blue here for our Hannibal. So does have ability to have a bit of removal that can be a little bit annoying for.
I,
There you go. There's the reading of the
there
opponent.
is the.
The
Can I
reading.
see your leader real quick?
Can I take a peep and see what that does?
I can say for sure a lot of these players are extremely unsure of what Hannibal does or what the deck does.
I will put anything on the line to say every single one of Clutch's opponents this tournament has asked to read that leader going into their round.
I'm willing to take that bet and say I agree as well. 'Cause the likelihood of the opponent knowing exactly what the card does and knowing what the cards are in your deck are
Hmm.
very, very low. It's less than 1%, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure. It'd be this was a community stream, probably pop up a card read counter and see how many times it gets hit throughout the game, because there are a bunch of very interesting impel down cards, a few more techie blue cards that make their room as well because they synergize really well with what the impel down package is going to go.
Yes. But we as you can see, our players are setting up. Where I couldn't tell who decided what first or second. It looked like the warrior was the did roll higher, the opt whether to go first or second. but we will find out on which player is first or second in a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they play it out, and obviously Moria being pretty comfortable with going second if it has the option to. So we'll see if
I
we're able
don't
to
know
lay
what's
that
going
down.
on right now.
We mulliganed.
He looked no, he shuffled his hand and looked at it himself. He didn't really mulligan. He didn't pass it to opponent, so I don't know what's going on.
Probably just a shuffle, just make sure that the cards aren't upside down or something like that.
Yeah, I mean
Uh,
the players do get a deck check every single time they
mm-hmm,
come
mm-hmm.
on stream, so they may have been sorted prior. He decided to, all right, I'm gonna shuffle, check the hand, and then shuffle again, and then pass it
Yep,
on.
makes sense to me. So, as far as the early turns go, naturally, Hannibal's very comfortable because no matter what on turn two, whether that's dropping a 3-drop, a 4-drop, or what have you, you're always going to be in a position, whether you're going first or second, to be able to put down a little Sadi and then go into a Mino Koala after that. So, very comfortable for Hannibal, regardless of what Moria's choice is here. And it does look like we're going to kick it off. So, players kick off their opening hands and let's see if they keep.
Yeah. And one of the big thing about Hannibal is the access to, shoot, I definitely lost the name. Our 5 drop 6 cost to minus Donna. Shoot,
The
I'm having a
Queen?
blank. I'm having a blank. I am drawing a blank. This is not
It'll
good.
it, it'll come back. It's
It'll
okay. It's
come back.
okay.
It'll come back. It'll come back. I'll come back and call for it in a bit. Meanwhile, uh,
Is,
I, oh man.
is it the Magellan?
Oh
Perhaps.
yes, you're right. It's Magellan.
There.
Yes, Magellan. Having access to Magellan because you're able to play Magellan to do the Dawn minus, putting your opponent down. So like Moria in this case, you can take them off of that Moria play with a simple
Mhm.
Magellan. Like if they're on even curve, they're now back to odd. And now you play the Magellan again, they're back to even curve. However, and by the time you get to that point, Magellan only hits one body.
Mhm. All right. So it does look like we're keying it off. Going
I'm
first was
Moria
the
only hits one body.
Hannibal gets to play the one Dawn and pass, and then here we go into the Brenu here for Moria. Get that look at the top three and set up with some Navy plays.
Yes, he did grab the Suru. We're starting with a 5K to lead. Leaving 3 Dawns up. That's more likely than not a little Sadie coming down for Mino Koala? Question mark. There's the little Sadie.
End of
Little Sadie's
turn.
on play effect. Mino Koala. End of turn effect. Sends the little Sadie back to hand and rampant active Dawn.
Yep. And then the koala there just being a chill 5K blocker, good pressure on the board. And then at some point, whenever the opponent gets rid of it, also be able to ramp as well.
Yes, yeah. Well, here's another thing about Hannibal, right? They did get access to a new event. It's called Gum Gum Champion Rifle. If your leader has Impel Down type, give up to one of your leader or character plus 2,000 power until the end of the turn. Then your opponent returns one of their active characters to their hand. So that just having access to that card and being a 1 cost, meaning the turns you send that Mino Koala or send it back to your hand, it can use the effect.
Mm-hmm. And
All
here we
right.
go. Tsuru into donning up and using the Moria ability, going to play into the Absalon and then KO the Mino
Mhm.
Koala.
Yes, he does KO it. Mino Koala does ramp a Dawn in exchange. Because they got KO'd.
Mm-hmm. Then there's the trigger, and we're going to get ourselves the additional Dawn up. So effectively having accelerated an entire turn.
Yeah, that's 5 Dawn already. So you're about to go to 7 while your opponent's on 4. My goodness.
Yeah, that's super powerful. Opens up a bunch of removal potentially. Once we're at 7, we're looking at maybe doing a Gravity Blade. Maybe we just play Borsellino. Maybe we just play the King. Like we're at a point now where we're playing some really powerful plays this early on that can be really tough for Mora to answer.
He that turn right there, that Dawn grab, I thought it was about to be a Borsellino right there. The quick Dawn grab. But he's thinking about it, so I assume it's not gonna be Borsellino. I don't think he's
I
ranking.
mean,
I mean, he can
I
he
mean,
can still do it.
you weren't wrong. He looked very confident with that grab, but then we're just all right. Looks like we're bringing in the life there just for a little bit of clarity and vision.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like we're just slapping him on the hanny and swinging at lead, getting Moria down to 3.
Plays Law.
Woo! 4-drop purple law 5k attack blocker on play Dawn -1. If your opponent has 7 or more cards in their hand, trash 2 cards from your opponent's hand. Very saucy play here. I love
Ooh,
this
there's a
play.
Moria there.
Oh,
I think it
better
was a
luck.
Moria, and I can't tell what the second card was. I think it was a Hina.
Hey, you know, the saying goes better lucky than good. Well, how about being good and lucky?
Oh
Those will pan
man,
you out.
that's a double whammy right now.
All right, so very solid start here early for our uh Hannibal player here. And let's see how Moria can respond. Has a respectable board here of Absalon as well as the lead. See what we can follow that up with.
Yes. So now we're going. Let's see. I believe it is 6 Dawn to 6 Dawn. We'll be going to 8 on both sides following turns, starting with a 5k swing.
Yep, just a little poke here saying, hey, give me a card. And we're going to get
The
a
blocker.
domino out of that.
Yeah, blocker is a 1k counter or a blocker if it's on in play. And then another 5 with brand new.
Just chipping away at that hand.
He
Considering the
has used
take.
quite a few cards.
Yeah, so now we're really trying to dig for our bombs now, trying to see if we can establish a really big spooky thing on the board. And here we've got our Moria player just continuing to do the things that he does.
Yep, go 7, trash 2 to play Hogback. He looks like I want that Moria back. I would love to have this Moria back in my hand if I can, right?
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is a thriller bark. Yeah, let's grab that boy back. Fair enough.
No, I think we know what our next turn it's gonna be at this point. Yep, Moria back to hand.
Hmm.
7k at life. Does he block? Does he counter? Does he take?
Being at 2 can be a little suspect. You do want to do a bit more board cleanup, but at the same time, I mean, 7 onto 5, you are looking at least 3 cards potentially, unless we're looking at any event type interaction. So, but
Yeah,
even then, you're looking at 2 cards. So,
2 cards is quite a bit. Or he can give it a blocker, but I don't think giving it a blocker is a good idea at this point because he needs that blocker. He needs the extra body right now.
yeah, you need the board presence here. So it does look like we're just going to take and we're going to pass it along here. So,
All
drop
right,
return.
return going to 8. What will he do? That Mino Koala is definitely needed as it is a extra body. He would have preferred not to lose if he had a choice, I believe.
Mm. Few options to look there. Looks like the opponent's got some ballpark 5-ish cards in hand.
Yeah. Thinking about his play, he only has so many plays left right now. Because right now he has to play from behind. He's one body
Mhm.
to your opponent's 4 bodies. Yes, one of them is a Suru, and one of them is a brand new, but that brand new can still attack. Suru, unlikely, but not impossible. And of course, you
Mhm.
have the Absalon and Hogback.
Yeah. So we'll see what he decides to do on the cleanup board side. Does look like he's attaching 1 here, setting his law up to 7 or 6, I mean. And
Oh,
then swing up that. So there's the brand new gone.
that's one body. So he still has 7 Dawns available. He wants to know what's in
Potential
there.
potential options here for a gravity, perhaps.
Gravity Blade would be pretty nice. Just
Hmm.
taking out the Absalon and the Hogback.
See what the thought process is here, what we're lining up, and then anything that can make the transition between this 8 Dawn turn and the 10 Dawn turn feel a little bit smoother here. Oh, looks like nah, that's it. We're just gonna do it. Put a little elbow grease into it.
Yep. Oh man, he's looking bricked up right now.
Yeah, it's
Hasn't
not
played any of his
looking.
big bodies yet.
Yeah, this does not look great. And this is one of those positions where I was talking about how sometimes as these ramp strategies, you just see all your ramp pieces, or you see all your bombs, or you just the mishmash here. And that's hopefully where the blue add-ins will fix us consistency wise. But this is not an amazing position here for our handy player at the moment.
Yes, yes, yes. If I remember correctly, he did keep his hand. I don't think he mulliganed.
He did keep his hand. Yeah, which I mean, like I can understand keeping the hand if you're looking at something like a little Saudi into Mina Koala at that point. I think it's an agreeable keep there, and then just hoping to be able to draw into your bigger pieces after that. But here we do see the Moria into the Absalon, and then further into that the 2-drop being.
Perhaps I think that was Kuzan he took from
Mm,
Renew. But here we go. We are at 10. So is the Kaido coming down? Maybe it does help a little,
yep.
but you will be pressured a lot with two other 5K bodies and the leader, and of course you have Moria.
So
You
there's
dead
the clear
turn all
out,
10 sideways.
and there's the one.
The
The
only Kaido.
Oh, so 10 cost, a 12k power on a play. Draw 4 cards if your opponent has 3 or less life. So
Yes.
definitely the gas we needed, but still, you are facing a lot of pressure this turn. You know, you
Yes.
got Absalon, Hackback, you got more Gecko ×2 potentially. You know, so very spooky board here, especially with the 10 Dawn up and Gecko Moria still being at 3 life, which
Mm.
means you're still in a very suspicious position.
Yes. Is it too late potentially to see that 10 drop? Because what he could have done, yes, he had that law, but what if he didn't use that law effect, right? What if he didn't use the law effect and he used an effect to end of turn bounce and ramp again? He would have had this Kaido down one turn earlier.
Mhm. All right, so we're counting up. We're doing some math here.
Uh, So can he remove the Kaido? If the Kaido gets removed, I think this game might just be over. So starting with a 6K.
6k swing, saying, "Hey, give me a 2k."
Yep. That's one card that you drew off Kaido, at least.
There we go. First one. Attach.
Another 6K? Question mark?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Another 6K. Can we get another 2K? We do.
Another one.
2K number 2. Oh, taps 1. Ice Age. Oh boy.
Oof. Oof. that.
Rebecca.
Uh.
No. Oh. He's down to 2 costs. Is there an Absalon? There is.
Gross.
That's absolutely
Yep.
disgusting.
There's the Epsilon.
Yep. Kaido gets removed. And a 6K at lead. That's another 2K. And with that 9, I don't think you're countering the 9. You're down to 1 life. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies at 5K power and 1 body at 9. This is a menace.
It's a tough board position, and unfortunately, it's just falling back foot to back foot here for the Hannibal player. Just because, like, at the very least, if he was able to hold on to the 10 drop Kaido, we could start cleaning up the board, cleaning up pressure, applying something to try to keep us within this game. But the fact that we're really in a back foot position here where we're trying to keep clean naturally, maybe we've got a Kaido board wipe that could potentially save us here. But even then, we'd be in a suspect position where we're still only down to 1 life. And Gigamoria's still got a lot of options here.
Yeah, he does. At this point, you're very far, far behind. Yes, you may have a lot of crushing hand, but like without the board state, without the board control, the Moria is just gonna keep on swinging, keep on applying the pressure. Anything you play down, most likely not gonna stay.
Mhm.
Let's see. 10 Dawns. I can't tell how many cards in hand. He's definitely thinking hard, long and hard. Uh, looking at his deck, like he could be playing blockers. Blockers already do much right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is one
Gravity
of
Blade
those.
removed 2 bodies.
Yeah, that's one of those I might not be able to lose, but like, am I winning? Right? Like, what are the lines here that allow me to win? And I mean, hey, Kaido's going to draw you more cards, and that might be more counter power to be able to survive. But is that going to be sufficient to put us in a position to maybe not lose out? Not entirely sure here.
Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest play because now he has 5 swings and a 9K swing, 10 Dawns to work with. He used 3 cards last turn, just carrying out the 3 6K swings.
All right, we're splitting up the Dawn here.
Starting with a 7. That takes 2 cards. Yep. Another 7.
In the tank, considering our pitches.
He knows he's safe. He knows he won't lose even if that Kaido stakes now.
Mhm. And there's
2K,
already
1K.
such a strong board. Doesn't need to commit anything from hand. We can save all that for counter power in case anything doesn't get through. Protect our board. Enable it to go up another turn.
Yep, another counter.
There's the take. And
Takes
then
their
we're
take.
just
There's the 11 from the Moria, and that
and
is
that's
game.
it. I'll close out here, unfortunately. And I think uh big downs here for the Hannibal player here, unfortunately, not really lining up the bomb threat the turn that he needed to be able to potentially get there. We do see the gravity blades in hand potentially would have been very useful a couple of turns prior when our Moria player here was sitting on just the
2
the
bodies.
Epsilon, the
Yeah.
Epsilon and the Dr. Hogback.
Yeah, that would have been a great turn to use it if he had it. Even then, if he had it earlier when he was on 7, maybe he could have done something else because being putting himself back a little down, he couldn't play that Kaido as early as he wanted to. I
Mhm.
did want to play Kaido on, let's see, your turn 2 right there because your odd is the 3 cost. Turn 3 is ideally another body. Ideally, your most ideal play is Kaido on turn 4. That is your
Mhm.
best play possible if you're able to get to that point.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those things where you tunnel vision, perhaps like, oh, there's an opening here to be able to trash a couple of cards out of their hand, make things feel uncomfortable for them. But when you play into the notion that Gecko Moria is able to play out of his trash, kind of makes it so a bit of a moot point because maybe you're just sending those cards from one zone to another that potentially are still playable by the deck. So potentially instead there, line up your sequencing instead to be able to go into those back-to-back-to-back bombs that might have been a little bit harder to be able to deal with if the opponent was one turn behind, having 2 less Dawn available to him.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier. When you're playing Moria, you have a second hand. Your second hand is your trash.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not an over tournament run for our blue purple player here. Of course, they go into the 7th round being X1, and there's no shame in that, especially since a win out from here still solidly
Yeah.
puts you within a top 64 slot, which, of course, remind everybody 1,500 registered players for this tournament. Many rounds of Swiss that'll feed into a day 2 top 64 cut, which would be very exciting.
Yeah. Don't count yourself out. 1 loss is not enough to take you out. Even 2 loss. 2 loss is not enough either. Just keep up going. You can do it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I live in the X1 bracket. Like, it is odd for me to be in the second half of a tournament being undefeated. That's just not where I live. But I'm in the X1 bracket. It's almost like I don't do this. I don't. But some people say like, hey, when you buy a new car, how about you just like give it a little nick, right? Like somewhere no one will ever notice. But now you can. It takes off that pressure of feeling like, oh no, my pristine vehicle, right? On that same token, taking that one loss. All right, you know what? We did it. Fine. I don't have the pressure of having to stay undefeated the entire tournament. Let's just win out, do what we got to do, play the games we know how to play, and hopefully close out for a strong day 1 finish.
Yes. So there you have it. Like Moria took the win here. Um, there's Moria's just been extremely consistent today.
Yeah, the deck does what the deck does. It's extremely powerful, has the versatility of the drop, of being able to extend board with some tied in, essentially pseudo free removal, depending on how the board plays out. So, very solid deck, a very good strategy. Congratulations to our winner here. And of course, reminder to everybody that OP07 pre releases are this weekend. And as a piece of that celebration, we'll be giving away a box worth of contents to one viewer that will be cracking the box on stream. So you guys are going to stay tuned for whenever we drop a brand new keyword. So you guys will be able to put those in the chat and get an additional entry. Very excited to
Yes.
see what all of you may be able to pull from that box.
Oh, I'm excited to see what what the box has. That's something I want to see for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, gonna be a blast to see what's in that. And with that, we are transitioning from our sixth to our seventh round. And let us know in the chat what you guys will be looking out for. We're gonna be looking on our end, trying to see what we can find. And of course, any recommendations on your guys, if we can put up a fun matchup, we'll be able to do so. And we'll be right back shortly with the seventh round of the One Piece card game offline Mesquite Regional. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. We just finished round 6, watching a Hannibal go up against Morio, which was a very exciting back and forth. Love to see these kinds of offbeat leaders as we're reaching up to the second half of this tournament. I am Espira, and joined with me is my fantastic co-cast, Human. Human, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like this is where this is it. This is the end game. We're heading towards the end, the second half of the tournament. Well, the 2/3 of it. 2/3 is done. We still have a third left. But like this is the later half where we really get into those. This is the top deck type of meta. What we're gonna see a lot of Moria, as you can see right now, and we do have Black Yellow Luffy on the other side. From my understanding, a lot of people would say Black Yellow Luffy has the matchup advantage into Moria. Do you agree in this case?
I do think that you lend yourself to some really solid lines of, I mean, not only do you have the Sabo protection, which is really solid, but the additional fact that like you're such a consistent, reliable push deck that can really line itself up in a way that you can kind of ignore some of what Moria does. And you can establish your board pretty consistently, relatively quickly as well, once you step down to that zero life and able to push through. So,
Yeah, that does that is what happens. Here's the thing though, as Moria, what you really need is to establish your Moria before Luffy establishes theirs. Like
mhm.
that Moria is your wing condition. You need to be able to get to have that 9k attack without the Dawn investment.
Right, right,
That
right,
is
right.
key to winning. If you don't have two Morias on board, or at least an Isho Moria, or something along that line where you're able to have the big attack, it's extremely difficult to get through the final defenses of Black Yellow Luffy unless they just don't have the Sabo.
Yeah, so the Sabo really helps mix or break this matchup here. And here we start off with a Garp hitting the Luffy here. Big Luffy.
If you anyone haven't noticed, we're able to get some support to change the camera angle, and it's now a top-down view. I hope you like this more.
Yes, kudos to our production team for making it happen. Here we got a pretty solid turn one play of the Garp into the three brothers bonds. Let's see if once again we can find ourselves another Sabo hit here off the top of the deck, and then the rest goes to the bottom.
Yeah, that is your key winning card for this matchup.
And then passing it back over to Moria here, going to 3, utilizing 2, going into the Brenu. Let's see if we can hit any Navy.
I do see the Suru, Sabo, and Ice Age. Those are some power cards.
Mm-hmm.
We do opt for the Suru, thinking, all right, Ice Age. It's really only used for the Oria, and yeah, the Luffy's and stuff too. You're never really attacking with your leader, so that's why playing the Brenu is just that much better and searching rather than attacking and then playing the body because you want to keep them healthy. You want to make them use resources in order to get low.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to make you utilize your resources, your cards to get your own life, while I just extend my board and put myself in a good position to be able to attack into you.
No. So we're 5 followed by 6. Takes the 6 and counters the 5 and takes the 6.
So now we're in equal life here for each, going into our next turn.
All right, we do have $5 available. This is one of those times where Sabo is actually really good here because you're not attacking anyway. Perona, hard playing for Perona is also super well. So let's take out the Garp. It's one less attacker, one less
Mm-hmm.
body to worry about.
Set for
There's the
3.
Perona. Please discard a card from your hand.
Yeah, 1 card for free. Can't hate that. Obviously, you can utilize this to set up
If you're unable to
your big
see,
brothers, but
yeah. But if you're unable to see, that was the ace that was discarded. It was
mhm.
flash for a brief moment. There's the Luffy
Ooh, all right, we're just gonna hard play some cards here.
trashing. Oh, Moria. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so here 5 cost Luffy, 6k power, activate main once per turn. This character gets 2k power until the start of your next turn. Then if you have one or more life cards, which we're not currently in the situation, you get to draw a card and then trash a card from the top of your life.
Encounters with a Perona. We go into 7. You do want to out this Luffy as soon as possible because all that Luffy's going to do is constantly get you more draws while it's drawing you more cards. They're also dwindling your life closer and closer to that 0 that you really want to be at.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Hina. It's down to 1. And
The Brook.
that Brook or Absalon? It is Brook.
That is Brook. That is the boy. There and utilized like this does also mean that it gets to chill in active, which oftentimes throughout this tournament we've seen it being in rest. So here potentially living out to see another turn could be very nice in terms of just having a free KO in the next turn and maybe clear out some of the board that the opponent's establishing. But doesn't feel great here in terms of just not being in a position to be able to set up our explosive plays. But we have our Gum Gum Allen here has done a pretty, acceptable job of just trying to play mid-ranger cards. Let's just play fair. Let's just play bodies. Just apply pressure, get cards out of hand, and then eventually I'll be in a position to be able to use my leader ability, and that's when I'll really be able to pop off. So depending on the sequence, he here could manage to be able to just play through this little bit slower pace game.
Yes, because I do believe he's on 8 right now. He's going to 10 next turn. You want to utilize your board as much as possible. Of course, while that Brook is on board, it does apply a lot of pressure because that Brook can attack and you're not losing life because Brook is attacking. Because you can just attack with 4K just to pop a body.
Mm-hmm. So here we got 5-drop Black Sabo, 6k blocker.
Not KOing anything now.
Nope. Does get to clean up the handle a little bit, see if we can dig into some of our things that allow us to take our own life potentially and get us in a position to be able to make plays. But now you have to be careful where, you have to pick and choose when you're going to take your own life because maybe you get yourself too close to the sun and maybe then you open up your opponent to be able to attack into you.
Yes. We have 4 dons, 3 dons remaining, swinging 8K, takes the hit because it is a little much to counter out of that.
So down to 3 life each. So staying at life parity. Going over to 2, 4, 6, 8. What is it? 9 Don now?
9 Don. This is a Primordia. Just kidding. Not happening turn.
Yes, fake out here into the Brinu.
That is Ice Age. So, but you're not removing that Sabo. It's protected. Very much so protected.
Yep. For this turn, it is indeed just chilling there, which, hey, there's value. Even if it's not protecting a super wide board, there's some value in it just kind of coasting there and providing you a body that's guaranteed to see the next turn. Here we see the Moria ability. Got the pitch. Got a Lucci hit in there, and then going to hit ourselves with another
ripping another card.
Out of hand you go.
Luffy. To counter or not to counter?
You just take here. I feel like you need to start making progress towards what your deck does best because if you're stuck just playing like a fair game of on turn 6, I'll play a 6-drop, or like on turn 4 I'll play a 6-drop, and then after that I'll play just another big mid-range body once returned. That you're just kind of playing a really fair game versus a deck that is currently playing a fair game but is slowly chipping away at your hand and has the explosiveness to go really all in when necessary. So you just kind of need to be careful about playing too fair of a game versus a deck like Moria.
Yes. But we are on 10, so we have yet to see that Kuzan though. Like neither we haven't seen Kuzan. Oh, like Kuzan is one of the key cards in this matchup in general because just Kuzan in general lets you replenish the hand, of course, replace itself. It's an extra body, and that body is able to remove more bodies if needed.
Yeah, something that I don't think we've seen Kuzan all tournament, to be honest. So
Now that I think about it, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right, we're in the tank. We're split out. All right, there we go. Starting it off here with a Flampe.
So, all right, I am gonna take my own life. Looks like a double
Again.
Flampe.
All right. Fat hands. We're at
He's,
0.
he's at 0. He's at 0. It's finally at 0. Now's your chance.
Leader ability.
And he does have 2 extra downs to work with afterwards.
Yeah, so this opens us up to setting up our life and then potentially playing fair. Another Sabo in there is very saucy. We're going to stack it up, having the, what is that, the ace on top.
And yep, ace on top, Sabo on the bottom. So just allow Sabo to protect the ace and your board. So start with ace. It does have rush now.
The fact that that gives your leader an additional 2k for the turn cycle, so incredibly powerful.
Very, very powerful. Next one, there's the Sabo. And this is where Black Yellow Luffy shines the most. Because you're now in an infinite loop state where your leader will always be a 9k leader. And as long as you have a Moria and Sabo in your trash, you can, or just play over their Sabo actually. You can tackle the Sabo and play over it. And now your Sabo comes back, your board is protected once again.
Yep, this is a really powerful situation here. And just to clarify for anyone who's unsure, all of the kid versions of the brothers have the ability that when they hot swap from life with their older versions, they also give the leader 2k until the end of your opponent's next turn. So very much having that Whitebeard-esque effect where you become too big to be able to deal with.
Yes, and that Luffy leader is currently 9k until the end of opponent's turn. Well, 11k right now because you have 2 dons under it, but 9k on your opponent's turn.
So we got 3 brothers here grabbing what I presume was an ace I saw from.
Do believe that was the ace, correct? And he's using
Again.
another event.
You know, that was a really cool draw. I'm gonna do it again. And there
This
we go.
time,
Got
looks like
Kid
a Luffy.
Luffy?
I think that was Luffy.
Yeah, Kid Luffy.
Yep. Baby Luffy.
Now we're set up, used up all our Dawn, made out the attacks that we can make, and now we're in a very cozy position. I think we can technically still attack with a Sabo if we wanted to, but
yes, because right here, being a 9k leader, your opponent must commit 4 extra Dawn just to attack, and there's not a single Moria in play. Moria must be in play before Black Yellow Luffy does this, because otherwise, you have to commit to attack. And if you're not committed to attack, it means you're not doing anything that turn. You have 0 pressure. They keep every single card in their hand, and just do it again.
All right,
go.
so let's see how Mario responds here.
Seven at the ace.
We saved that, right?
If I have a Moria in my hand, I just let it go.
That's fair. That's fair.
But that's just me. Because ace being a 7k, it just constantly gets pressured. Here's another 7k. If he's gonna keep on swinging 7ks, you don't want to keep losing cards in your hand. But I guess protecting it here also says, all right, my opponent will not play Moria now.
Yeah, you're just kind of committing him to saying like, hey, make these lines, and now that you're forced out of the lines I wanted you to play, now we're in a good position. Or a quote unquote better position.
There's a 9.
Pay the 2, use leader ability, trash away Ice Age.
Oh, that was not Ice Age, actually. That was actually...
Or was it Soap Sheep?
Soap Sheep!
Very nice. So Soap Sheep, 1 draw, 1 cost, event, CP9 trait, main. Give it to 2 of your opponent's characters, -2 cost.
Yes. And essentially, you get to use Great Eruption twice without the draw.
All right.
Chooses a Hog back.
Hog back there, activate trigger. Get back the Goat Sheep. All right, bottom deck. All right, fair.
Goes back, and Takes Perona.
Yeah, those Prono loops, been seeing it all tournament, pretty solid.
Yeah.
And
Perona's
now
been
it's
doing a lot of work.
yep, now 9 on 9. Get rid of a card from hand, sir.
Or block. But I'd rather get rid of
True.
a card from hand. Well, he's thinking. Oh, he
Ooh.
chooses to block. Interesting.
Indicating a Moria, perhaps?
I probably would have just countered and just attack, so you can attack with the Sabo and play over it. That's
Hmm.
that's to me that's more pressure.
Yep. So we got all the kiddos in the trash there alongside a couple of grown versions.
Yes.
Got the 2 on the Luffy there. Discarding an ace to
Discard
put
an
an ace
ace.
and a Sabo back. Hey, there he is.
Shocker.
So we got that loop going, like you were saying about once again. Leader's a 9K, very annoying position for the Moria player in terms of trying to punch into it. Here we're going to get ourselves the ace, going to get ourselves the Sabo. Of course, the ace will proc off, allowing us to be able to get the big ace out of our life, and then the Sabo will be able to do it, and then everybody on the board is protected.
Yes. There, Ice Age does nothing against this deck. What is it? Lucci does nothing against this deck. Avalon does nothing against this deck because Sabo exists.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, so checking a drop here.
Making sure they have what they need. So now swinging a 7 at lead. There's the 2 and 1 because we knew that Perona was there.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's an 11k lead. Slowly chipping away at that life. It's down to 1 now.
Yep, and now it's getting these loops on board and putting your opponent in a position where they're just constantly facing a 9K to have to deal damage. Can it really be backbreaking, especially when you're dealing with a board of 2 blockers that are effectively impossible to get rid of?
Yes, at least with this deck. For Moria, it's straight impossible. There's
Mm-hmm.
no way for the deck to remove it. There is one way, however, I don't think anyone plays it, which is 6-drop Brook.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the card does is trash the card. It doesn't KO. It just
Doesn't
trash.
KO it, yeah. And sending and placing cards into certain zones does not count as a KO.
Yes. All Sabo does is preventing KO.
All right, so here we go again with the 2 on the Hina for the swing.
So for the ace. Will he let it go? Will he not? Thinking. I believe, to me, if he has another Moria, let it go. Same thing. Same thought as before. He has another Moria, let it go.
Let it go. Don't waste any cards on it.
Yep.
Hold on to what you've got for
Because he can
essentially
go
anything.
9/9, that's fine. And if he doesn't do 9/9 and just plays Moria, he's not attacking. You're perfectly okay with that, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so we got the 1 attached there into the
He just
2.
attacks just to attack in order to play a body. I'm assuming he's playing a hogback just so he can get a card from the trash. Getting a 2k maybe? Or does he play a Perona to rip a card from hand?
Yeah, or maybe you. But then what do you play? Yeah, so there's the Prona, but then you play on top of another Prona, which gets you a Prona again back in trash for later. So now we're forcing a card out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like 3 cards in the Moria, 4 cards in Moria's hand.
Yeah, not a lot. Wait, It needs 5 cards in hand in order to discard.
Moria has 4 cards in hand, I was saying.
Oh, Moria, sorry. Black Yellow Luffy has enough. Moria is definitely running low, countering those 7K swings consistently. Discards a Moria.
Huh.
Wow. And then a 4-cost play. Borsellino blocker, passing turn.
Huh. Getting
There
rid
has
of
to
the
be another one,
Moria.
right?
There has to be a third in hand. Like there's no way you make that play otherwise, right?
Oh, he's
Okay.
going for it. He
All
says,
right,
I
I
have
guess all
refill.
right. That's it. He's just like, we've got gas. Okay, here we go. Turning stuff sideways. Donning
7,
up the
yep,
Sabo,
7.
swing on swing. Here's the take.
Has 2 cards in hand. You just swing with Moria.
Oh, this is gamer speed at the moment. All right, there's the 2. Oof.
Amaru!
All right, hitting the
Oh
Amaru.
my goodness! Amaru strikes again, even though wasn't necessary.
And
But
that's it.
Amaru strikes again.
Oof. Amaru clutch finish here. I think the math plays out regardless of the Amaru here, but very powerful in terms of just being able to, guarantee that win. And, very interesting way to go about the game. I think this is a way of expressing the matchup that we're not, haven't really seen played out specifically, and how like both played really fair, very slow. Gecko Moria here not wanting to be in a position to apply early pressure to the opponent to force it to be a slower deck, force it to not have as much time to be able to get that engine that we were seeing of turn over turn over turn, kid into adult, kid into adult. My leader is now a 9K. Now you need to deal with a board that can't be KO'd. So like I like the strategy that Moria went into this in terms of at least earlier on chilling out a little bit, but maybe could have pressed the gas maybe a turn faster to be able to pivot into maybe closing out the game.
The problem with this matchup for Moria is your win condition are your big bodies. Unless you can play your big bodies, it's extremely hard to win the late game. You might be forced to just go for it early. Obviously, you prefer not to because that's just not how you play that matchup. It's near impossible. Actually, it probably is just impossible to win the matchup if you just say, I'm swinging big early game to get to 0. Because all that's doing is accelerating their game state, accelerating what they want to do.
Yeah, 100%. And then that depends on what you're taking against, right? So if you're just playing the big bodies, then obviously you're taking away from some of your mid-ranger pieces. And if your deck build is leaned a little bit more into the mid-range, just to get as much advantage as you can out of your 4 to 6 down plays, then obviously you only have such a limited amount of capacity to be able to make that kind of thing happen. So I think it's definitely an uphill battle up here for Moria, especially since Sabo so good.
Way too good. That is a 1-card counter to the entire matchup.
Yeah, so it's the enablement there is huge, and as we get into these later rounds, we're definitely going to see the cementing of more of these strategies. We're definitely going to see more Moria. We've been seeing him at the tables all day doing incredibly well, but I don't doubt that we're going to be able to see even more black yellow Luffy as well. Just a very consistent strategy, does what it does, very powerful in what it does, and I think is something that players are going to have to account for as we get into what is almost going to be the last quarter of this tournament.
Yes, yeah, but yeah, you're right. Maybe Moria's gonna be the one to take it all. Maybe not. Who knows? But Moria has been very successful on stream. I believe only 1 loss so far. Every out of all of them that have been on stream.
Yeah, I mean, just as a quick recap here, we've had an exciting tournament. Round 1, Red Purple Law versus Moria. Round 2, Doffy versus Anel. Round 3, Rebecca Moria. Round 4, Ace versus Black Yellow Luffy. And we had Red Purple Law versus Red Green Law. Last round we had Hannibal versus Moria, and then finally here we had our Black Yellow Luffy versus our Black Moria. So a lot of great variety there, and hopefully that variety continues as we get into the later rounds. Of course, everybody, a reminder out there that we're doing a giveaway. Stick around whenever we drop those little keywords. They'll give you the opportunity to be able to enter for your chance at a box worth of OP07, which we will crack on stream. So definitely stick around for when we give one of those.
Yeah, you make sure you're here, have your stream up, just listen for it because we're gonna drop it. You don't know when we're dropping it. We could be dropping it 5 minutes from now. We could be dropping it an hour from now, but there will be more keywords. How many have we dropped so far? 2?
We dropped 2 keywords, so those 2 entries so far, and we still got many
We
A few
definitely
rounds
have
to
more
go.
coming. We
Yeah,
definitely have
yes.
more to come.
Yeah. So keep your eyes up for that. We're going to take a quick break as we pivot from the seventh over to the eighth round of the One Piece card game, Mesquite Offline Regional. We'll be right back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. I'm Espira. Joined by me is my fantastic co-host, Human. Human, how are we feeling?
We got another matchup coming up, and I'm excited for more because these last few games, like last few matches in general, have been pretty amazing. Like so much variety. However, in this case, we're gonna have a revisit.
Yes, as the first round had started, now we're bringing it back over into our eighth round here with another RP Law versus Moria matchup. And hey, that was to be expected. Like we were saying in round one, really that first round really set the stage of the expectations of what we're going to see and what players are going to have to force themselves to play against as they keep staying at these top tables round over round. And like we were seeing all day, we saw a ton of Moria today, but we also saw a
Yes.
good number of RP Law. And these are the decks that are sustaining from being top contenders of the previous meta and extending that into this meta. So I think, now that we're 8 rounds in, we're seeing players comfortable. They've been playing their rounds. And now I'm sure that we're leaning up to see some really solid lines here from these two meta decks.
Yes. Because earlier when we had the matchup, we had Moria taking a win over RP Law. This time, it could be the other way around. RP Law might take it over Moria. So I'm excited to see what the players have installed for us. What they have in their deck, if there are any spicy techs. Because so far, the spiciest tech I've seen so far have been yeah, our last Moria
I
just
mean,
now.
yeah, we saw it go cheap. Or
Yep, we had Ghost Sheep already.
so,
I was not ready. I was not ready to see that being played, but
mhm,
that
mhm.
was played. That is there. It does provide you that double eruption that without the eruption.
Yeah, so I mean, I love the cute little text, but no reason to, not keep playing what feels solid and good. And hey, if you're chilling as an RP Law player, your decks kind of keep doing what its deck does. And naturally, here, maybe lining up some aggressive lines to be able to apply pressure into Moria before allowing it to be able to get into the big spooky boards that it can. Obviously, try to limit the amount of good early game Absalom targets that you can kind of give your opponent until you can establish yourself into a wider board, put yourself in a really strong position with your kitten killers, and then be able to close out there. And it does feel like we've seen some decent play lines here and there, but it hasn't feel like we've really seen pop off plays from what it seems like RP Law. For the most part, it does feel like opponents are ready for it. They're understanding the lines, they're mitigating the board well enough. So I'm really interested to see if now that we're in the later tables, how this matchup is going to play out.
Yes, for sure. At this point, this is where we're gonna see a repetitive of decks. It could be RP Law again. It could be Moria again. It could be honestly, it could even be Uta back to back. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. On that same topic of like tech cards, there's a few cards that we haven't really seen. I seen on Black Side, we haven't really managed to catch anything too spicy on the top end, and then on the purple side, we've got one off or a couple off cards like maybe Miss All Sunday, right? Some people decide to play it, some people don't, and just kind of the impacts of cards like that, and see if we're going to see a little bit more variation in that mid ranger spot for some of these decks.
Yes, I'm excited to see more, and I'm excited for the games to be played. Like right here, RP Law versus Moria. Like I said, the key to this matchup is how much pressure can you apply as Law while maintaining your Dawn. Because if you're able to maintain your Dawn, apply pressure, remove the board, that's that's your number one. That's goal. That's your go-to. And of course, you must have enough resources. Like Reiju is very important in deck.
Hmm.
Being able to
Hmm.
remove your board, remove your opponent's board, play a card, draw 2 cards. I replenish my hand. I have more board pressure. I'm gonna start swinging with that Reiju. Wherever you get removed, it's now bottom deck. So if that is your one and only Absalon, you're probably not seeing another one unless you somehow have like a Sindri that can mill it, have another one
Hmm.
in your hand or one in your trash somehow. But playing a Sindri is not exactly what you want to do as well. Yes, it sets up your board, it sets up your trash, but you give up a 2K counter against an aggressive deck.
Hmm.
That is a very strong defensive card that you're giving up.
Yeah, and I do like your key point here about the fact that like a lot of bottom decks. So it is actually better removal than oftentimes a lot of other decks that line up like, oh my god, I have to control this board. But now by controlling the board, I'm actually feeding the trash again, which gives him access to that card again if he really wants it. So the fact that we circumvent all of that by, you know what, we're just gonna bottom deck you, not have to worry about it, and then move on from there. Definitely gives it a little bit more forcing Moria into having to dig and find its pieces as opposed to doing a very popular line of what we've been seeing people go like Perona, let Perona go to trash, Perona, let Perona go to trash, Perona, right? So the fact that we're disabling these loops, these one card loops, and having to force Moria to have to dig into his deck to be able to find additional pieces to be able to make these kinds of plays over and over and over again is definitely something that Lock can leverage while it's pushing into that later game. And like you were saying, if we can have a kid on board and then go from that to being able to line up a Bond Clay when the opponent's got like a Moria on board to have a big swingy attacker that on top of that be maintains our Dawn numbers as we keep on going into bigger plays. I think it put us in a really great position where, hey, all right, now here's two Kin Killers. What are you gonna
Like, come deal with it.
do?
Just deal with it. I don't know if I can anymore. Just Killing Killer's kind of strong, especially towards the
Mhm.
late game. We're down to 2 life. 7k for a 4 cost. That's a lot of hit the power.
And you yourself were saying that odds are a lot of comfortability with Moria and how that deck plays. How do you feel going into the RP? Like, is it like a confident matchup, or do you feel like it's a bit? We definitely saw the other side of that with the last round
Mm.
where we saw against Black Yellow Luffy. If they're lining up those sabos over and over again, it's really tough for you to be able to do what you want to do. On the other side of like what we're looking on the meta side, how do you feel going into like a red purple law type situation?
It's hard to say because unlike before, where the older Moria, you have great access to Great Eruption. You're able to use Great Eruption, essentially have a one card removal because Great Eruption replaces itself, and then you go Absalom, pop a body. That's a
Mhm.
one card removal essentially right there. Whereas you have now it's I need multiple cards. I need Ice Age to remove. I might have play 6-drop Sakazuki. Play it. But you're discarding a card. So that's another way to remove. That's a 2-card removal, like I said. But the
Mhm.
difference is Sakazuki isn't the worst. It's actually really good. In this case, Sakazuki being a 7k requires your opponent to have 2 cards in order to have for them to use a leader effect to bottom deck it.
Mhm. So effectively, just the nature of how the deck plays out, now having lost Great Eruption just means that you're in a position where it's just costing you more to do what you were doing before.
Yes, yes, yes.
hmm Yes. So looks great with that. So I think that's a very concise look through to the game, especially with kind of the shifts, right? Because at the end of the day, the Sakazuki hits weren't just Sakazuki, but they were all the cards, right? Like Black lost Eruption, and obviously Yellow lost Reject, and that really plays into how, at least in this in between EB 1.5 format, how things are going to play out.
Yes, but here we have it. Our players are setting up. RP Law on the left and Moria on the right.
Yes, Chris Sock here on Moria, just doing a little deck count here, and of course, all players get deck checked before the start of the round. So let's just make sure that things are sufficiently randomized before we jump into the round.
Yes, yes, yes. Looks like there was a damaged sleeve, so replacing a sleeve before starting.
Yep, absolutely. And in chat, let us know. These are two decks that we're going to see time and time again breaking through in this in between format while legality opens up for OP07. Let us know in chat. Are you guys a Zell stand? Are you standing by RP Law, or are you a Chris Sock Moria stand? Let us know who you guys are rooting for down there while our players get ready and aligned up to play.
I gotta say, Chris Hawk has been extremely successful this entire set. Like ever since previous set, since set 5, he's been on a roll constantly doing extremely well in tournaments, both online, offline. It shows like he understands the meta, he understands the deck, he understands the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Even myself living on the peripherals of tournaments and stuff like that, I'm seeing Chris Sock's name all the time. So big kudos to those players. And I love that, that prestige that comes with players as they attend and play events, and you kind of build up that character. And I am such a fan of following players. I'm such a fan of pro players across many TCGs, and anytime that they pop up on stream, my ears perk up and I decide, hey, how about I go check it out? So the championing of champions is such a big deal, and having these superstar type players that we can be excited to see what they do and bring to the table is always a fun time.
Yeah, in this case, we're able to see how he plays his deck, how he plays the hand, and what he does in certain situations. Because while yes, we may not see every card in his hand, we're able to see his micro decisions. All right, will he use his leader effect here? Will he attack? Will he not? Will he apply pressure? Is it worth attacking? Is it worth attacking the leader versus character? What does he value more over another? But he or it could be even turn preference, odd, even curve. What do you want?
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, and that's and this makes for such like great learning material, like you were saying. Like, hey, not only can we analyze how these players play, but we can understand like the kinds of lines and positions, and hey, when they see this, they decide to go for this, right? So it is essentially getting the benefit of coaching without having to coach almost without having to take on a coach, which is great. I mean, anytime you can take on some additional learning for things like this is very exciting indeed. So here we're just going to make sure that we position all the cards accordingly. And we're going to jump into the match. Moria with 1 Dawn pass. RP Law with 2 Dawn pass.
The quick, the simple swing 6, play the Perona.
Corona. Hey, has there ever been a simpler play? Discard from hand, please.
Yes. Discarded. It's a little hard to see. That looks like a toy law.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
It might be. I think I see a 4, but well, I'm sure we'll potentially get a better view of the trash later. Swing on lead, get a cheeky 5K, play so quickly. I'm like, all right, here comes the Epsilon, here comes the Bon Clay. Get ourselves a Dawn ramp. Most likely past turn. Nope, looks like we're
Oh,
gonna
it's
pay 1. Here's the Otama. We're gonna neg that Perona, bottom deck it. No Perona recursion for you. And then here we go playing out.
Sachi Penguin for the 2 Dons back. So
Oh,
it's essentially as if he never lost any Don this turn. He
very
never gained,
solid
he
here.
never lost.
Very nice establishment here, and good sequencing. And this is that top player table speed. Like, players know what's coming, they know the play lines, they know what their opponents are doing. Here's this, here's that, here's the Ice Age, getting down that Sachi swing, pay the 2. Absalon,
Absalon
and
comes
then
right
another one for
out,
later.
bottom decking 2, and KOing the Sachi Penguin. Here, he also has Sachi Penguin because at this point, if he ever attacks with the Bon Clay, he can just simply attack over. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely here. But this gamer speed at top tables, these players are like, nah, we don't know what time is. we
Yeah,
just we just rip through these.
yeah. When you understand the matchup, understand what you need to do.
Mhm.
When you're playing, you're planning your turn on your opponent's turn. You don't plan your turn during your turn. You're playing your turn on your opponent's turn.
Yep.
This is one of the key ways to avoid time as much as possible.
We do have a bit of a hand discrepancy here, though. It's looking like we've got something like a 6-card hand to a 3-card hand between
Yeah.
our RP Law and our Moria player. But hey, trash is a second hand, even though that costs us a card. At the very least, we'll always have options to play, even if we draw a little bit dead. So now the question just is, what do we establish? Do we establish a kid to then go into another play? Do I have any plays lined up that make sense to go into this Absalon? Here we're going to swing for 2 and pay the 4, get to the law down, the toy law we were talking about, get that ability.
And removing the Absalom, applying more pressure. What will he play off of the ability will be another question. Uh, does he have
Or
another
is
Sachi Penguin? He is on 3 Dawn, after all.
this isn't just a fail to play, right? Like, we're not just doing that for the sake of bottom decking? No, okay.
All right, he does play an Iron, goes back to 4. He will go to 6 next turn. We are at 4 life still,
Hmm.
which
Hmm.
is
Yeah,
which
more is just coasting. We're not really applying pressure, which is fair, right? Like, your opponent's a bit starved for cards in hand, doesn't have a ton to work with. And if we're not in a position where we have a demanding board presence, like we have cards on board, but nothing that makes, you know, our opponent feel too threatened, then I can understand wanting to chill a little bit here.
yes. Here we go. Looks
Maybe,
like
kind of, sort of. There's a 2. Pitching away the hogback.
play the hogback, grabbing.
Are we just grabbing the Epsilon to play the Epsilon after that? No, because then all
That
you would
is
really
the
get on
potential.
all you would get of is what, the Otama with that?
So grabs Absalom, 2K counter, 3 cards in hand, plays Absalom, and that's it. So all right, I just want body, I want pressure.
Yep, fair enough. Just trying to get it out. Next turn here, draw.
I mean, we do have another one in the trash, so it's not like we don't have another. We do have the backup. And what you, also, being healthy means you can play the Moria and take that 9K hit from the bomb claim. Like, that's fine. I'm healthy.
Yeah, you are in a cozy position at the moment, not minding too much. I have to imagine we'll get a couple of swings of damage here potentially.
Tapping 4 for Reiju. There's the
Reiju.
draw.
Yes, exactly kind of when you need it because we're down to 3 cards in hand. So getting those additional draws is very much welcome.
Oh, there's a raise max. So he can remove a body if he chooses to right now. Start with a 5.
Card, please. Thank you.
Absalom.
Card, please.
Oh, boy. A little too fast. Slow it down. Would it be a 5 or would it be a 6? Six.
All right, picks up.
Card, please.
Those cards?
4.
Oh,
Nope.
oh, okay. There's the take. Down to 3.
Base 1 for raise max. And the Absalom up.
All right, and here we're gonna see the pop. Bottom deck.
Absalom. We got another bond
Gross.
for a second 6K.
And then we got a 6K swing here with the lead. We got the 2K here to get out of it. 2 life to 3 life. And here the Bon Clay is just chilling there and being like, come on, my guy, play that Moria. You know you want to. Which it is in hand.
It's there. We know it's
in
there.
hand. Oh, he's like, come on, do it.
Yeah. So here he is on 9. So he can swing 5 and 6 at a body and then play a Moria if he chooses to do so. But that is still a lot of bodies he has to deal with.
That's a lot of focus that he has to take off of the leader, potentially clean up board. I mean, Moria can do it, but once again, it's like his comeback piece is the Moria. And once if he Morias without being able to deal with these Bon Clays, then it's just like, what am I doing to myself?
Yeah, the Bon Clay is just dangerous in that case.
Yeah, so 3 cards in hand. I don't know that we're, well, maybe. Yep. All right. There's the card protecting the law.
Now, do he go 6 at it or does he go 5? Because he has to decide: is it worth playing the Moria versus playing multiple bodies now?
I think you just play the multiple bodies. I don't know that you can afford having 2 9K swings come at you if you can't deal with them.
He does have a Suru in the trash, so he can Suru Absalom. We know there is that looks like a Brook, if I'm not wrong. I know he has a Moria in hand. We saw that earlier.
Yeah. Man probably wishes he had a go cheap here.
That is a Brook. He's really thinking about it. Just going 6, looks like.
Two life, 2 cards in hand.
Is he going life or is he going a body? It has to be a body, right? It's
presumably, because you can't just give your opponent the card with this kind of board that they've got.
Yeah, and if those are double 1, he goes at
never
life.
Mind, that's at life. And here's the Moria.
It's like, all right, I have enough counters. I can get out of this. It's fine.
All right, well, got the Absalom, got rid of 1 Bon Clay. Still have the other to face, potential to turn into a
9K now, and essentially saying, I don't think you can deal with this even if you get yourself a swings. Like you're saying, I think I got the counter power. And to be fair, it does have the very cozy 3 life. And that's what you're saying, how the life total may put him in a position to feel a little bit more comfortable going into this end game here, where it's just like, yeah, this is spooky, but I mean, have you seen my life? But hey, depending on the draws, swing out with everything, put your opponent in a precarious situation, go with double kid killer, and then oof.
Yeah, because here, what, 3 life, 5 attacks, 6 dawns, even if we kick killers, 6 attacks. That's still not a lot when you think about it, because 3 life is a lot, and we
Yeah, I mean,
have
you are
looks
getting
like
a lot of cards in hand,
3
but
cards in Chris Stock's hand right now.
yeah, so that would put him up to 6 potential cards that can counter away.
Yeah, because he can't go sevens all the way. He can only do 7 4 times total, assuming he has a kid in his hand. So it'll
Mhm.
be 5, 7, 7, 7, 7, and 9 with the pawn clay.
Yeah, here it looks like we're considering the kid, get a blocker up. No, okay, so just the queen here, draw our
Say,
hand, fix our hand.
yep.
Did find the kid killer. Obviously, it could be used for board control instead of attacking the opponent if necessary.
Mm-hmm. The kid killer does allow him to remove the hogback if he chooses to, and he does have the automa for the Absalon.
All right, now we got to consider our attack sequencing here.
Right there, that turn right there, Chris Hawk choosing to go at life versus the body, because a lot of players, I believe, will go at the body instead, because they think that's a lot of pressure. I need to remove the pressure. Whereas Chris Hawk, his thought process was probably, I'm not losing. I'm applying pressure instead.
Probably that's exactly where he's at, right? So does look like we're going to be pressing the board here, going for the hogback. Let's see if we can chip away at some cards at hand. Yeah, and this is one of those scenarios where it definitely feels not as cozy being at 1 life and having to face a Moria come down the turn afterwards here. So there's that taken care of.
How that goes.
Is there a sequence here? I mean, that's what, an Otama. So we could potentially Otama and then get rid of the Epsilon. I don't know that we have anything to play after that, though. That's probably the consideration here. Oh, we saw the Kid Killer in hand. So yeah, you could actually Kid Killer. Okay, we're going to go in, which is fair. I think you need to start applying some pressure. And here's the thing. The cards that you turn sideways, if your opponent, if Chris here thinks he can close out, also serve as a distraction from having him attack your face, which you would probably not rather, depending on what your hand's looking like.
Yep. Takes it. That's a Rebecca. So we do have an Ein, a Kid Killer, a Otama.
Yeah,
That's 3 cards. There's one other card I can't tell what it is. I'm trying to see. It's a little tough.
yeah. So it's Otama, Kid Killer, and
Ein, and we're missing one other card. I think it was a 5 cost kid.
it is a 5 cost kid. Yeah.
So those are the 4 cards in hand.
So there's the take, and that's just the clean pass. So we're not gonna get. Oh no, he was asking how many cards in hand, I guess. So that's 1 life to 1 life here. And now it's just like, do I play Otama? Do I play Kid Killer? Do I force cards out of hand? But the problem is that if you Otama here and then Kid Killer, your opponent knows you're down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And
But right here, you do have 3 attacks essentially. You have the Kid Killer attack, you have the Law attack, and you have the Bomb Play attack.
yeah, but I
could
don't know that
potent-
you could. I mean, only 2 of them need to go through, but it's definitely like a tough position because now it's like, if I don't go through, my opponent knows I only have 2 cards in hand. I'm only
and it's just over.
representing. Yeah, I'm only representing. 4K potential combo, potentially maybe 7, depending on what events I may be running in my deck. So it's not a feels good position at all.
Definitely not. Because your other option is to play the Otama, use the effect, and play Kick Killer. You'll be down to 2 cards in hand again. And but like with 2 cards in hand, 1 blocker more likely than not will probably get answered. It is Moria after all. If they have the cost reduction, the Absalon's already there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that is the last one. I'm not sure if there's another one in trash. I think there is though. He
Okay,
goes
so
6 at lead, so that means he's gonna try for game this turn.
all right, and there's the cheeky protection here. There we go. Pop that. Bottom deck the Tsuyu, I guess, if you really wanted to.
Kick Killer, swing 7,
Get out of it.
2K, 1K. He needs to keep the Rebecca in hand for sure in order to out the
Mhm.
Queen. And
And
then
then,
9 takes the
all right.
last life.
And you're saying like,
Passing
hey,
turn.
go try to get me. Which I mean, look, you've got a blocker, you've got 1 life. The blocker can be outed.
Oh,
Yeah,
Helmepo.
yeah. Hell Meppo here, very rough. Gonna give that -3 to the cost, attached to the Moria, swing with the Moria here, activate ability. We've got the Epsilon in hand.
That's not Absalon in hand.
Oh, my bad.
It was a hotback in hand.
Hog back.
There's an Absalon trash, I believe.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
Absalon
yeah,
trash.
yeah.
It's okay. So 7K at lead, Absalon trash, 2K, 1K.
Counter out, counter out.
Yep. And go another 7. He
And
has to take it because
now we're just going through the sequencing here. Did not get it. And Chris Sock with the dub.
yeah, Chris Sock takes the win right here. That was a very close match for sure. We see Moria taking down RP Law both times.
Yeah, so very clutch here for Chris Sock. And I think the turnaround time is like what you're saying, how we noticed around turn 3, turn 4, you're like, wait, Moria's still at 4? And it's like, yeah, Moria's still at 4. So it's just like Zell did a fantastic job of positioning his red purple law in a position to feel like, okay, the board is good enough that I can start pressing for game with this. Unfortunately, it's that life buffer that was just like, unfortunately, he's just got way too much coverage to be able to sustain through this combat. And I'm at way too low hands to make it feel like I can threaten him. And he gets to ignore my face and go for my board instead. And that's just that unfortunate back and forth that put him in a position in the end game where it's like, I have 1 play to make and I have to hope he bricked out because otherwise I'm not getting in there.
Yeah, he just all I had to do was just constantly remove bodies whenever possible, play out a body, so make it so RP Law cannot put that pressure on. Just go, I'm trying to play a body. Well, too bad. I get to remove your body as well. We're trading bodies. You're swinging 5Ks, but you're losing your dons. You're swinging 5Ks. I counter, and you're losing your don. That's just not the. How to say it's not exactly fair in that case where Moria says, all right, I'm just gonna keep on playing more bodies because at my like you said, trash is my second hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's that utility, and it's not like that information was hidden, right? Like that's information that you just have access to and know, like, hey, if he sees certain things, if he sees certain cards, he's able to get there. But I mean, ripping that Helmepo off of life to just have that clean, get ridding of Queen, and then being able to kind of punch it through. I think the math points that we still probably get there regardless. But again, just to make things easier for us, let's not have to worry about it. Let's clear out the board. Let's get our attacks through, and then let's force our opponent into a position that they don't want to be in. And that's just something that Mori has been capable of doing time and time again because of just that consistency of being able to draw and see what you need to. And hey, did I mill myself? Great. I milled myself things that I'm going to play afterwards. Just puts you in a really solid position, especially when like you have such good late game plays as things like, all right, Hogback, give me back something that I need to get into my plays, or Absalon at any point of the game, or hey, it's early game, here's a Perona, discard a card, please. And that equalizing just feels great.
Yeah, just hey, the Perona has always been good. It's just your solid best number turn 2 play. It's just I'm taking a life from you and you're losing a card. And or if this card to counter, you're losing 2 cards. You're just losing more and more value from me. And you're losing so much more resources if you try and protect that life.
Yeah, so it's
And especially from a 4 life leader too.
Yeah, exactly. Because it just feels so much worse in that position, right? What you gain in diversity of options by being in multiple colors, obviously you do lose out on that buffer, which in scenarios like these can feel really, really rough.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So with that, that was the conclusion of. I mean, geez, what are we at? That was round 8, right? Yeah, that was the conclusion of round 8. Sorry, ourselves.
Oh,
Moria versus Red Purple Law, and of course, we've got a few more rounds to go here as well.
but before we go, I do believe this is time for our. It, it's not. Oh, okay.
All right, looks like we're going to be shooting through next round. But as to what my fantastic co cast was alluding to, is we do have a fantastic giveaway happening right now. So if you guys want your chance and an OP07 booster box, we're going to be cracking one open here, and then one lucky winner will get all the contents of it. We've been spreading keywords out throughout the stream, so want to keep your eyes out for when we drop those, and we'll be cracking into the box, and hopefully you guys will be able to get your chance in at getting some elusive, fancy, brand new OP07 cards.
Yes, I'm excited to see more boxes being opened. Like
Say, man.
the cards are extremely nice. They're I just want more. I just want I love opening boxes. I love opening packs.
Yeah, it's super fun, super exciting. And especially the fact I love the fact that in a way we're almost bringing pre-release to you guys as well, who are at home chilling on your stream. Get the cracker box, get to see what we all open, getting there a week early. And of course, the just as a reminder, this is for continental United States only, and the cards will be shipped out by the release date of OPO7, which will be next week. So just one of those
Yes.
things to be mindful of.
Yes.
So with all of that, of course, that was round 8. We're leading into round 9. We're at the apex of the tournament now in terms of day 1 Swiss. Couple more rounds lining up as we decide who will break into the top 64 for a day 2 top cut. You guys are not want to go anywhere. We'll be right back soon with the One Piece card game Mesquite offline regional.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. We just lined up a matchup between Red Purple Law versus Moria. And hey, we were talking about it. We were saying how, as we line up and leading into the later half of the tournament, we're going to keep on seeing meta decks and meta decks. And well, that is not actually the scenario that we're in. We are lining up some awesome matchups that we haven't even
Yep.
seen today.
Yep.
For those that know, I'm Espira, joined by my amazing co-cast, Human. How's it looking over here for our ninth round?
We got some 2 decks that we have yet to see all day. So that means we have 2 fresh decks. These are 2 new decks that we have not seen all day. And clearly we lied to you when we said we're going to be seeing them again and again.
Yeah, we've been in a fantastic position. So, chat, I mean, look, you guys can give a couple seconds. What do you think is going to line up? What are we going to play? What haven't we seen yet? Well, I give you 3, 2, 1. Here we go. That we're lining up into the ninth round. We got ourselves Green Uta. Let's baseline our expectations a little bit
It's
versus.
actually green Utas, not red purple now. Don't get your hopes up too high.
So we got so we got that versus black green Perona, which would make for an exciting matchup.
Oh, yep. We'll have 2 decks we have yet to see, and they're both green-based decks right here.
Mhm.
They do have access to cards like Green Cost Kid, A Cost Kid, where you redirect the attacks to Kid only. You can't attack anything else. You have access to cards like 10-drop Dofi. But in this case, only Perona will have access to Moria, and they both
Mhm.
decks can have access to 9-drop Zoro as well. So you can have all different kinds of cards in their deck in this case.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people go on and on about whether they're a believer of 9-drop Zoro. Does Zoro not make sense? It's a win more card because you're already winning those matchups, so it's not making good on your bad matchup. How do you feel about 9-drop Zoro in these green decks?
I personally like it because the 9-drop Zoro, it's a win more card in your good matchup, yes, but in matchups where like it's a mirror match, that it's not. There's no such thing as how to say, a guaranteed win in that match. In a mirror match, that 9-drop Zoro can single-handedly win you the match.
Mhm.
Your opponent has no way of outing it. They can't deal with a 9-drop Zoro. Of course, that's for Uta. For Perona, maybe Perona has a way to out it if they're playing cards like Ice Age, and then they can rest it, and then they go, here we go. I have a what the removal card? Let me try to remember. It's Ryuma. Yeah, Ryuma. So they can Ryuma just KO it because Ice Age down to 4, rest it, Ryuma. 5 cost. That's all it takes. 5 dons to remove a 9-drop Zoro. That's insane.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll have to see if that additional black tech is able to allow Perona to really flesh it out. But, Uta being very much a film-based deck. And just to give everyone a reminder of what Uta is all about, it's a 5k 5 life green leader with 1 attached Dawn when attacking once per turn. Reveal 1 card from the top of your deck and add up to 1 film type card to your hand, then place the rest at the bottom. So it as that added consistency of being able to draw more, and then allows you to make plays like dropping where are we at here? Is it the Zoro, the Luffy?
Yeah, Luffy, Zoro, anything. Like, you can
Yeah,
just
yeah,
drop
yeah.
so many cards. Like Uta itself, they generally when you build an Uta deck, there is a basis that you want to do. Most Uta decks, I would say, it's a minimal of 40 film cards, so you have an 80% chance of hitting it in that
Mhm.
case. Because 40 out of 50 cards, that's all films. See, pretty high chance of hitting the film cards. Yes, there are chances where you will whiff and just hit something else. But now because we have an addition of for Kasanji in EBO1 and the addition of Bluno in EBO1. So now you have more cards. You can have even more than 40.
And film was already lining itself up to be like a really solid play things, draw things, do what you need to strategy. And adding on top of that, the cards that we got with the starter deck, right? So backlight, just solid removal or solid press at your opponent down, or new Genesis. That's just like, hey, we're gonna dig into the deck, find some new things, position ourselves to up that consistency to draw even more film pieces that we want, and then finally into the I'm Invincible, which allows us to just be able to be a kid 2.0 and just be
Yep.
able to swing multiple times into our opponent.
Yep. So since we gave Uta the introductions, it's only right we give Perona the introduction. So if you're not familiar with what Perona does, since not a lot of players actually do play the deck, and to me, I think Prona is a very strong deck. The effect is activate main once per turn. You can choose one effect. Prona has two effects here. You may rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 4 or less, or the other effect that you can do is give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 1 cost during this turn. So if you ever need that extra 1 cost reduction, Prona can provide it. Or if the card is already within that range, you can always rest it and then play Ryuma and let you KO the said card.
I love the flexibility of just, hey, I am a pure green and black leader. I do the black thing. Here's your cost reduction. I do the green thing. Get into rest mode, right? So I love that flexibility. I love that addition, and it is cheeky how much of a difference that one cost reduction can actually make depending on the plays that black is trying to line up, and is often just sufficient enough, especially when you combine it with, certain Gecko Moria plays to be able to nick something else in addition with something else, and then be able to play off something else to be able to get it off the board. So those sequence lineups really come together really nicely, and Prona kind of lends itself really well to kind of like the mid-range green and black deck. I don't feel like she particularly shoehorns herself into any one particular archetype, but very much just plays solid green cards, solid black cards. Let's just mold myself to what I need to be for the meta to potentially get an edge.
Yes, Prona can do however they want. They can go like the um Wano version where they have access to Hiyori, they have
Hmm.
access to Ryuma, of course, they have access to Momonosuke, and of course you have the Mountain God in EBO1. That's a 5/7 vanilla. That's big. A 5/7
Hmm.
vanilla is very big, especially you can play off Hiyori as well.
Hmm.
Oh, we
Yeah.
have our players. They're setting up 4
All
life to
right
5
here.
life.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. So Fresh to our left versus Andrew B to our right here. Perona to our left, 4 life to the 5 life Uta to our right. And looks like the
Yes.
players are geared up, lined up, shuffled up, and ready to go.
Yes, yes. I'm not sure if they have not rolled yet. There's the roll, but I don't know
3000.
what the
Yeah,
roll is.
3008 to a 5. So I believe it is Uta's choice as to how we play out from here. Let's see those opening hands and see if they're keeps.
If you were Uta, do you prefer to go first or second? And at least for this matchup.
I mean, I think I like going second potentially to be able to chill off the back of establishing my first kid. I think being able to do that earlier than later is nice, but I think you're comfortable because you have the defensive options in kid on 8, or you have the aggressive options of Luffy on 7 potentially instead. So I think both are comfortable, but if I had to choose, probably second, just because I want to get the board lock, I want to feel in control, I want to prevent my opponent from really having anything going on, and then doing things like dropping big bodies to be able to go into face.
There's another thing about going second versus going first. If you're going first, that means you're giving your opponent the chance to play Ryuma on 4.
Hmm.
You want to avoid doing that as much as possible. So in this case, you want to take that away. So in this case, you would opt to go second. That way, if they were to play Baby 5 on 1, that's fine. You don't care. That's perfectly okay. Rested, search, fine. That's okay. You're okay with that. And then swing 7 or play Rosinante, or any other blocker, or yeah, like I said, swing 7. Of course, you'll also have access to, like, brand new. You can go Baby 5 and brand new for your second turn. Um,
Hmm. So
Now Baby 5 is essentially a pseudo blocker because you cannot have that on board.
yeah, 100%. It's just that board presence is super important.
Yes. So we was an 8K swing, and of course we have a Kuzan on 4. That is Uta's worst nightmare.
Just putting you in a position to constantly have your opponent's character cards go down in cost, and then start clearing the board from there. So pretty clean start here. We're at 3 life on Perona side, 2 Uta's 4, and quick early swings back and forth, pitching. Let's see if we're going to get some card pitches here, if we're going to keep on eating life, but very solid start to Perona's board in the face of this Uta.
So 5K, you get counter out. Here's the Brook. Brook will probably play leaving one dot out. Has to be Nami. Yep, there's the Nami, and allow him to search.
All right, let's get that consistency up. We love establishing multiple boards, and this is what film does really well. Like a lot of the film cards just play into each other, into more, and just establishing these super wide boards.
Yes. Taking New Genesis.
Into the hand that goes, and pass on over Caprona's 6 Dawn turn.
Oh, someone bumped the camera.
Oh, earthquake.
Yep. Anyway, so rest the Nami. That's number 1. Swing 7 at Nami. So all right, just off it. Just get rid of that Nami. I don't have to swing the Kuzan yet. Right? Baby 5. Search. And there are a lot of cards that you can search in that deck. Oh, there's the 10-drop Dofi. So we should be expecting a chain of 10-drop Dofi later on.
Yes, very spooky. 10 cost, 10k on play. Up to a total of 3 of your opponent's rested leader and character cards will not become active in your opponent's next free day. And if you're getting back to back to back Dofis, that is just absolutely backbreaking.
Okay, so we go 5 of Kuzan and then a Rosinante here. So he has Rosinante to block the attack. He needs to commit multiple attacks to even try to remove that Kuzan. We have 7 Dawns to work with.
All right, so let's do a little bit more digging into our deck here.
New Genesis. Taking, believe that is Backlight.
I also believe that's backlight.
Yes, Backlight. So that will allow him to KO the Kuzan if he chooses to. And Fresh here can use the Rosinante's effect to protect it if he chooses to do so.
All right, Brooke is getting his hands dirty.
So first Brook into the baby 5.
Blocking, interesting.
5 into the baby 5. KO, removing it. It looks like does he plan on using the backlight now, or does he plan on playing the Luffy?
I mean, feel like getting rid of Kuzan here is pretty big stonks, but looks like we're going into the Luffy, into the
I
Zoro.
prefer the board presence.
And then passing out over here.
All right, we are on 8. There is no Ryuma in the trash, so you can't really take advantage of that if he does have a Moria. So what can he do instead? I do get a glimpse of the 9-drop Zoro there.
All right, looks like we're going to start a
5.
swing. Card, please.
Card? Block? Something?
Nope. Looks like we're considering countering with a Zoro.
I don't think blocking is right, because the moment you block... Oh, he blocks.
All right. Well, there's the block, and now we're kind of opening things up here for us.
Yep.
8 Dawn available. Here's the Kuzan swing into the Brook.
Into the Brook and then reducing the Luffy.
Counter out of it. There goes that Zoro.
Is there a Ryuma? There is a Moria. There is no Ryuma, unfortunately.
Yeah, going into the Rosinante and the Borsalino.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just gotta establish this Moria soon to have a big body on board that can be threatening. Now at 9.
And of course, the Borsalino here being the chosen one that goes into rest just because it's the bigger body, can't be KO'd by skills. So it's the much more protected one. And of course, because we've got the Rosinante with blocker.
Yes, yes. So start with 5 into Kuzan. Try to eat cards from the hand. Give me a card. We got one.
Please.
It's a Sabo. And does it go another
Uta,
5?
maybe? All right.
Oh, he does go another 5 Uta.
No,
Another one.
nothing on the Uta, so we're not going to get the ability here, but we're just, hey, you know what? Give me cards from hand, please. Please continue give me cards from hand. Please. All right, there's the block. Protecting our Kuzan with our life here. Pay 2.
There's the backlight.
And get rid of
will
it.
we see another Luffy? We will.
Oof,
Luffy
very
into
strong here.
another Zoro. That board is
Yeah, that
big.
is very solid. And I love those sequence of plays where like you have the removal in hand and like your opponent's just like, I hope he doesn't have it. All right, what? Did you just waste 3 or 4 cards? All right, cool. Now I get to use my removal and get it out. It just feels incredibly powerful.
So Prona is on 10 Dawn now. There's the counter.
Board.
And we do know there is a 10-drop Dolphy in the hand. It was revealed earlier with the Baby 5 search.
Not a ton of cards here for our Uta player. I believe 3 cards in hand is what we're working here. Borsalino swing here, 5k over.
There's the counter.
More a swing,
9-2.
presumably just let that through. And then the Dofi could be really schnarsty here. Yep.
Yep. Leader Zoro letting the Brook become active.
So tough position, but we do have a couple of cards. So I mean, good job on the Uta player here to at least establish some kind of board that can attack through this lockdown from Doflamingo. But this still doesn't feel amazing, and is definitely something to circumvent here. I mean, of course, we have our own big beaters that we could be playing on our own side. Maybe play our own Doflamingo, but potentially instead play a Zoro. Maybe we play a Kid, something to just give us a little bit of breath here as we go into a potentially scary turn for Perona following up.
Yes, Perona does have 4 cards in hand, so they are running out of resources. So starting with 6, removing the Borsalino. So it did block in a sense.
Yeah, it did essentially do its job.
Will we play that Zoro? We will.
Hey, all right, there's the guy. 9 drop Zoro at 9k power. 2 abilities. When attacking once per turn, you may pay 1, set this card to active, then activate main once per turn for 2. Set this card as active. Thus, on the turn you play, it just kind of chills there as a little 9k. But after that, we're swinging for, at the very least, if you never want to commit any dons to him, 3 9k swings.
All right. Starting with 5 at Brook. The Brook does go.
Still have all our don up here available for Perona swing with the Moria debating swing here on the Zoro. Zoro goes. Swing at lead. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then we got the 4 here.
Yuma to KO the Zoro, and Borsalino to pass. All right.
All right, so solid turn here for the Prona. Did some good board control, but now Uta gets a restand. We've got the Zoro in hand now. We've still got the Luffy to be able to swing out here. Not too many cards in hand, I believe, here for our Prona player. And there we go. We're going to search our top 3, see if we can find any additional gas.
Oh.
Hey, there it is. Got ourselves another
There's the
backlight here.
backlight. This might be enough. I'm not sure how much counter exactly is in Perona's hand. Because being able to that's 2 to rest
2
the
cards in hand.
blocker.
That's 2 cards in hand for Prona. So representing ballpark 4K at the moment.
So there we
There's
go.
the backlight. And we're just
We
going to do
have
the thing.
8 Dawn available. 3 of them is for Zoro, so you have 5 Dawns left.
Yep, so here's the 7. 7 out
takes
life.
it. Okay.
Yep. There's the
9.
9. Pay the 1. Restand.
9 again.
9. Say, hey, are you going to take this? And then based on the information you glean from this 9, obviously opens up, hey, what are we going to do here? What plays are potentially available for us?
Yeah. This might be it, because it's 2 Dawn to bring it back up. You have 5 remaining. You go 14 right after. If he takes it. If he counters, you have your leader swing and then restand it.
Yep.
He counters.
So there's kind of 1 card in hand here. So we can get that restand here with our... Oh, interesting. Okay, so going with the Zoro and they just slap everything on the leader. Here you go. 9
and 10.
10k here for the game.
Uta takes the win. 9 drop Zoro finishes the game.
Yeah, like, I mean, hey, did what we said we are going to do, hey? Zoro's going to sit there. He's going to look at your opponent and be like, hey, can you do something against me?
No? All right. I got game then.
All right, bet. So very awesome to see Zoro do out the finishing, do what that card does best. And honestly, I mean, Doflamingo did its thing. It showed up, it locked out the board, and just unfortunately the follow-up after that just didn't line up accordingly. But I mean, hey, I love the fact that we got to see these 2 green decks deck it out. Very quick game, very just haymaker, throwback, punch. So very powerful here. But hey, we were talking about how you need to lean on those top ends to really kind of put in a lot of that work.
Yeah, for sure. Because Like there, right there, we saw the Kuzan, but we did not have the Ryuma follow up for the KO on the Luffy. So now Luffy has the extra power, extra advantage of being like, all right, I get to stick on board. I can do what I want for an extra turn. The Brook was able to play multiple bodies. Like I can stick on board. I'm swinging on fives. It's still an extra 1K swing. Of course, we have the Zoros that are swinging 6Ks. Like it's just one thing after another.
Hmm. Yeah, so that was a fantastic matchup, and what a great diversity that we've been seeing across the board here. Um, from the expecteds of Mora, RP Law, uh, Black, Yellow, Luffy, but also the Uta, the Perona, Dofi. I would love to know where that Hannibal player is at the moment. Well,
Oh
whatever their
yeah,
record is, I would love to have access to the tournament software now just to see where the boy's at, because that was just knowing that he's fighting for his life in the tournament and when at least the first third clearing out undefeated was super exciting.
yes, for sure, for sure. Like that match right there, when we saw how they were playing the game, we knew they understood their deck. They weren't like taking 2-3 minute turn. They were like, all right, I know what I'm doing. Here's what I play, pass turn. I know what I'm doing. Here's my play, pass turn. It
Mhm.
was extremely well paced.
Yeah, I will say I understand from a new player perspective how it can be a little tough catching up with fast pace of play like that. But once you're tuned in, you know what the cards do. Oh my god, it's exciting to just see top players just go like boom, 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 and it just works like a cog machine. That stuff is so exciting. And it's just a grand time to seeing players at the peak really playing it out, knowing the gameplay, the matchups like the back of their hand.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
I'm excited to see more. I want to know how the rest of who else is undefeated.
Yeah, so very soon, of course, we're going to find out. We're going into our round 10. It's a toss up at the moment on whether we're going to have 10 or 11 rounds. So we're going to keep our eyes open for that. But naturally, then we're going to be able to celebrate our top 64 players and break into a top 64-day cut tomorrow. And of course, between then and now, we have an OPO7 box. So you guys are definitely going to want to keep aware for that. We've been dropping keywords in. The last keyword we're going to drop during the box break, which will actually be happening very shortly. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick minute while we set up the cams, make sure that we get a good angle, get a person on stream, get those boxes open. In the meantime, let us know in the chat what you guys are looking to pull. Obviously, everyone wants to pull the manga
Everyone
boa.
wants the manga.
But nevertheless, what would you like to pull out of this box? Let us know in the chat, and we'll be back very shortly with the OP07 box opening and the One Piece card game Mesquite offline regional.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the One Piece card game Mesquite Offline Regional. I'm Espira and joined by my fantastic host, Human. Human, how we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited to open this box, see what we get, and I'm hoping one of y'all will get the manga, actually.
One would hope. One would especially hope. Now, reminder to everybody here as we do the box opening. This is for continental US only. You must be in stream to be able to claim it. We'll be having one additional keyword throughout the box opening, so you guys can get your last entry in before that as well. And shipping will happen of all the cards during the release weekend of OPO7. So next weekend is when the cards will go out. So we'll contact you over on Twitch. If you are the winner, you got to contact us back. And with that, we'll make sure to get you guys the wonderful hits that are happening with this box.
Yep. Go on top of it. Do not leave us on red.
Please don't. I mean, do not hit yourself out of this box. So, what magical word might they be able to use here to be able to get themselves into this box, Human?
The word is egghead. So following the theme of the box and where the set is based off, it's based off Egghead, the island they're on right now. So I'm sorry if we spoiled it for you, but that is where they're on. So Egghead is the keyword.
All right. So once we're done with the box, you guys will have the opportunity to draw out a player. And reminder to all of those who got in on those keywords earlier in the day, you all have extra entries, which should lend itself to be very, very exciting. So, are you ready, Human?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm very ready.
All right. Well, if the people down on the ground there want to open up this box for us, and if they could maybe shift the box to the right, maybe one foot. Yeah, there you go,
Yeah,
right in the
there we
center.
go. Perfect
Love
center.
to see it. All right, guys, this is the hit. You guys all know what we want. Look, at the end of the day, we all know the manga. The manga is the hit that we're looking for. But nevertheless, there are some fantastic parallel foils there as well of parallel SRs. You have the Onami as well. And then you got fantastic playables. And I love that One Piece does playable parallels, things like Otama and stuff like that, that aren't on high rarity cards,
Oh,
but
yeah.
nevertheless have parallels. So don't forget to get Egghead in there in the chat while we crack open some wonderful OPO7 500 years in the future.
Into the future.
Booster packs.
We start off with Vegas Force. I can't really see the card. It's a little hard, but it's Papag. Oh,
There's
it's
a
not
card.
zooming. Well,
It's all right. The card was, but
right.
there we go.
There we
Yeah.
go.
All right. So we got some focus there.
Yep.
To the right a little bit are fantastic. There we go.
Fantastic. Hey, speaking of Egghead,
Hey, there he is. Mihawk.
or Mihawk.
Got a Sanji. Got a John.
Captain John. Gecko Moria.
Four drop.
Baccarat.
There's our
And
3-drop rare. Hey, as the first 7 drop. So you love to see it. And of course, guys, Egghead in chat to be able to get there. Our first 2 rares, red cards here, second pack of the box.
If you're playing on the pre-release, Baccarat is an extremely good card, by the way.
For Chemi here.
Island of Women.
And then there's the Boas. Morgans.
Oh.
Can you say his,
Doflamingo.
I was about to say, can you say his first name?
Doflamingo? Or
well, Doflamingo's the first name.
oh, Donkey. I butchered it already. I butchered it halfway. I tried and then butchered it. I was like, oh wait, I started. And there is the Dawn. The Dawn for this set's gorgeous in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's
fantastic here. All of the Emperors here.
You mean 7
yeah,
warlords?
warlords. They get mixed up. They get measured up. So very nice hit here in terms of the Altar Dawn. It's colorful. It's fantastic. It's a group position. So you love to see it. All right, going on to our next pack.
That is Jinbei. I can tell.
that do be Jinbei. That do be the blue guy.
Jinbei is amazing. It has won me games in the pre-release.
Yep, and there's the chopper. There's the boa.
Oh no, the focus.
Focus disappeared.
All right, and we'll see if we get ourselves any hits here. And of course, the big looks we're aiming for parallels. We're aiming for leader alts, and of course, the set has some really
Oh,
fun leaders to
our
expand the
first
gameplay.
SR is Jinbei.
A very nice 4-drop warlord here, allowing us to be able to extend our plays. And one of the cards that very much opens up Doflamingo to make a return in OP07.
Yes, most definitely. Jinbei has the effect where it's on play and it allows you to play another from your hand. So it's playing two bodies.
Very solid here, absolutely. And I love the introduction of all of these really fantastical characters, right? I think 500 years in the future lends itself really on these side characters that really bring in a lot of flavor into the game, right? We've got Dragon on one side, and then we got Foxy, and then we got Vegapunk over there, and then obviously we got Rob Lucci to really bring the game together. So a lot of very exciting leaders here. I think for our box opening here, don't doubt that if they can get themselves a Boa or Rob Lucci alternate leader card, they're very much looking forward to that.
Oh, definitely. And I know we just missed it, but that was the event I was talking about earlier, the 2-cost event for blue that allows a 7 warlord to be unblockable along with 2,000 extra power.
So a little Sanji juice there, potentially for card.
And
Hey, blue
Ace.
ace.
Blocker ace.
All right.
Ace being a 5-cost right there, it allows him to be played in yellow blue ace actually.
All right. And you know what? If you get the Foxy alt art, then it is what it is. Congratulations to whoever wins this box.
Perfect. We got Khalifa.
Karmic Punishment.
Yeah, yep.
Got more Priazi.
Captain John.
Boa. Hey, there she is.
There's the Boa, but now we wanted the alternate. That's what we want. Otama.
There's the Otama. Very nice rare.
Yeah, and Rob
All
Lucci.
right.
Otama is definitely one of the better rares to pull by far.
Yeah. She opens up green quite a bit in terms of playability going into OP07.
Yes, Edison, Vega Force 1 again. One of the Boas.
Yeah, there's Blue Jam. Island of Women. Egghead. Spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
I love the outfits that they have during this arc.
Yeah, they're
so much fun.
Lucci again, followed by the Searcher for Big Mom Pirates and Beast Pirates.
All right, Dagro here. Maha. Fuza. We got the Morgans. Karmic Punishment. I request help.
I Rayquaza. There is Vegapunk.
There's the Boyo.
Ace
another ace.
And Otama
Another
again.
Otama. Hey, we love our double Otama
Otamas
boxes.
box,
Yeah, heck yeah, bro. We love our double Otama boxes. Let's go. All right, next pack here. Poor Chemi. Papag. Blue Jam. Tony Chopper. Boa. Slow Beam Sword.
We love Afro Luffy here.
We do love Afro Luffy in this house. Bartolomeo.
And Frankie.
Hey, very nice.
Frankie is definitely going to be a key card in the upcoming set. Being a 4/5 2K counter, and it can play itself when you're down to 1.
Very solid stats here. All right, Mihawk, Island of Women. I get to Ninetales, Pickles, Mr. Tanaka,
Zoro.
Joseph. I love characters who are like so fantastic. Hey, hold up. Hey. Hello.
All right.
Hey, there we go. 5-drop Rocket Luffy.
Yep. This is the regular SR, it's not the alternate, so we have yet to hit the alternate Rs yet.
Yeah, because the alternate for Rocket Luffy is using Oda's art, right? If I remember correctly.
I do believe that is correct.
All right. Ripping through these commons and uncommons here. Boa. Very slow. Slow beam.
Nico Robin.
Croc.
Crocodile. That's definitely going to be a very good card.
Yep. Galaxy Wink and
Is that
Frankie.
a
And yeah,
third Frankie? Three
that's
Frankies
a
in one box?
that's 3 Frankies. And yeah, I mean, the Croc playing into the Jinbei that we just saw, into a bunch of stuff, opening up the Warlords. Very exciting there.
Yeah. What do we got?
All right.
What do we have?
Big Bun. Hey, there's the dragon. So I think we've hit almost every leader now. I think the only one we haven't hit is Foxy yet.
If I'm not wrong, I believe a box guarantees every leader.
I would think so, but let's see here.
I could be wrong.
You're probably right. There's the koala. Dice.
Keep out.
Dragon's Breath. I love the action shot on that one. All right,
Yeah,
there's the
it is.
Lucci.
Fisher Tiger, and
Blaze Slice.
it is definitely one of the really good yellow events.
There's Edison, Iron Body. And let us know, guys, in chat. I mean, obviously, we're opening a box here, but it's been pre-release. So let us know if you guys have been enjoying pre-release on yourselves. What pulls have you guys gotten? What have you gotten out of your box? Stuff. Let us know what joys and funs you guys have had at your local game store throughout the weekend.
Yes. Basil Hawkins, another SR.
Very nice. Basil, very solid card out of the box here.
If you don't know, in the chat, if you're playing Red Purple Law and you use your leader effect to remove the Basil Hawkins, if there's no other character in play at the time, Basil Hawkins cannot save herself. It does get removed before the card is played.
All right. So, all right, let's look at here. Doflamingo chilling on the front here. Moda. Tempest Kick. Oh, hey, Sabo
hit
secret
Sabo.
rare. Hey, yo, that bro, I love the foiling on that. Dude, look how clean that is.
That's so clean.
Hey, that's looking so good, dude. We love our parallel secret rares. Let's go.
Yes. Saba will be an important card in the coming set, especially for black if you choose to run it.
No, that card's so hot, dude. Dude, that's so clean. I love hitting parallel foil secret arts just because they do such a good job with them.
They do an extremely good job with parallel secrets.
We
have our rare and
hey, you know what? What about
hey,
the two
what?
time?
We're not done with just one. We got the second.
Yeah, what about that 2-time? Hey,
2 times. So we got a
nice.
parallel Sabo and a regular Sabo in
Man,
one box.
Even the regular secret looking crazy, dude. That stuff looking so clean.
That's what's amazing about this game in general, especially art. The regulars could end up looking like alternate arts.
Yeah, no, they look incredibly clean. That's what I love, right? Like I love that you could look at cards on your base rarity up into your powerful alternate rarities, and they're still going to be absolutely gorgeous. I love that looking. They're just pretty arts, man. I love the way like what the artists put behind the artwork in these cards. So the fact that we get to enjoy everything from base rarities up is just a joy. Absolutely love it.
All right.
All right. So a few more.
There's only 2. You can get 3 in one box. It's not impossible.
Yeah, and obviously we still have the SR hits for anyone who's looking for their playables out of OPO7. And then, of course, you never know, man. Maybe the box works out in a way where we get to that manga boa, right? The dream is always alive for that kind of thing.
Just because two hits have been pulled doesn't mean there's not going to be a third.
Absolutely. Sometimes boxes sway one way, maybe sometimes they have a little bit less. We know that we've at least, leaning towards hitting our quota. So no reason as to why not. We might be able to lean on the upper end of lucky. All right, here we go. Gekomoria, Jinbei, Jin, Blue Jam,
Spandam, Egghead, Hattori, Bernozoa, Captain
Captain
John,
John, Lucy,
followed up by
and
Ace,
Sengoku.
Sengoku. All right. To our people on the ground, how many packs have we gone through? What's left? What's coming up? So 4 more packs. All right. All right. Looks like we got a Tanjit, Dogrod Magra, Spandam. Oh, I love that Sanji. It's so cute.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
There's the Hattori. Here's the Atlas. Slow beam.
Foxy.
Hey,
There's
there's the
SR Dragon.
dragon. Yeah, very nice card. It's an additional flex for red decks, you know. I love the ability to be able to just, hey, play good body, use up those Dons, give it to something else. It's almost like it costs you 2 Don less to be able to play cards like that. So all right, there's the Foxy. There it is. So I think that's every leader hit in the box now. I gotta say,
Hey, there's the second
another.
Dawn.
Hey, let's go. We love to see the second alt art Dawn. So let's see. There's a Steri, Capote, Caribou,
Khalifa,
Aladdin,
Aladine,
Mos.
Pythagoras.
All right, let's see it. Shade,
Ain,
Ain.
and
Wait,
oh,
hold up.
it's a third hit. Oh, wait, it's a regular. It's a regular Boa Hancock.
SR. All right. You got us.
I got a little excited
half.
for a
He
moment.
got us in that first half, but SR Boa Hancock, very nice there. All right. Let's see if we can get that follow up. You know what? We got that base rarity. Let's get ourselves that manga, right? Like, right, like, or hey,
you're
base rarity
now.
Yeah, base rarity alternate into the manga, right? Like that's how we're gonna flow things through here.
Oh, that'd be absolutely insane. Well, why don't we throw the leader in there too while you were at it?
True. There's the Galaxy Wink.
You got Bonnie.
Hey, I love my waifus into waifus, man. So we got ourselves our Boa Hancock into the jewelry Bonnie here. Very nice SR.
A very good SR too. Edison.
We got another Boa here. Tonjit. Island of Woman.
York.
More Pizarri. Mr. Tanaka.
Atlas. Kaku and
Hey, all right. We'd love to see it.
Force of Fox Pirates.
All right, is that all the hits? All right, that was the last pack there. So here we go, swaying out our hits from the box here. So in terms, okay, we got a couple of rares in there. All right, so we got the 2 rare Otamas. All right, got ourselves the Hawkins, Rocket Luffy, got Jinbei, got the Dragon.
Yep. So that's 5 SRs with 2 Otamas. We love our Otamas.
All right, they're figuring out the piles here to showcase what's in the box once more. And then, of course, we got those alt art Dons that ever look so beautiful. And then we've got ourselves Bonnie, Boa Hancock, and then Sabo, followed by alternate art parallel Sabo.
Yes.
Very nice here.
A One Piece box guarantees 5 SRs. No, not 5. 7 SRs. Excuse me. 7 SRs with a minimum of 2 secret and or parallel rare. But you could potentially hit a third. Unfortunately, we did not hit that third this time. Yeah. But we can still hit it tomorrow.
Absolutely. Gorgeous hits here, of course, guys. Egghead, if you guys want to get in there on the giveaway. Before we pull the name real quick, and how about we get a closer look at that Sabo parallel alt art on the top right. Just bring that closer over to the camera here while we can just gleam at that beautiful, gorgeous hit that we made from our box.
A little closer. It's not zoomed. Oh, focus is off again.
All right. That's all right.
It's all right.
The focus will do what the focus does. But there we
oh,
go.
there we
Hey,
go. That's perfect.
love catching that. Heck yeah. That's actually so clean. That is so clean.
Very clean. You can, even though you can't feel it because you're only seeing it, but you can feel the texture by seeing it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of texturing foils. And the fact that Bandai is committed to making sure that textured foilings is a part of their strategy in regards to how these alternate art looks, big fan.
Yes. So once again, remember, put in the keyword egghead before we pull the raffle.
Yes, all the contents of these boxes will be shipped. Remember, intercontinental USA in terms of those who may qualify. The cards will be shipped out next week post the release of OP07. And we're very excited to get that out. All right, so it looks like we pulled the winner name. So we're just getting it from the back end here. Producer?
What is it?
All right. All right. Our winner, Based G's. Congratulations on your Sabo Boa jewelry, Bonnie, on this fantastic box of OP07. You need to be around here, though. If you're not, we're going to give your box to somebody else. So make sure that you're here. Make sure that you get your box. Make sure that you answer us so that we can get your shipping information so that we can get you your cards.
Yep. How long do they have to respond?
I don't know. Give them. They've got a minute to let us know that they're here.
Yep. We got a minute. We have a minute for Base G's to respond so we can get their box.
And the fun's not over, guys. We do have a second box in day 2's top cut. The same thing that we did today. We're going to be dropping keywords throughout the day tomorrow. Tournament's not over. Don't worry about it. We're just letting you know that if you thought that your luck maybe didn't run the way it was supposed to today, and there's another opportunity for you to get in there tomorrow, get all the keywords to then be into that box opening as well. And then based on those pulls, we're going to collect all that, put that in a box and ship it over to a potential winner in the stream.
Yes, so be here. You should be here from the beginning because we may have given out a keyword in the beginning and then more later on. You don't know when we're going to give it out.
Yeah, we're definitely opening it up to trying to have a little bit funny here as we go in between the rounds and reward everybody for their awesome patronage here as they keep on hanging out with us throughout this entire stream. And hey, you know what? If you're going to locals, how about you tell your locals put on the television, kick up a stream, watch some One Piece regionals while you guys are cracking packs at your One Piece 07 pre-release. I think everyone's gonna have a ton of fun there.
Oh, so we're gonna have a new winner.
All right, we've got a reroll. All right, stick around if you left. We're gonna be re-rolling here. Apparently, we're doubling up on my, by the way. All right, holding up on the winners.
Waiting. Rain is fine. You are our winner. Please respond.
All right.
You got a minute. I do hope you are here.
Yes, please. Yeah, we understand there's a couple of audio issues going on, guys, so just give us a second while we get on that back end. But of course, apologize. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Rain is fine. Let us know if you're here. Please message our Play TCG account there, and we should be in a position to be able to get into you
Rain
guys.
is fine is here. Just respond to the DM that you got on Twitch.
All right, fantastic. Congratulations.
Have a response.
Rain is fine. Congratulations on your box. But of course, that is not the only box we'll be giving away this weekend, guys. So you guys are definitely going to want to stick around for the action, not only in the next couple of rounds as we finalize who we're going to be pushing into day 2 top 64, but as well just to get some exciting matches, see what's going to break down, and then transition us into the closing, into a very exciting
night for all of these players as they try to figure out what they need to do mentally, physically to prepare for tomorrow's day 2.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're gonna do, how they're gonna prep for it, and how they play out their matches. Because day 2 is a best of 3. It's not a best of 1 anymore.
Yeah, and that definitely changes the way that you can go into a matchup. It gives you that breathing room, and it does take away the notion, or at least minimizes the notion of, oh, I got rolled a certain way in this matchup. Hey, there are 3 opportunities potentially here if I can bring it back in game 2, and thus we'll see if I can really kind of close in that skill gap, which is very exciting. And to that end, do you have any traditions that you utilize going into a day 2 or into a top cut? Do you go through any kind of activity or thing or anything that helps you get your mind straight for that kind of thing?
Usually, if I make it into day 2, what I would do is look into the matchup, because we do find out what kind of matchup you're playing against or who you may be playing against based on placing. And then from there on, okay, I have my friends. My friends, I hope they can help me playtest. Like, they will build their deck to what it is and playtest that deck. All right, is it better going first, going second? Keep going back and forth, and find that strategy that really puts you ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we're going to be looking into the last couple of rounds. Naturally, players are playing it out, but a lot of these players that we're going to be looking at the top tables have the comfort of knowing that they are likely to break it into that top cut, which is fun, right? I mean, not only does it give them that breathing room to be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna kick back this round. I can, depending on the results, we still end up in top cut. We're still going to end up in a fine position, but at the same time, lose players also means that maybe they lean into fun plays. So maybe we're going to see some fun lines that they might not play out in the middle of the rounds because they got that flexibility of we're a little bit more chill now.
Yes, they might just push and try and go for a game on a awkward spot because, like, you know what? If I lose here, it's fine. I'm still cushioned. There's still a cushion for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So without further ado, we're not gonna. The tournament's not over yet. We still have the final rounds to break. Heat offline regional.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that little short break here at the One Piece card game Mesquite offline regional, returning back for the final round here. I'm Espira and my fantastic co-caster, Human. Closing it out. How we feeling?
I'm feeling excited. As we know one of the decks because we just saw that deck being played on what is being played for our final round. So we have Uta and we have Moria, Chris Sock on Moria. So he's
Yes.
back for another round on the stream. Same with his opponent.
Yeah, so Chris Hawk here, ran it through, kept winning his rounds. Looks like he's going to go first, and we're just going to rip it right through, get started with the round here. So, Moria, play the one, get that search, or get the dump into the trash, and then kick it off. 2 for Uta, back over. We're not going to time. We're running through this as fast as possible. We're just playing. Throw it in there. Absalon in the trash. Go ahead and pick up the
Hogback.
Hogback here. Put back in our
Because there's no
hand.
Brona, sadly. So bottom deck 2 to get 1 back. So it takes the Absalom right back. So it's all right. I get to play a Hogback for a 3 cost instead of 4.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, Hogback is just fun because he makes the play essentially free as far as hand advantage goes. So,
So we go for a 5k swing. Presumably that will probably be a Uta on 3, on 4, and then use not Uta, Nami, and then use the Nami effect to search.
Yep, there we go. So there's the Nami.
Yep.
Get that search off.
Yep. I mean, seeing 3 cards is better than seeing 1 card, right?
Pretty good here.
There we go. On 5. There's the Mepo. Saying, all right, that Nami is not getting enough more value. Swinging 6, discarding the Absalon. Absalon comes back out and KOing the Nami.
All right, and then we're gonna get that take here. Go down to 3 life for Uta.
Here's the thing. A lot of players might even swing that hog back here just to apply pressure. Here, Chris opts to pass. I'm not attacking with the hog back yet. If I swing at the hog back, it means you can attack into it, and I just have to let it go. So instead, I'm going to choose, I will not attack with it. If you attack, you're attacking my life. I get more resources.
Here's the new Genesis for the Brook. Add that back to our hand here. And then let's see what plays we could make here. Get that restand set back to active.
Another one.
I'll do it again.
One's not enough.
Nope, let's up that consistency. Finding ourselves a Luffy here. So obviously opening up a bunch of board extension here now.
Yep. However, your Luta is on 6 Dawn. He is unable to play the Luffy yet.
Does open up with some options for next turn, though. We got the swing, and then we've got the Uta ability. Get our additional draw.
Sanji.
Got the take here from Moria.
Yeah, I mean, with 5 Dawns left, that is a Brook into Nami play if you have it. Oh, there's a 4.
We know there's the Brook, so there we go.
It's a Brook
into Usopp.
Usopp.
Yep. So they're just a 5k vanilla, just a solid body board present.
Very. We are on 7, I believe. Yes, 7. Starts with 5. 1k counter. Another 5. And 7 is your favorite number for you to go. Leader effect. Leader attack swing 6. I use the effect. You have 4 Dawns remaining. Play Kuzan. Oof. That is my favorite 7 Dawn play on Moria.
Yep, feel that too. Here's the take. So down to 2 life here for Andrew, and then we're gonna go ahead and hit Absalon once more.
And then 4 Dawns is a Borsalino blocker.
All right, and then we got that gamer speed here. The players ripping through their turns here.
Yes. That's a lot of 5k bodies on board.
Time does not exist for these players. Let's see how Andrew can kind of turn this around and potentially apply some board pressure and maybe do a little bit of cleanup work here.
Yes. I mean, he is on 8 Dawn, so he can have a lot of plays here. Luffy does allow him to play an extra body. He can attack with the Uta with an extra Dawn and potentially get a second draw. But
How
first,
about a third?
search.
How about a third? Whiff. Okay, I think we're considering our
yeah,
options
double
here.
double checking the hand. Gotta check the hand. We know there's a large hand size, but still gotta double check.
Zoro here.
Or cost Zoro.
I get to restand up that Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Board, right? Has to be the board.
Yeah, it's a little scary. He leaves that board alone.
Yep,
So
there's
free
the
block.
free block here, 6K Borsalino, and then it looks like we're going to go into the hogback with the Brook here. Five cards in Chris Sock's hand.
Does he counter? It's just a 1K counter. And then most likely or not, it will be a 6K swing afterwards, and then a Luffy. Maybe. There's the
Yep, we're
counter.
getting out of it here.
There's a 6K swing.
Utah swing, get the when attacking trigger after we select our target. Looks like we're going for the Absalon here.
Yep.
There's the Brook
It
hit.
looks like he opted for the Absalon because, all right, there's no other hogback. We saw a Absalon being discarded, so there is already an Absalon in trash. In this case, let's just hit the Absalon instead.
And here we
There's
go
the
into the
Luffy.
Luffy.
We know there's a
Into
Zoro to play, and a Brook if you choose to play Brook. He goes for Zoro.
yep, just the big beefy 6K instead.
Yes.
Still solid board on Moria's side. You know, got chilling on 3 5Ks here, so could potentially be very spooky.
Yes. I'm not sure if there was a Lucci in Chris Sock's trash. I don't think there was. No, there. I can't tell. There's the one card in the glare.
Hmm. We're in the tank.
Think tank. Because if he does have a Lucci, he is able to remove both Luffy and the Zoro. However, if he does display, he may not have the removal for a kid if there is gonna be a kid being played.
Yep. All right. So here we're going into the Ice Age, into the Moria, into the Absalon, getting rid of that Luffy,
Yep.
and having
One
established
body.
an incredibly spooky board.
Yep. Starts with a 5 at the Brook, saying, "All right, I'm not gonna give you more cards. I'm just gonna go your bodies, go your board."
Yeah.
We have 4 swings.
Yep. Lots of zombie pirates out here on the board.
First swing, second swing, third swing.
Some could say it's a thrill all night. Let's see how let's see how it plays it out.
We do have the Borsellino. Well, he does attack with it.
Hey, we go aggro in this house. All right, turning our card sideways. Card, please. And then chilling from there.
All right, we've hit 10 dawn now. Start
All right,
with a 6.
so much work to establish a board to just have no board after all that.
And another 6.
All right, hit another film card here. Swing on the Borsellino, and then we got the hit of that was what Usopp, I think.
Oh no, that was a 7 drop Luffy.
That was another Luffy. Yeah.
8.
All right.
Is it? Is it time? Is the boy coming down?
Hey,
Is the boy a cost kid?
Here's the one. All right, this is where potentially the tempo of the game changes out. If this kid goes unanswered for an entire turn cycle, then we're putting ourselves in a position where maybe things really sway here.
Yes. So let's find out. I mean, we do have the Moria to attack over it if we need to. So Moria only requires 1 extra dawn for that sweet 10K sweet spot.
Mm-hmm.
So taking 2 cards from hand is still really nice. Oh, he goes for a 12.
Are we just making Uta block and eat this? Like,
I do believe you do. In that
yeah,
case, do another 12. 12.
yeah. There's the pitch, protect it, and
Yep.
then is that just coasting there, or we're just calling it
Yeah,
a
and
day?
then passing turn. Yep.
Hey, all right. So obviously costs a ton in hand, but this is what Kid does, right? It's that reestablishment of board. And Uta is an extremely powerful 8-drop Kid deck because she has the potential to draw 2 cards every single turn. So you're just in a position to constantly be able to fuel the gas that protects your Kid and sustains it on a board.
Yes.
Now we're not where do we go from here? Where are you taking us, Andrew, with these plays now?
You still gotta protect that kid for another turn because I hope you have more blockers in your hand. Because if you don't, that kid is gone next turn. We know there's a 7-drop Luffy, but what else is there? Can you try to push? I don't think you can push with 3 life.
Maybe Andrew over here is teching in a 10-drop Dofi to keep that leader Moria down.
Would it be the end of the world? Oh, actually, no. It would actually be the end.
It would actually be the end of the world, yeah. All right, so thinking about drawing a card. You know, and maybe it's a world where we put out a kid.
Starts with 7.
Okay, so we
Takes
still have
backlight.
Hey, very nice. So we still have 8 open from here. So potentially drop 7-drop Luffy, establish a board, you know, protect Kid as much as is necessary, but then open up potential for swings next turn. But I mean, Moria's got 3 life stills though, so it's still a buffer in which like you know you can at least just like take a hit or two and potentially put yourself in the spot. But looks like we're
Yeah,
gonna take
here's
here.
the thing, right? That backlight, if there's an I'm invincible in your hand, there is a chance
Hmm.
for lethal.
All right, so it does look like that's a take here. So down to 2 life for Chris Sock. So life parity now, and we'll see
Is
how we're
there
gonna
an I'm
extend.
invincible?
How much pressure are we going to be able to apply here?
Let's see. If he has the I'm invincible, he has the backlight. That's 5 dons committed, leaving him with 3 dons remaining. At least one needs to go into Zoro. That's 2 dons remaining. So 7, 8, 9 would be the swing.
We're looking a little
That's
precarious
scary.
here. Yeah,
That's
this
that's
is
a
the way we're holding our Don here is making us feel a little certain type of way.
yeah.
All right, so we've got 5 laid
Does
out.
7, 8, 9 get there?
And, all right, so oh yeah, no, maybe. Oh,
Oh,
looks like we were potentially paying 2. You know what? How about we work with a little more information? What do you got in there?
how many 2Ks you got in there?
What's that second hand of yours looking like?
Yep. That backlight does open up the door. However, it's very difficult for
You know,
sure.
thankfully, the speed at which these players play at, having to take one turn to like really think of your options and figure out what you want to do. That's the beauty of being able to play at pace so early in the game, is that you buy yourselves these opportunities in the late game to actually, you know, flesh out, take a minute or two, figure out what your position is, what your plays are going to be, and that doesn't sacrifice the potential of ending the game.
Yes. But with 4 cards in hand, let's say if he does have 2 blockers, that's not going to be enough because we know 1 card's backlight.
Oh,
Oh, there is.
all right. So there is the backlight.
So
Resting down the Borsellino. No blockers now. So open rain potentially to do some damage here. We're doing
yep,
some
that's
math.
7. 7, 8, 9 is the best number, right? Or 8? 8, 8, 8?
All right, so it looks like we're swinging 8. Gonna be the take.
Oh.
Considering on triggers, but looks like we're just gonna pass. Yep, there we go. I'm invincible. Get the restand.
8.
And then 8
And
swing
another 8.
here.
And 2 2Ks.
Yep.
That is game then.
I think that's concessions, yeah?
All right, yeah, I think
He's
that's
conceding.
concessions.
That is game. Chris
All
Sock takes
right.
it down. He finishes day one undefeated.
Hey, so Black Gecko Moria winning out day one of Swiss, finishing top in rank to close out day one Swift. The 2K off of the life, off of the talk to get there. But hey, at the end of the day, this was a swan song for both of these players as they close out. They won both of these players guaranteed to break into top 64 tomorrow and give it a fantastic run. So while hey, one player gets to walk away with the win in this round, I think both players are walking away with smiles as
Yeah.
they get themselves mentally prepared, physically prepared to lead into a day two performance.
I mean, day two, that's where it's the most important. Day one, this is the warm up. You're getting ready. You're getting hyped up. You're getting yourself mentally prepared for the big event, being tomorrow the top cut, where you're playing a best of three.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mentality changes from there, right? Because now it's not, you know, the chance of catching your opponent off guard with a card tech that they may not understand or know or whatnot definitely gets minimized when they've seen it once and then can prepare for it going into games 2 and 3. So your ability to adapt to what your opponent is doing in game one really rears its head and shows up as a powerful skill going into a best of three top cut situation.
Oh yes, for sure. I'm excited to see what the players have in store for us, like going up into the next couple of rounds. Well, by I say not couple round, I mean next day. We
Yes,
are.
absolutely.
This is the final round, and they are done with Swiss, and we will have a top 64 playoff tomorrow. Would you happen to know when we start?
So from the looks of it, we'll be kicking it off around 10 o'clock CST 10 a.m. For when the tournament starts. But hey, stick around, look at socials. You will get the most up-to-date information there as to when things like the stream, the box giveaway, all that kind of information and stuff will be there. You guys are definitely going to want to join us there tomorrow. In terms of a recap, of course, we've had a phenomenal tournament today. We've seen so many decks: red, blue, green, a bunch of multicolor decks, and of course, the expected top of the meta here perform. So, congratulations to all the players that broke out. Of course, day one has a ton of pricing available for everybody. On the top 512, you get yourself an event pack and some Dawn cards. There's participation packs for everybody. Top 256, you get yourselves an awesome Monkey D. Luffy sleeve. Top 128, you get yourself some Dawn cards. Absolutely love the Gear 5 Dawn cards. And then from there, tomorrow is when that top 64 breaks out and people are going to be playing for
Or
that top 64 Charlotte pudding, the
I mean,
Katakuri.
yeah, the top 64, you're already there. You already made it to the top 64. What you're playing for is the top 32, which is the finals pack. Can you get that win, get the finals pack? And then from there, can you get the next win and get the category? From there, can you get one more win? After that one more win, there is the 10 drop Charlotte Linlin, and of course, our serial Shanks.
Absolutely. And if you can break through that top 8 into the final 2 spot, then we have this fantastic Rosinante and Law Matt. And then breaking into the champion, the absolutely gorgeous Matt here, featuring some of our gorgeous ladies from One Piece.
Yes, we have Vivi, Shirohoshi, and Rebecca.
Yes, absolute Stan. Absolutely love that. So, I mean, I've had a great time. It was just so much fun being able to jump back and forth, and I love these mish formats of people just trying to figure out what makes sense. Hey, I'm gonna just take what's good. Hey, I'm gonna try and innovate here, and we've definitely seen a whole spew of that over in
Yes.
today's tournament.
Yes. Just because one deck is tried and true and work does not mean it's undefeatable.
Absolutely, and hopefully that carries on into tomorrow as we see what decks can clutch it out through into top cut to finish in a top position.
Don't worry, Andrew. You'll get your salty run back because
Mm.
that's how it works.
Absolutely. That's how these things often tend to play out. So, once again, thank you guys, everybody, for joining us in this One Piece card game Mesquite offline regional. I've been Espira.
And I, human, have enjoyed myself thoroughly. How about you?
Yes, I've had an absolute blast, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone return here tomorrow for day two. Thank you guys so much for stopping by today. Enjoy your games, enjoy your pre releases, and we will
Yes.
catch you guys tomorrow for top 64 cut of this One Piece regional.
All right, have a good night.